Well, chat, this is certainly something different. How are you doing today? What trouble are you getting into? Hi, I'm the little guy in a corner. How are you doing? You can't punch me when I'm like this.
Mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
I am the little thing in the corner. It's the wiggle. It's the wiggle. It's okay. I will explain them. I will explain them. I will explain them. It's totally fine. I have no problem explaining the rules if anybody have a question. Plus, I'm going to run over them anyway when we get to it. But how are you doing today, chat? How is your Friday? Are you ready for the weekend? Are you doing okay? Do you want to talk about it? And is this okay? Do we need to run a poll? Do we want to do PNGs or do you want me to pull up the 2.0 model? I did try to pull up the low poly 3D to do it, but the tracking is on the fritz for some reason. Legitimately have no idea what's wrong with it. I probably have to go change a bunch of like the sensitivity settings and stuff again. Wiggles? Okay, one's for Wiggles, two for the model. One's for Wiggles, two for the model. We'll probably ask this again before we start. Today's Hollywood news about Chuck Norris being dead? I don't care. Chuck Norris wasn't a good person in his retirement anyway. Maybe that's just what I want to do with my weekend family. Weekend family. Glory be. One. No twos. Okay, we'll wiggle. We'll wiggle. It's fine. It's fine. We can stay here. I can chill here on top of chat. It's fine. Pushing dope? Yep. Yep. It's why I never cared. So I've never cared. I always thought Chuck Norris's jokes were like kind of overrated. Even though it probably is one of the dumbest jokes I think I've ever laughed my ass off at. To this day, me and my brother still have a Chuck Norris joke that for whatever reason, the first time we heard it made us lose our mind. And it's so stupid because it's the dumbest joke. It's literally just Chuck Norris can believe it's not butter. And for whatever reason, me and my brother practically pissed ourselves laughing at it. It's very stupid. Hi, Bucky. How are you doing? I was asked and I was like, mad to Chuck? I didn't care. I mean, when was the last time Chuck Norris was relevant? The 80s? Besides the jokes? Oh my goodness. Hi, two questions. How are you doing? Squats, please. Oh my God. I swear to God. I also just never looked into it because I didn't care. Exactly. Like, I mean, who cares about Chuck Norris in the year of our Lord 2026? He's probably going to get added to Fortnite or something. I thought, is he not already in Fortnite? Why did I think he was in Fortnite already? I'm tired. I'm having to use a sleep mask to keep me up till 1:45 in the morning. You don't have to stay up, Bucky. Oh, wait, is it like sleep apnea mask? Or are you like, they're using like an eye cover mask? Was his last relevant show? Yeah, but when was the last time? I saw somebody fucking talking about watching like Walker Texas Ranger recently, and they said it's the most unhinged, almost unwatchable trash today. And I'm like, well, I kind of doubt that, but I wouldn't doubt if it's like stupidly over the top, like so many 80s action TV shows were. Give a thumbs up. That makes sense. The Expendables. Wasn't that the like Expendables remake? And now I'm fully awake. Well, welcome to the party, Preg. Time to go grab a drink. Stupid dodgeball movie. Dodgeball movie. Is that the one from like decades ago of the if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball? He was in Expendables 2, not the first one? Oh, gotcha. Weren't the Expendables originally a TV show? Right? Oh, it was a movie? I thought it was a TV show for some reason. I thought the original was a TV show. We're gonna go 8 p.m. It's technically 7 here, and we're gonna do this for at least 3 hours, baby. It's probably gonna go longer than that. I have 2 videos here. I have a hour 47 and an hour 25. So we've got a plenty of shit to watch. A-Team? Maybe I am thinking of the A-Team. Was Mr. T the one that was on the A-Team, or was he part of the Expendables? Good thing I have a liter of rum. Oh, you're gonna be fucked, my dude. Okay, chats, if any of you are doing cocktails or hard liquor right now, I recommend against it. I have a tall boy here of something called Lagunitas Uncensored Punch. It's like a fruit punch, 9% ABV. That's what I'm going to be drinking to start with. Remember to hydrate. Well, I've been hydrating all day, believe me. It's not about being able to, also, that is a very cute Pat emote. It's not about being able to handle the hard stuff. I like hard stuff. It's the fact that you may think the rules, if you hit exclamation mark rules, which I will do right now as an example, that those are really vague or like maybe doesn't apply to a whole lot. It's going to apply to a lot, I promise you. A lot of things are going to sneak their way in here. Just ask, hi Grins, just ask the people who were hanging out in Discord last week. I like hard stuff. Shut up. Captain Morgan private stock straight from the bottle. Daedric. Hi Labcoat, how are you doing? Yeah, you're gonna get messed up. I mean it. If you're doing something hard, I go light on whatever you're mixing it with. Because I went through like 2.5 cans when we played this last time, and we only went, I think, for, was it 2 hours? Or was it 3? I forget. Who was there with me? Do y'all remember? Was it 2 hours or 3 hours last week? You're not my dad. And bitch, I will beat you like your father. Is there a set drink or player choice? No, there's no set drink. That's the thing with drinking games. I can't force y'all to drink anything. If y'all have, I recommend something that's like single digit alcohol by volume. Something that's like decently big that you can sip on a whole bunch. I think we went for 2 hours. I think we did 2 hours last week. Everclear, you are a brave soul. You're not going to be taking drinks. You're going to be taking like whiffs, and you'll still be fucked up. Went hard on the baguette? What do you mean you went hard on the baguette? A little too hard? You have a very French day? Is that what this is? Did you have a very French day, Annie? Counts as single digits, right? Sure, why not? Also, I don't think anything measures in 9.95. Does it? I've never seen a product measure at 9.95%. Like, this has a decimal place on it, but it's literally 9.0. Could be right. Could be right. I've never had Everclear or Absinthe. It's usually whole numbers. That's what I thought. Olipop, the soda, just be careful not to shit your brains out. I heard Olipop has like tons of fiber in it. And if you're American and don't often eat a lot of fiber, Olipop is going to make you go. Hi, Wizlock. Tonight's busy. I just have to lurk tonight. Well, thank you for the lurk, Wizlock. It still means a lot. I like how the vid is warning of evil and disturbing content. Yes, correct. I don't know if this is the first one we're going to watch. So this one is The Paranormal Files. Apparently The Devil's Church. I think this is like their most recent video. We can do this one, or we could do a place that's actually in Texas called Devil's Lake, which I have never heard of, and I've lived in Texas the majority of my life. So we can do this one, that's The Devil's Church, or we can do one from 10 months ago called The Devil's Lake. Then over here we have the Stanley Hotel, aka the hotel that inspired... oh, what was it? The Shining. The hotel in The Shining. Devil's Lake, it's cool. Runs in the family, so stay away from the stuff. That's totally fine, TQ. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. If you want to just do it for fun, you can grab like juice or something. If you still just want to have the camaraderie, because I will be shouting out at the moments that the rules are broken and you have to take a drink. We're not going to do any of the things like finish your drink or anything like that, because it's is a little too much. It's a little too much if you catch my drift. Also, the original things that I was drinking last week was, I believe, 7% alcohol by volume. So this one's 9. So this one's gone up a little bit. And this is a tall boy. Anyway. Rule broken, drink 7 for Loco. You would be dead. You would be fucking dead. Maine? Are you talking about the state? I don't think the Stanley Hotel is actually in Maine. Is it? I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure the Stanley Hotel is somewhere else. They will almost certainly tell us the state in the video. Beepsh. Beepsh. Let me see if it's working real quick. Okay, yeah, it's working. Excellent. Excellent. Also, on a side note, in terms of news, I went ahead and paid my taxes. I didn't have all the money for it, but I was like, I don't want to wait on it, so I'm just going to go ahead and file. So taxes are filed, savings have been cut slightly. So everything in the next wheel spin, I'm putting in savings if I can. At least until I have like, at least until I pay that amount back, which was like $140. And then it's going to start going towards tires. Because I'm not going to lie, when I drive my car around, I can definitely feel the like, oh, what's the word? We'll just go with feel the road if you've ever like ridden on like very bald tires. I have complied with the IRS against my will. Also, hold on. I'm wearing my hoodie right now and I am too fucking hot, so I'm going to take it off. Listen, when I'm out of the country and somewhere else with like a really nice visa, then I can consider ignoring American taxes. Always been hot. Hi, Trajan. How are you doing? Welcome in. Damn gooberments. Not the gooberments. I can confirm the existence of one haunted location and it's the building next to the tennis court of Langley. AFB? Air Force Base? Sound as someone climbing stairs could be heard through the walls where there's no stairs nearby, reported by multiple witnesses. I'm gonna need recordings and proof that there's no one in the stairwell. I don't trust eyewitnesses. You also don't trust eyewitnesses in crime because the human eye and mind is extremely fallible. Don't scrungle me. I'm about to get wasted. Ghosts are fake? Ghosts are fake. Or ghosts are probably fake. I'm going to go with probably fake. I'm pretty heavy on the ghosts aren't real. But if some horrible heinous shit ever decided to absolutely make me shit my britches, then sure, why not? Also, chat, I put a link yesterday, I think, in the Discord. That it was like a thing in the media show that's just a joke on oh, what was it? Oh, it was ranked competitive ghost hunting is what it was called. But it's basically, it was some very obviously Muslim man yelling in Arabic while ghost hunting. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to think Muslim people may be the best ghost hunters on the planet because those motherfuckers don't like run away or go like, oh, what was that? No. Oh, same thing with Chinese ghost hunters, which we've watched on stream before. We've seen some Chinese ghost hunters. Both of them, both Muslim ghost hunters and Chinese ghost hunters will absolutely charge down a ghost, even if they fucking see something. Like, those motherfuckers are getting run down, which I always think is very funny because the Chinese practice of ghost hunting is to swear at them. While the Muslim practice of ghost hunting is to basically say prayers at them. Two very different things with the same results. Tell them ghosts to 1v1 me. I'll 1v1 a ghost. I'll 1v1 a ghost. I'm camping right in the middle of nowhere. It's wait, why are you camping in the middle of nowhere? It's not gonna be that scary. Don't worry. These are YouTube's like most popular ghost hunters. So of course they're all absolutely fucking goobers. And we will be roasting them, so just kind of expect that. You'll probably feel a lot better about being in places that you think are haunted after this DQ. What is up with this weird ass circus and trying to fight ghosts? Are you not going to fight ghosts? Why aren't you fighting ghosts? Fight ghost. Be a ghostbuster. Who you going to call, Sunstar? Who you going to call? Just wants to swear at ghosts? I will swear at ghosts all day. Ghosts have to be real first. Yeah, I win. Got ghosted once? I mean, you're talking about your date, though. Listen. I would have ghosted you. I would have ghosted you, too. That's really mean, but that's all that came to mind. Sunstar busting on ghosts. Busting makes me feel good, feel good, feel good. I'm a Ghostbuster, but not the way you think. Are you throwing ectoplasm all over the walls? Fighting them ghosties? Fuck yeah, punchies. Punch, punch, punch. Come get me, bitch. All right, chat. Do we want to get right into this, or do we want to keep yapping some more? I'm fine with either. We can go right into explaining the rules. The rules. The rules. Oh, I forget what Jorgen sounds like in Fairly Odd Parents, but I was very tempted to attempt it there. The Armstrong punch you. Punch you. Punching. There you go. There you go. All right, what's the state of that song being the song people played during And how well did they time it? What? Wait, I'm confused. What are you talking about? What do you mean by that? Huey Lewis would like his royalties, please. I pregame Marin. Let me be. Wait, you're pre-gaming? During the acts? Oh, I gotcha. See, I see where this is going. Bustin'. Not the waddle. Oh my god, that's a Derpy Doo emote. I haven't seen Derpy Doo in so long. Aw, Derpy. Pre-game work sucked. Good job. Good vibes for Ghost Rose. Let's go, baby. All right. But I haven't raised the question, chat. Do you want to do the Stanley Hotel first, or do you want to do the Devil's Church? Or the Devil's Lake? We can do the Devil's Lake. It's actually like 8 minutes, 7 minutes longer than the Ghost Church video. Devil's Lake, Devil's Church. Devil's Lake, Devil's Church. Devil's Lake, Devil's Church. That's one for Lake. Do I need to do a poll? Is that what this is? Do y'all want a poll? Is that what we're doing here? Hi, Charlie. How are you doing? Honestly, Be the Good Vibes learned me and allergy medicines don't get along. Wait, what the fuck happened with allergy medicines? What about Angel's Lake? I don't think Angel's Lake exists. And if it is, it's probably in Spanish. Poll, make it fair. Oh yeah, we'll do a poll. I'll like a 1 minute poll. What first? Devil's Lake. Devil's Church. A 1 minute poll. No additional votes. All right, kids. Good luck. Don't forget to vote. She's been playing Monster Hunter Stories lately. I know a lot of people playing Monster Hunter Stories since the third one came out. I do want to get that game, but it's expensive. It's hell expensive. I played the demo and it was really fun. What about the lake in Georgia that was once an African-American town? You would be shocked. Shocked at how many there are that are like that. Fun fact, chat. There is only a single non-artificial lake in Texas. Does anybody know the name of that lake? There's only one lake that is a natural lake in Texas. And it's barely in Texas. The number is unfortunately higher than 0. There's a lot. Cowboy Lake? It is not Cowboy Lake. Also, hi, Soup. Oh my fucking god. Sunstar, you did this. I know you did this. You did this somehow. You rat bastard, you. I don't know. It's Cato Lake in northeast Texas. It is Cato Lake, Caddo, named after the Caddo people. The Native Americans that were known for living along the lake. Thank you for the follow and welcome in. And the people used to live on and around the land previously covered by the Great Raft, one of the greatest natural formations known to man that the United States government completely destroyed. I will never forgive them for it. Never. No, they don't. Well, they have like areas around it. They were kicked out and sent to like Oklahoma, which I'm pretty sure they still live in Oklahoma, technically, where like land that's still theirs still exists. There's probably still some like native Catos that live in the area around Cato Lake. I would not doubt it. Cato Lake, though, was also, as a unfortunate thing, Cato Lake was also the first lake to ever have on-surface oil mining on it, oil pumping. It is the location of the first ever on-water oil pump. So not only was Cato Lake completely devastated by the removal of the Great Raft on the Red River, and the Cato people, and much of the spread of many unique swamplands in the United States were lost to that. To add, to add something to injury, to add insult to injury, they turned Cato Lake into the first and one of the largest oil fields. Yeah. Even number Devil's Lake, odd number here. Where's my dice? I don't have a D20 within reach, so I'm going to use a D10. All right. That's a 10. That's amazing. Even numbers, Devil's Lake. All right. All right, kids, we're doing Devil's Lake.
It was the evening
Shut
of
up. Shut up. Oh, but wait. Actually, I want to know what that said. What did that say? The following documentary contains graphic depictions of unsolved murders, crimes, and satanic cults. Christ. Thank you for doing your season pass using Bezos bucks. Remember, kids, if you don't use your Bezos bucks, Jeff Bezos gets to keep your money. The Jeeves ain't accurate. Needs more wanton violence, destruction, and a 1911 bot at a Red Lobster parking lot. Amazing. Can a government do anything nice? No. I'm talking historic. I'm not even talking about just the current one. I'm talking historically. The United States is the great global destabler. There's almost not a damn good thing we've done in our entire existence. And if you say World War II, you're hallucinating. But they wouldn't have won if it wasn't for us. I'd hate to tell you, boss man. The Red Army basically already had that European theater in the bag. And the Japanese couldn't keep up their own offensive to save their fucking lives. No, it's the government. They can't be nice. The government can be nice when it's not entirely focused around oligarchical rule as well as wealth. Has always been corrupt. We'll tell them they can go fuck themselves. Because it has. It was founded on corrupt ideals. They definitely gave it very pretty flowery words to make it sound like it would be great for the average man, so that people would fold and bend to their will. Did they ever stick to it? Fuck no. Fuck no. They never stuck to their guns on what they wrote down. I mean, when the fucking United States was initially formed, you couldn't even vote unless you were a land-owning man. Sorry, land-owning white man. Land of the free, my fucking ass. Someone come conquer it? You know, I'd be fine with it. How about just overthrow the government? Let's just go with overthrow the government. I'm fine with overthrow the government. Yeah, there's way too many people that also now are like coming to the realization that like the United States is bad now, but they refuse to look back and be like, but the United States has always been bad. No. The United States was great at one point, and it was the best country in the world, and now it's gone bad just because of Mr. Trump. Bitch, I will strangle you. I will strangle you and throw you in a lake. Time to form the carnival army? I mean, maybe. Maybe. All right, chat. Are you ready to understand the rules? Or do we want to keep talking about this? True, but the thing is, the way that... Here, let's do this real quick. Because I want an example that I'm going to show you. Let's do this. I need this. This is a good example. This is the quote-unquote great America. Actually, this is not the perfect example. It's pretty good, but there's another one. I know there was a Sprite ad that I saw. Oh, this will do for now. This is the idea of the people that are in power now think were the great years of the United States. Completely ignoring the fact that the 1950s was essentially the closest thing to a socialist period the United States ever had. But it's these ads, it's these picturesque, white American, perfect little family ads that essentially the current people in power think was the era of American greatness. Again, ignoring the fact that it was all social programs that led to the prosperity of the American middle class in the 50s, before it was immediately attempted to be gutted and then proceeded to be gutted for the next 50 years through the 60s and later. The Zimmerman notes. World War I, whether the German government offered to provide a level of support to Mexico. Oh yeah, we knew about that. Yeah, the German government tried to get Mexico to go to war against the United States. Is the short gist of the Zimmerman note. But yeah, it's ads like this from the 50s and 60s that essentially, if you want to understand where people are wanting to go back to, it's these false ads of what America wasn't at all like, by the way. Like, mom's fucked up on Quaaludes. You can't tell, but she is high off her fucking ass. Spousal and gender-based abuse that happened in the time period, or not to mention racism, segregation. Yearly reminder that the founding fathers declared independence over 3% T-tax. Today, Americans take 150% tax increase like a glory hole. Yep. Yep. Do you know how many different ways that we're taxed in most states? Sales tax, income tax, property tax, sometimes car tax, depending on the state you're in. Thought the Zimmerman telegram was a British psyop? I don't think so. It could be. I wouldn't doubt it. Like, propaganda and fucking shenaniganery happens in war all the time. The food's got so much drugs in it. It's Coca-Cola in the 50s. It's got real sugar in it. When it was still had cane sugar in it. Not cocaine. That's even earlier. Not cocaine this time. What a circus? Yeah. Keep up drunk women stayed home, blitzed on lithium, putting things in plain gelatin? Correct. Putting meats in plain gelatin. You gotta specify it's meats and shrimps and stuff. Yes, it is. Hi, Ashton Face, welcome in. What's a car tax? It's sometimes if you have like a really expensive car or a luxury car, you may have to pay extra taxes on it each year. It depends on where you are. It depends on where you are. I still think property tax is fucking theft. I'd rather have the Chinese method of you're basically renting the land for like 70 years with the possibility to renew, and you own the house that's on it. For the fun fact chat, if you didn't know this, 90% of China's population owns a home. 90% of China's population owns their home, and they don't pay property taxes on it. The only brown thing within 50 miles of you. I disagree that all tax is theft. Tax is the agreement in the social contract that we have decided to make with our government that they are going to assist us and we will give them money in exchange for it. They will unify all of the citizens' money in a way that will benefit all the citizens. Highways, transportation, all that jazz. That's all taxpayer money. Not bombing the Middle East for the last 80 plus years. Yeah, tax is good when tax is good. Tax in the United States has never been good. Maybe post World War II for a little bit. We got like 15 years. Post Great Depression was okay, but that's ignoring all of the like social problems. And the agreement between taxation and what it's used for is illogical. Define what do you mean by illogical? In this case, like the agreement is there. It's the fact that the United States does not follow it. They'll claim left and right they fucking do, and they have for decades, which is always the dumb shit when I hear like, oh, the US military is fighting for your freedoms. What freedoms? What are the people on the other side of the planet doing that threatens my quote unquote freedoms? Eat my entire ass. I pay taxes so that someday I will get a fucking high-speed rail. Is it gonna happen? Probably fucking not. But the alternative is 10 years in prison. The United States holds every one of their citizens that can't pay taxes or anything like that at gunpoint. Are you prepared to pay out the ass for your income that you earned and worked for? Or do you want to go to prison, where we'll force you to do labor for next to nothing? If anything. Yeah, because fun fact, chat, most prisons in the United States are private. And those private prisons have contracts with businesses, which means they will try to force you to do labor to earn some money inside the prison. It's really stupid. If I ever get sent to prison, I ain't doing a lick of fucking labor. And you want to see me start some fucking fights? I'll start some fucking fights. Origin of voodoo dolls and charity media. Oh. Maybe we should cut military spending. The United States military spending could be cut in half, and it would not affect anything. To this day, before this, I thought this, but now I know this. The United States military budget is fucking money laundering, dude. It can only be money laundering. It is taking all of the US citizens' tax money, giving it to the military budget, Department of Defense, whichever, anything in there, and then giving it to the rich bastards that run the fucking military industrial companies, Lockheed Martin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's literally just funneling money. And the fact that, like, I know people like Marabous or whatever you want to call them that are huge fans of, say, like the F-35 that are always like, it's never been shot down. It's never been defeated in combat, blah, 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 blah. Iran shot one down. How's that $2 trillion program looking right now? Probably not very good. I'm not going to lie. Probably not very good. And the United States is absolutely getting its shit rocked. In case you haven't seen any of the like press conferences, quote unquote, even the president, I don't know why I said quote unquote, even the president is fucking quote surprised. But if the United States cut its military budget in half, we could have high-speed rails across the entire United States, universal health care, and children's being fed in school, kindergarten through graduation, and we would still have like 200 billion left over. The United States military budget is so overinflated. Like I said, it could only be money laundering. It could only be the lobbied and controlled government sending money directly to already the billionaires. Yes, correct, Prey. The fact that they will nickel and dime every fucking year things like feeding kids in school or deciding to cut the education budget or shit like that constantly. But the second a conflict starts and they're trying to pass a bill that gives the Pentagon another 200 billion, fuck off. Fuck right off. The White House needs to be burned down. Anyway. Hi, Faye. Just try and make a joke about Pearl Harbor to the Japanese. What? I do too. I do too, Mando. And they are absolutely kicking our butt. In the case of like both soft power wise as well as global image, the United States and Israel continue to constantly hit civilian targets and things like desalination plants that essentially will just lead to the slow suffering death of most Iranians, while Iran continues to hit our military bases, military targets. Who'd thunk? Not to mention Israel is also currently invading Lebanon and claiming lands and murdering people. And then claiming that it's Hezbollah's fault over my dead fucking body. Oh God, did you not see that? No, was that recently? Please tell me that wasn't recently. He did not make a Pearl Harbor joke to the Japanese PM, Prime Minister, recently. No. Funnel tax money to the friends who own private corps from schools and missiles? Correct. Correct. Again, it's all the money laundering scheme. And the worst thing is, too, is this has always been the intent of capitalism in the United States. It's just so blatant now. It's so fucking blatant now. I cannot believe we have not burned down the White House yet. That nobody has run up the steps of the Capitol demanding anything. Huh? He was in Japan and asked why he didn't tell his allies about the sneak attack on Iran, and here's what he said. Do you want to know something that's interesting too about Pearl Harbor, chat? At the same time Pearl Harbor happened, what was it, December 7th? 7th? 11th? I forget. 11th, 1941? Was it 41 or 42? Okay, 7th. It was 7th, not 11th. Why am I thinking December 11th? What is December 11th? I think December 11th is an old friend's birthday, now that I'm thinking about it. December 7th, 1941. When that happens, there was a Japanese envoy in Washington, D.C. to negotiate with the United States. And that envoy had no idea that this attack was going to happen. That's how much of a split there was between the United States or Japan's government and Japan's military. Someone before went to the White House and made a joke about 9/11. Yeah. The thing is that he didn't even that's not even a good comparison. That's asking the country that attacked you to tell you that they were going to attack you. After making a comparison of asking an allied country, being told that an allied country was going to attack another country. Those are not the same comparisons. What happened to the envoy? I think they just got sent home. I genuinely don't know. When I was told about this and read about this, I did not see anything about what happened to the envoy afterwards. But do you know what happened after that? More racism. All right, chat, say it with me. What did the United States build after the Japanese attacked Hawaii? Oh, actually, fun fact too. Hawaii wasn't a state at the time. Hawaii was a colony, a territory when it was attacked. It didn't become a state until I think it was like 53 or 54. Yeah, Japanese internment camps. Do you know what else we call internment camps? Concentration camps. That's right. I'm so proud of you, chat. I'm so proud of you. Yep, the Japanese internment camps. Don't be coy. Listen, it's funny. Envoy received encrypted message about the attack, or at least declaring war, but the staff was drinking the night before. Their encryptors were all hungover. That's hilarious. In a demented kind of way. But we're late? Oh, the envoy was there to declare war. Oh, God. Should have had the teacher out. I don't think I have that PNG ready. It's fine. It's fine. It would have been worth it though. It would have been worth it. All right, chat. We are 42 minutes into stream already. Are you ready to do this? All right, first and foremost. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Teacher PNG on cold storage. It's fine. All right, chat. We need to talk about the rules real quick. All right, rules for me and everyone else. All right, kids. Rule number 1, made up science. If they make up any sort of nonsense science on the spot or for any sort of technology, we have to take a drink. 2, legend has no basis. It means if they make up a legend that like doesn't have a year, doesn't really have any real people's names, or they give some kind of like vague story midway through the investigation that's like, and then a maid like died here, I was told, or this so-and-so person had mental illness, which they did in one of the episodes that we've watched before. So heads up, they may do that. 3, use of AI. It could be anything from like AI pictures to using AI generated images to depict whatever story they're trying to tell. It may happen, it may not. You never know. Phone apps. If they break out a phone app and try to use it as like one of their devices, that counts. Reacting to nothing. If you hear nothing and they all like scream or yell about something, that's a drink. Psychic. If they bring in somebody who claims to be a psychic, pretends to be psychic, or anything of the sort like that, that's a drink. If they bring out an Xbox Connect, that's also a drink. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how often that happens. 8, gone sexual. Gone sexual is a very vague one. It basically just means if they start like hitting on each other or doing stuff that's like really kind of sexual to some degree. Like how, like, we're not going to be watching Twin Paranormal, but how like Twin Paranormal kind of makes like goofy gay jokes during their intros. A 4 ounce that I can gauge with. If you're doing this with liquor, queens, you are very brave. Yes, sex jokes also count. So if there's like penis jokes or anything like that, that counts. Must have not watched enough of these. It doesn't happen very often, but it happens sometimes, which is why I added it to the rules. Those rules, like it says there, are not set in stone. If you have questions about them, let me know. I will be trying to call out ones that I notice. And we may add new rules if certain things come up. So that's just a heads up. Hey, Gorbs. If we see Gorbs, it's rum and chances are then clocked it out in no time. Oh boy. All right. No more music. Are you ready, chat?
Worthy. 26 years ago was the last night anyone saw Sally McNally and Shane Stewart alive.
Oh, I never seen
4 months
Angela
later,
Lewis.
on November 11th, the skeletal remains of Sally were found near the southeast portion of the South Pool of Twin Buttes Reservoir.
Why are we jumping in through the stories?
On November 14th, while searching the same area, law enforcement located the skeletal remains of Shane Stewart.
Tom Green County criminal investigator Sergeant Terry Lowe says despite countless leads and tips, the person who shot Sally and Shane to death has not been brought to justice.
In the original investigation, there were reports that the murders could have been tied to a cult.
There's some truth to that, yeah.
Is that something y'all are still looking at as a possible lead?
Yes.
The mid to late 80s, parents around the country started getting a little bit obsessed with the notion that their kids might be involved in satanic cults.
Oh boy, the
There
satanic
was some
panic.
fairly significant
Oh
cult
god, do I need to make a
activity
rule
going on
about
at the time that
Satanism
Shane
in the
and Sally
fucking
disappeared.
Shane was
in the rules?
very
Do we need a
lively,
Satanism rule?
energetic kid.
And she told me that the kids were mixed
Also, I don't know what this
in,
tastes like yet.
Satan worship. And she said that a group of kids had been in her house one night
Ugh.
and said they had a demon in a bottle.
Sally began
It's not very punchy, but it's definitely fucking strong. Jesus.
Sally went into a trance.
Sally, are you alright?
Sure she did.
Scared me.
If God chooses to forgive them, that's between them and God. It's not in my heart, and I doubt it ever will be.
Okay.
Officers found the body of a 48-year-old San Angelo man last seen near his home in January in a wooded area today.
Texas Parks and Wildlife Department is still searching.
Okay,
for
that
a
area
man
is
who
kind of
they
just
believe
ominous
drowned
looking in
at
its own way.
Twin Buttes Reservoir Sunday.
The identity of the man whose body was discovered.
If you add Satanism, we're gonna be 95% liquor. True.
Named him White Sox.
Another body was found today
White
at the Twin
Sox?
Buttes Reservoir.
Somebody here knows the answer. It was up close and personal crime. Somebody had to look in the eye when you were killed.
The
That
same
person's still around.
pentagram flickering on screen is kind of annoying. No, everybody knows the darkest place in Texas is in fact Goatman Bridge in Belton.
Today's
I
episode,
think it's
we're
Belton.
investigating a notorious body of water outside of San Angelo, Texas, colloquially known as Murder
Why the fuck
Lake.
do you have
Just
the
wanna warn
wanted
you
dead
guys
or
ahead of
alive
time,
daily
in this
news
episode,
poster
we're
of
going to go
Saddam
over some
Hussein?
extremely disturbing
That's
and
not Saddam
troubling
Hussein. I'm an
details,
idiot.
including talk of
What was his
unsolved
name?
murders, occult sacrifices, occult ceremonies,
Am I forgetting his
bodies
name?
that were found that have not been identified, and so much more. By the end of this
Oh
episode,
my god,
I'm sure that
we
you'll
got
be
him, ladies and
convinced
gentlemen. Bin
that
Laden,
the
thank
Twin
you.
Buttes
Osama bin
Reservoir
Laden.
is indeed
God
a
damn.
paranormal vortex like so many people have suggested in the past. And as always, when we
Is
tell some
Saddam
of these
Hussein-
stories
nah, he's
like
not up
these
there.
true crime stories, we're dealing
Jeffrey
with
Epstein's
real
on the right,
events,
though.
real people who died real deaths, and especially when it comes to cases like these that are unsolved, we here on this channel are aiming to amplify the
Is this-
voices of the victims and help to try and get some justice for them.
Houston, never mind. We have a
decades
problem. This is not a ghost hunt. This is not a fucking ghost hunt. We can't do this one. We're going back. Never mind. It's not a ghost hunt. It's just a fucking annoying video essay.
Are you here?
That was the sound effect.
Yes. This is the church.
Huh?
This is the institute, the monastery.
Oh, did we hit
Every time
Satanism already?
In this place, we have able to hear something bad.
Oh, subs, you're right. Thank you.
C'è qualcuno? The other night,
Ooh.
I only escaped from here. I was terrified. It's a... It was a growl. A growl. There was bones inside the church. The bones of the people who buried in the crypta.
Well, yeah, that's where bones are supposed to fucking be, dude.
It's a little creepy.
Of course, old churches, especially in what seems to be Spain?
Or hello.
Maybe Italy?
Hello. Did you hear that?
Definitely creepy. Che cazzo è stato?
Oh, they are Italian. Holy shit, hold on. Why are they Italian? Auto-generated. Oh god, okay, we're gonna have to use.
Everything has led to this.
Yeah, what the
Watch
fuck?
the final trailer for
Hold on, what is... Did y'all see that?
Scream 7 and prepare to
What? Why is there... I've never... Look at these bumps. The bumps of like the view parts. That can't be real. How the fuck do you get it to look like that? That's insane. It's really sus. I don't know if I want to watch this channel, dude. Do we want to go find a different one? Like we watched Project Fear. That was last week, and they're pretty entertaining. I guess I don't know. It's like that's hella suspicious, dude. I've never seen a video that has a track that looks like this. Yeah, we'll probably do the hotel. We'll do the hotel first, and then we'll find another one after we finish it.
We are in front of the Stanley Hotel. We rented out the top 5 most haunted rooms, and we will be separating and sleeping alone tonight.
The thing is even people skipping through it like that, it would require a lot of people skipping through it like that. Either that or the guys like who posted it went back in the YouTube mixer and like deleted chunks out of it. Like this one's kind of wavy, although actually, do you think YouTube updated something? Because I'm looking at the line that's there, and the line is not the same as it was a couple days ago. It used to be solid, and now it's kind of like ribbony. I don't know how else to describe it. Like it gets thin in parts and thick in others. I've been destroyed. That's true. Was that a bell?
Danger! Wait a minute. Holy what was that? Oh my goodness!
Well, there's the ovulus.
Escape this entity or this energy.
Welcome back to Project Fear. Right now.
Okay, hold on real quick. The people who watched Project Fear episode last week with me, y'all think they're going to read the lore that they have to share with everyone off of an iPhone again? I'll take a drink if they break out the iPhone to like start reading the history of this place.
We are standing outside of the most
All right, I'm not going to be pausing it much anymore. We're just going to let it go.
Hotel.
This has been very much requested by everybody, so we are here. It took us quite some time to get these rooms.
This is the location that inspired Stephen King's book, The Shining.
Okay.
And so many stories come out of this place.
Yeah, but you're also staying in a completely active hotel.
The 5 most haunted rooms and spending the entire night alone.
And even Connor is going to join us tonight. Sucker.
Cameraman Connor, the sucker. What about the rest of them?
Project Fear fashion, we are going to draw room keys out of a hat to see where we will all be sleeping.
It's technically a bag.
It's a bag, damn it. It's not a hat, damn it.
You guys are wearing hats. You can take the hat off.
1302. This is located in its own building, not attached to the main hotel. Then we have the Lord Dunraven Suite, which is room 401. A lot of people believe this is the most haunted room in the entire hotel.
Okay, but why?
And then we have the Haberdasher Suite, which is room 413.
That's a good name. Haberdasher's a good name.
Ass names.
Haberdashery in the Ravenclaw suite.
So a lot of activity in that room. Our next room.
So they claim. So they claim.
We have room 217, the Stephen King Suite.
Sure.
This is where Stephen King was inspired to write The Shining. When people come to the Stanley, this is the room most people are searching out.
Okay.
For our final room, we have room
I guess.
422. This is probably the least haunted
But
room,
also,
it's
why
on
would it
the
be
most
haunted?
Haunted floor.
Why would it be
Fourth floor is
haunted?
Super haunted. So I will say whoever gets that one is probably the luckiest, but you're still staying at the Stanley on the most haunted floor. So we have all of the room keys, and right now we're gonna put them in this bag, and then we're gonna draw.
Here we go.
The room 2? Right. Almost certainly.
Jack, you wanna go first?
Almost certainly.
You're going first.
Oh snap. Oh snap.
Sadly, you won't find remnants.
So just.
I would genuinely want this. Actually, I'd be fine with any of the named suites.
Stephen King.
Yes.
That's so sick, dude. That's so sick.
I'm honestly
What are you-
like, this is the first time
why are you just
I've
saying
ever been,
that?
like, kind of jacked about a location.
If you don't get inspired to write a Grammy-winning,
Grammy-winning?
Ain't no way in hell is the fucking ghost hunting show ever gonna win a Grammy. Or an Oscar. Or a Golden Globe.
All right, who wants to go next? What do you pick?
I pick.
Oh, didn't like Grave Encounters win some film awards? Now that I think about it. What's the background on those rooms? I don't know. Maybe they'll explain them?
401?
This is a creepy one, but
If they just go to the rooms without explaining like any of the fucking backstory, I'm gonna be annoyed.
Bag for you, dude.
Alex is up.
Here we go. What is it?
I got the Haberdasher.
What is up with that music?
That's 413, people. That's gonna be great. Haberdasher.
All right.
Why don't we just get
got two
Southside
cards.
Rumble?
It's you, it's me, and it's 2 cards left.
Please give me the easy one, please.
Get over here, you go first. No, like you try next.
Also, that's a microphone bag.
You do it, dude. Come on.
That's the bag for the microphone.
Chelsea's being generous or strategic, I don't
Wow,
know.
that is the most handsome man out of all 5 of these people.
You got it, dude.
Why is he behind the camera?
There we go.
Why is he behind the camera, but the tall guy with the 5 head is in front of the camera and seemingly the main host?
1302.
Oh. Dude, you know what that means, Connor? What? You're in that building alone.
Hey guys.
I guarantee you he's not in there alone.
1302. This is something. This is really something. Dude, seriously.
He's literally the most handsome man in the
No,
group.
I don't, but thanks for asking. I'm not gonna lie, that number sounds really far away from everyone else.
It's in a whole different building.
I mean, it's probably, there's not that many rooms in this hotel, more than likely.
Classic Queen, floor 22.
The one at the beginning of that number probably just means it's in the other building.
This is gonna be fun.
And there's like more to learn about these rooms too, which we'll get into.
This is gonna be freaky.
This is gonna be really weird.
Yeah.
A Marin style. What is a Marin style Oscar?
Okay.
Here goes nothing.
Okay, so I'm walking to
iPhones?
my spot right now.
Oh no, we
I'm
really
in
are
a
just
whole
fucking getting
different
into it.
building.
Jesus.
I'm on, I think, the 3rd floor, room 1302.
Why are you starting outside, dude?
1301, 1302. That way.
Ooh, it's snazzy. Yo, with RFID cards? You have a whole balcony, dude. There's nothing spooky about this fucking room. Okay. It's a very fancy hotel. There are lights on in the hallway.
The haberdasher.
Okay. What is the breathing sound effect going on here?
Raven Suite. Here we go, right there. What's up? Oh.
Kind of an odd shape. On the other side there.
Up to the room? It is a closet. Wait.
Is that closet small or is he really tall?
Balcony.
Hell yeah.
Okay, now that is pretty sweet. Okay, deal. All right.
Here's my room. 422.
I'm still waiting to hear what whatever the hell they make up for these non-named rooms that people are seemingly assigned to.
Super creepy little room.
It's a very normal room. It just has a weird shape because you're close to the roof.
Check into the Stephen King room. This is crazy. So I actually visited the Stanley Hotel when I was like...
Well, the thing is, a lot of people do this. Like, the Queen Mary is a old British ship that's now like permanently moored in the bay.
Standing right in front of the door again.
And people go to that place all the time. It's now just a hotel. It's literally, it looks like this hotel on the inside. And ghost hunters go there all the fucking time, claiming that it's haunted.
Okay, I'm in.
I don't think we're gonna be pausing tonight, chat. I don't think we're pausing for iPad time. If you don't want to miss anything.
What the heck? Initially, yeah, it is kind of spooky. I'm not gonna lie. Just
what's spooky? Have these guys ever been in an old house?
A little creeped out.
Everything is clean and spotless. It looks comfortable.
Packet of information.
Even then, each of these rooms is as big as like my bedroom.
All right, we're all sitting down right now in our rooms, and we're gonna each read the packet. Basically, we all did this research. We conducted all this research and made this packet of information. All right, here I go. The Stanley Hotel.
Designed and funded by Freeland Oscar Stanley, the inventor and manufacturer of the Stanley steamer car.
Huh?
Stanley first came to the Estes Valley in 1903.
Wait, how was Stanley steamer? That doesn't sound right.
He had been diagnosed with tuberculosis and was told by his doctors that the dry air and sunny skies of Colorado would be good for his failing health. After a surprisingly quick recovery, Stanley concluded that he should stay in Colorado. So together, he and his wife Flora, they resolved to build a beautiful grand hotel that would attract visitors from across.
Oh, is it because people died on them during wars? True. True.
By the 1970s, the hotel's
but it's always so weird for them to be like in a fully active hotel.
It might have succumbed to demolition, if not for a timely visit by author Stephen King and his wife.
The lights are on in the hallway, and a bunch of other shit is just like fully active, and they're all like, "Ooh, isn't it spooky?" No, it's a motherfucker leaving their hotel room 6 doors down because you're loud as fuck.
In King having a terrifying nightmare in which he saw his young son being chased down the hotel's long, empty corridor by a coiled fire hose.
Is that AI? This isn't from The Shining, is it? Did they AI Stephen King's nightmare?
That came to life.
This is AI.
To inspire his third major work and his
all right, that's a drink.
Bestseller, The Shining.
And obviously, as you know, I am sitting in room 217 right now. This is the room he spent the night
that's
at.
a drink,
as
kids.
Scary as this might be, this is also pretty insane. I don't know. I'm kind of hoping when I eventually fall asleep tonight that I have a really bad nightmare that inspires a wicked, awesome horror film.
The Stanley earned a reputation.
I don't think you're as
paranormal nerve center
creative as Stephen King is. I'm not gonna lie.
There is one particularly traumatic historical event that occurred on the premises that is worth noting.
Shitty TV remake?
In the 1920s,
was that the original, or was that looked like it was AI generated though? Why was the head of the hose keep popping up over and over?
She moved from room to room, lighting gas lanterns throughout the hotel. Unbeknownst to her, there was a gas leak on the 2nd floor. As she entered room 217 and struck a match to light a lamp, An explosion occurred, rocking the hotel and ultimately dropping her down to the dining room below. And although quite shaken and beaten up, Mrs. Wilson sustained little more than 2 broken ankles. She ultimately recovered and returned to her job, which she held until her.
Okay, so then what does that story have to do with anything?
You survived an explosion and then continued to work until you were 90. Wow.
Yeah, what does that story have to do with anything,
The
though?
hotel started receiving reports of a spectral chambermaid hovering and walking through closed doors in the rebuilt guest quarters.
As far as hotels go, the Stanley's
Yo,
death
Model T.
toll is comparable to that of other large resorts.
Actual history,
but
true, technically.
For some reason, this grand property seems to have harnessed and held on to more supernatural energy than most. Some folks believe that the hotel
Where are you getting that claim
may
from?
be home to a vortex or paranormal portal that allows ghosts to enter the hotel through the main staircase
Made up
that
science.
connects the
Take a
hotel's
drink.
lobby and second floor suites. For whatever reason, there are many spirits at the Stanley who have no
Made up science.
intention of ever checking out. Okay.
Yeah, this punch is not very good.
Some of the most notoriously active
You know,
rooms
I was kind of half
include
expecting it to be closer to like
the
a Hawaiian
Lord
punch.
Dunraven Suite, room 401.
Oh well.
This haunted room is named after the original owner of the land, Lord
Oh, it's a
Dunraven
malt beverage.
IV,
It's a beer
Earl
that's supposed to
of
taste like
Dunraven
fruit punch.
and
Oh, that's
Earl.
horrible.
That is an intense name. That's
I hate that.
mouthful. As an
Oh,
avid
that's
sportsman,
gross.
He dearly loved the area, but his
Fine.
perceived poaching of the property from the original settlers
The ghost here with the pipe.
contributed to the land and this room harboring some sordid energy. It is
Why are they
Lord
flashing
Dunraven's
Native
spirit
Americans
who
in the
is said
background?
to haunt this suite. One terrified guest actually awakened in the middle of the night by the sound of someone breathing just a few inches from his face. In
Someone-
the closet,
someone, you
women
say?
feel unexplained sensations.
Another
like
legend
a
with no
hand moving
backup?
up
Oh, that's
the
another
back of
drink.
their leg. Sounds like I'm gonna get messed with a lot when I'm gonna be laying in that bed. So
I doubt it.
Not gonna get good rest.
I doubt it.
Not gonna get good sleep.
The Haberdasher Suite, room 4.
Misconstrue Native American culture for this? They might.
The word haberdasher.
And I will take a drink
refers
to that
the
if they
person
do.
Who sells men's clothing and accessories. It is no surprise
Dapper.
that the ghost most commonly associated with this room is a man dressed in old-fashioned clothes who likes to stand in the corner of the room. Many guests are put off by the room's creaky closet, which is known for opening and closing on its own.
Is it?
The main door in the room has been known to
is that?
aggressively open by itself as well. Footsteps are often heard just outside the door.
The sources I made it the
slowly
fuck
making
up.
Their way into the room and eventually right up to the side of the bed. The Haberdasher Suite is so notoriously charged with paranormal energy that there are actually members of the cleaning staff who refuse to come near this room. That's awesome. People that work here almost every single day don't
What the
even want
fuck?
to come into this room. Okay.
There is one floor of the hotel where much of the
Hold on a
paranormal
second. What did
energy
one of you
seems to
chuckle fucks do?
The 4th floor. With countless reports of supernatural activity, this entire floor has been deemed
Why
as
do I
one of the
suddenly have a
most
whole bunch of
active
notifications on my
areas
phone?
in the entire hotel.
Why do I have 3 pending Steam gifts?
The 4th floor was originally used as a dormitory for the young children whose parents were staying at the Stanley and their nannies.
Zell.
The energy of the floor seems to have lingered, creating hell was that?
You're a rat bastard. You're a rat bastard. That would be the door, man, by the way. That would be the door. He got me 3 different fucking horror games.
If there's somebody here, can you make that noise again?
They ain't gonna do it. Also, that was the fucking door and or the person next to you. That just sounded like old wooden floorboards!
Idea of what that was.
It could have even just been the fucking bed frame that you were sitting on, girl. Come on!
I know for sure that this camera picked it up. It was definitely in this room.
I spoil how I can. You dork. I am getting spoiled this week. Y'all are treating me really nice this week.
Like, actually made me really nervous.
An old building making noise that literally just sounds like creaking wood. I swear these people never lived in an old house. Is basically what I'm hearing.
Report hearing the sound of children running, laughing, and playing in the hallways, even late into the night.
Yes.
Shadows moving along the hallways are commonly reported. Some guests describe the feeling as though they are being followed as they walk.
Again, you're at a hotel.
Strange knocking sounds and unexplained
near what is likely a ski place, so people bring kids all the time.
Experiences while on the 4th floor. Well, that explains that. I would say what I heard was a combination of tap.
Huh? Man, I wonder what that wood creaking sound was that I heard that kind of freaked me out. Reads the section on the 4th floor, the highest floor in a wooden building, making a bunch of noise in the mountains in the winter. Oh yeah, I guess it's ghosts. I guess that explains it. Sure. Sure.
Strange sounds in general.
That's a wooden fucking building.
All right.
You know when people always be like, I think my house is haunted. Well, no, your house settles. And it's like, well, wooden buildings, especially with like wooden floors, wooden walls, wooden everything, is always, quote, settling.
The Stephen King suite. The ghost
Wait, did they put a bust of him in the fucking room?
The spirit of Elizabeth Wilson, where she was injured in a gas explosion in this very room. People
did they just knock over that lamp for the sake of a shot?
And through the walls. She is known to be relatively friendly to most, but not every guest who stays in this room will say that their contact.
Oh yeah, there's the bust on top of the wardrobe.
It is well known that actor Jim Carrey, after requesting to stay in room
Do you want to hear the ghost hunting crew story? All right.
Dumber, was not so thrilled with his accommodations. The young actor quickly found out that the room more than lived up to its haunting reputation.
Okay. Do y'all want to hear the story of the time that a ghost hunting crew? Do you want it when they came to my house, or do you want them when they went to the theater that was like down a couple blocks from my house? Because I told this story a bunch. I will tell it again. Both of them are kind of the same. So 2 separate times in the house that I grew up in. The house I grew up in was built in 1888, 1889, one of those two. It's now marketed, because it got sold to an Airbnb group, it's now marketed as the 1888 house. Pretty sure it was actually built in 1889, but that's besides the point. We had ghost hunters come twice, at least twice. And both times I was there and decided to participate in this ghost hunt. This was very much the beginning of when like green lights started showing up, you know, like the dot matrix thing. Essentially the like laser pointer that would just scatter green dots. This is when it was like brand spanking new. And they would come in, they'd be using all that. They do all the usual stuff. And I messed with them because I knew in the house where the studs were. So I was able to essentially knock on the wall and make it sound like it was further down the hallway. And I did that multiple times to the point where this was like 2 weeks after they were at my house. It was like 2 or 3 weeks. They did an interview because they went and did a investigation at the Dr. Pepper Museum in Waco. And they were being interviewed by like the county news. And one of the questions the reporter asked them was, what's the most haunted place that you've ever investigated? And they said, my fucking house. My house was the most haunted place they'd ever been at. Mind you, this was like, it was within the same year. I don't remember exactly how many months later it was. They came back to my town because somebody had bought up the old movie theater that was in town. It was known as the Best Movie Theater. Hadn't been used in probably since the fucking 40s, maybe 50s. And people finally started cleaning it out, and they got like all the junk that was in it out and stuff. And people were like, oh, it's really spooky in here. The entire place is made out of wood that's just poorly painted. So the ghost hunters came in and were like, here's how we raise money for the renovations to this place. We'll have ghost hunts inside. And I went to these ghost hunts because I knew the ghost hunters. I was right down the road. It seemed interesting. We go in, we do, it's like an hour. You get like an hour inside. They take you out, and then another group gets an hour inside, and on and on and on. And when I went in there, I realized very quickly the stage works very similarly in acoustics to even a modern stage. So I figured out how to whistle very quickly, to whistle and throw it around the room. And the two that I remember the most was like doing like the world's tiniest little, I don't even know if that picked up on the mic. It's just, and they lost their minds. To them, it apparently sounded like it came from the far side of the stage from where I was sitting. I was actually laying on my back at the time when I did this. And they like all jumped, they screamed. And then later in the same session, I threw it to the balcony. They had like a balcony seating in this theater. It wasn't a very big theater, so the balcony was only like maybe 30 feet from the stage at like an angle. And I did the same thing, and I was hanging out outside because one of my best friends from high school was there, and we're just chatting, and I hear them come out from the next session after I'm done, and they're like, wow, it's really quieted down in there. We had a lot of activity in the last one. And I'm like, wonder why. Yeah, I haunt places, baby. Don't you fucking forget it. I am the one that haunts places. What does that sneaker sound? Bitch, because the floors are sticky. Yeah.
Carrie was seen running out of his room in fear only 3
Jim
hours
Carrey.
after checking in. To this day, he has yet to speak about it.
Is that...
So
okay, hold on. So the thing is, when they tell a story of a person, especially a celebrity, and then they say some shit at the end that's like, they won't speak about it. You know what that is, right, chat? That's bullshit. Take a drink. I am the one who whistles.
Checks in.
All right.
3 hours later, he is running out of this room, terrified.
Sounds like a bad drug trip. Could also have been a bad drug trip. Was he doing cocaine in the room too?
Also known as the Grant Suite or the Suite. Located
The Suite? Why is this one the
room
Suite?
Is the only suite in this particular building that has garnered attention for its reoccurring paranormal activity. Awesome.
Also, there was arrowheads on the wall. Did y'all see that?
In this room have shared a variety of creepy experiences.
Maybe burp a
Some
lot?
guests
Yeah,
have
it's
experienced
carbonated.
extreme cold pockets of air out of nowhere.
I'm pretty sure
And
this building is
static electric energy
far newer than the other one. Just based on the way that the walls look.
Lurking around the room contribute to the already eerie atmosphere and strange electronic disturbances.
It's special branded Stephen King cocaine for booking the room. Nah, they don't make cocaine like Stephen King used to do.
Of the Stanley Hotel. I might be
Enjoy
in for a
Electroted.
long
Thank you for
night.
hanging out.
I don't know who got the worst room out of all of us, but I feel like I definitely didn't get the best room. We're gonna see what happens, and I'm gonna be in this whole building for the entire night until the sun comes up. So I am gonna go lay in this bed.
Yeah. Me about to make the world's shortest ghost hunting video of going to a haunted hotel, getting the most haunted room, falling to sleep, and sleeping the entire night.
We cut from scene to scene. When I was filming
6
The
minutes.
Lodge,
I could do it in
did not
6
see
minutes.
Any lights on. What I'm trying to say is, I think I might be the only one here. Just putting that out there. Didn't see anyone in the lobby. No one. Have not seen a single person. Not even
Okay, but there were a bunch of cars
So, yeah,
outside.
I
We saw
feel
that in the
pretty
drone
alone
shot.
right now. Just putting that out there.
Coming undone already?
Again,
I'm so
in
sorry.
room
I told you, Queens, you gotta do
22.
something
There's
lighter.
Not a lot going on.
You
in
gotta
here.
do something
It's a
lighter.
Small room, as you can see. I'll show you here. It's a small room. We've got the bed here. We've got the bathroom here. That's literally all I have.
Girl, loosen the fucking tripod.
Couch. So it's a very small space. A lot of people have still claimed that a lot of things have happened in here. Don't have a lot of
I feel like sleeping. Good night,
places that I
Kelvin.
can
Sleep well.
go,
Thank you for hanging out.
But a lot of the claims that have been experienced in this room.
Hi,
actually
Tommy. How are
happen
you
while
doing?
People are in their beds. Just a little unsettling. So I'm
Thank you for
gonna
self-care. I do
move
have
the
water
camera.
here. I got ice cream yesterday so that I can have some ice cream in a little bit while we're watching this.
Make a noise to let me know that I'm not alone.
It's me.
All right, so what I'm gonna do right away is I'm gonna set up the bed bell right here on this bench in front of the bed. And basically this is a device that acts similar to a REM pod. It emits a field, and if anything gets in front of this,
no, it doesn't.
It'll ring the bell.
That's not how that works.
This is like the perfect device.
Plus, the
to
bell
use
one
here
is
at a
specifically
hotel.
known to be a
I'm gonna
scam by
turn
the
this on,
manufacturer.
put
It just
right
rings
here on the
randomly.
bench in front of the bed.
It legitimately
Alright,
just
well,
rings
I'm
randomly.
pitch dark right now. I can't see anything. If there is anyone in here who wants to talk,
I will never understand why these guys are not taking their shoes off if they're actually going to be spending the night here.
You're here. Could you go and touch that bell?
I don't think they understand how comfy my ass is going to get in this hotel room. Your shoes are on the fucking bed, dude. I swear to God, I'm going to strangle you. Take your goddamn shoes off.
If you don't want to touch the bell, can you do something?
Fake tech
or
chat.
make a
Fake
noise
tech,
just to
correct.
Let me know that you're here.
Having a not beer float. Not beer float. Now I got the dust.
Oh my God. Okay,
Dust.
thank you. That was weird. I heard like a creak in the corner right as that happened. Okay.
That was
thank
you moving in the
very
bed, my
much.
guy.
Okay,
That's still
this is
just the
getting
bell.
Interesting. Can you make the bell go off if I'm talking to a man or a boy? Right away. That's weird because like I know that. This
Okay,
room
sit
is
in silence
haunted
for
by
2
all
minutes
sorts of
and then I'll
spirits, but
consider
the
it.
main one is Elizabeth, so this is very interesting. Can you make the bell
Gotta show the
go
kicks.
off
They
if
look
you're
like they're
older
almost
than
like
the age of
snowboard
30?
shoes or snowboard shoe
Instantly,
liners.
Thank you. Can you make the bell go off if you're older than the age of 50?
That's a pretty long pause, my dude.
So if this is correct, I'm talking to a man who's between the ages of 30 and 50. To prove to me that you're here, just to give me even more validation, can you try to hit the bell twice?
The ominous zoom. Okay, I'm calling
That
bullshit.
was 2 bells.
I'm calling heavy bullshit on that one.
I don't know though.
We can't even see the bell properly to see if it's actually like dinging.
Can you make the bell
I'm
go
calling
off?
bullshit on that one because it also does kind of sound like they're reusing the same sound.
Twice. Again. I'm just gonna try the other question then, just to make sure. Can you make the bell go off if you want me in here?
Yeah, they're doing the Zoom thing for YouTube fucking
Nothing.
attention span
Alright,
type
so
stuff,
going forward,
which is
starting
also why
now,
they're
can you
fast
go
forwarding the
once for
silence.
yes and twice for no.
I don't believe it
Yes.
either.
Do you
I'm-
not like me in
I'm
here
hella
simply
suspicious about
because I'm
every one of these
another
rings,
guy?
not just because I know it's a faulty tool, but because it's too convenient. It's too convenient right now.
Is there something about my age being a little bit
I
younger?
still
than
validate
you?
your
Do
parking.
you not
Like,
like
do you
that I'm
validate
younger than
parking in
you?
here, Mr. Spirit? Are you the valet from earlier?
Does this even have anything to do with me? Do you just not like anybody coming in this room? No.
What's the...
So this has nothing to do with just me being in here. For some reason, this entity or this person doesn't like me, and I don't know why.
I would need to look at the bottom of this, but I have a
Just
sneaking
got done
suspicion
reading the
that there's like a
packet. Now it's
setting
time to
on this
start. But
bell
first,
for its
I want
frequency.
to just give you
Like the
guys a
frequency
little
it
tour,
dings.
Lay of the land here. Of,
It's probably marked as like
So I'm gonna
sensitivity
pop
or
this
some
off the
shit.
tripod and just show you around the room for a second here. That's me. All right.
Hi.
So obviously we got ourselves the big bed, little sitting area.
The window's open.
Guess
You're a
supposed to
brave
just
man,
look
sir.
at the dresser, which is kind of nice. And then
The
I got
single
myself
tissue box on
another
top
sitting area
with the
over
cut
here where
couch.
I can look at the bed.
All right, chat, sit
I
down.
guess if
Enjoy
someone
the
else
cut
was in here
couch.
with me sleeping, I could just be weird and just stare at them over here. Unfortunately, I'm just by myself.
This is kind of
I'm gonna
gone
start
sexual.
with shutting off some lights.
Gone sexual? Gone sexual question
We are
mark?
lights out. We are in here. It is very dark in here. This is without IR.
Chips
Super
on
dark.
middle.
Trying to see some light under the door. That's it. I'm gonna turn the light on. I'm gonna start with the light on because I'm just gonna be a baby. But I think
The lamp? Is it just the lamp
I
on?
might sit over here. This is the PRS device. I know it works exactly like a REM pod, and you'd be partially correct.
It is a REM pod.
This is technically a REM pod, but it also picks
It's
up
the world's most
static
annoying,
electricity. So it's something we just got. I'm gonna set
What is
it
that?
right
What is
here.
that
I'm just
one?
gonna sit here, see if that goes off.
What's that one
Is there
musical
anyone in here
instrument?
with me?
Theremin. That's what I'm thinking of. It's the world's most annoying theremin.
I know there's a spirit here that's said to be in this room that likes to open and close
Massively
doors.
celebrating
You
yes
open one
for
of
me.
these doors in here. Can you
Insane.
come touch this over here?
Are you supposed to put that up close to the wall? I generally don't know. Pigs are flying. A late night. Hi, Funky. How are you doing? I mean, yeah, you'll basically paid for it.
Things moving past it.
It's okay, we're drinking.
Doorway to that closet.
I've got
I'm gonna set it on
a
the ground
tropical
somewhere
fruit
over
punch
there.
with
And that way it
9%
does lock,
alcohol.
Just grab the camera and turn
Remember
it
to drink
around show
responsibly,
you guys,
kids.
But I think we have a better chance.
Don't
of
be
it
like
going
me.
off.
Don't ever start drinking.
There's the closet, and there's the door. I'm gonna put it like.
I've had more
right
alcohol in the
here
past 2 weeks doing these drinking game nights for chat than I have in like the previous 6 months.
I should be able to tell. Okay,
I like the theremin too.
that's much better.
The theremin is a very cool
I don't know if
instrument.
you're just being cautious. Don't
That's
wanna
why
walk
I'm
over
bagging
here,
on the
but
pod
I
thing,
have
not
it
the
in middle of
theremin.
the floor. Can you come into this room and
And all your
walk
dreams
past
will
it
come
right
true.
now?
I will make your wishes come true. I'm slightly more convincing than the average capitalist. Because I'm more likely to make the dreams for stream come true.
Multiple different things here with me. I got the dead bell.
Oh god, have we got another one?
Set this bell right over there on that.
Yeah, that one has the knob on it that's literally just setting the sensitivity, quote unquote sensitivity.
Over by the bed, it's a bell, something that you would find in a hotel. If you'd like to walk up and touch it and make it go off, that would allow me to.
As long as you're over the legal drinking age in your area, put vodka through a Brita filter. You're insane. Do not do that. Do not do that. Again, these bells mean nothing.
No way.
These bells mean nothing. It literally rings itself. It's an auto-ringing bell that somebody is selling you as a ghost bell. And if you expose them, they try to sue you. I'm not even joking. The company that makes that specific one will try to sue you if you release a video taking it apart to show that it's basically just an auto-ringing bell.
This is Lord Dunraven. Can you make that bell go off again? Come on. No way. No way. No way.
Your bells have no power here. They are not convincing.
What is going on?
If they want to prove that this bell actually does something, what they should do beforehand is have like a calibration period, I say in heavy quotes, where they just sit in complete silence in the room. Just complete silence. For like 10 minutes. Hi, Bob. How are you doing?
I know that someone's here with me. They identified themselves as a male. And then when I asked, is it Lord Dunraven, a bell?
How many sips did I miss? I don't know. I don't know at which point you left. We haven't had any in a little bit. Oh goodness, we haven't had to take any drinks in a little.
Say his name, it's like, yo,
I have the hiccups.
She's like, yeah, I'm here. You're actually in my room. I mean, from what I know, he's not malicious.
It removes the odd gag reflex. It's much smoother without the heat. Yeah, that's what I've heard. But I've also only ever seen it as like a TikTok trend, and I don't trust those things. So you'd have to test it and prove it to me. Or I'd have to test it and prove it to me.
Was that you? When you heard me read the packet about someone breathing on a person's face, was that you?
Wait, if it removes the like burn that comes with drinking vodka, does that mean it would work with like whiskey and stuff? Oh no. Oh no.
Or even someone running their hands up their leg. Is that you?
I still have a lot left in this can. I'm only like maybe 3/4 left still.
Oh, you came back here? Can you ring the bell just to confirm that?
Oh no, I definitely have more than that. I'm on like 5, 6. Mid your tolerance should be higher. My Japanese side of the family is laughing right now. I can feel it.
Since that thing has been going off, I was kind of zoning out for a little bit. Okay, you're still here. Okay.
There's a lot of factors that go into like alcohol tolerance.
Okay, yep, I'll ask question. My fault. Do you like that people come here to try to talk to you?
Run hands up a leg. That's still that will count. That will count. That's gone sexual.
Like my assumption, if this guy
Take a drink.
die here and he wanted to come back, What I say?
Again, random bell
Do you
ringing.
like if people come? Do you like that people come and try to talk to you? Okay. Yeah. So you do enjoy the company. Interesting.
Obama-sama? That's one hell of a name. Drink me under the table as a USMC PFC. And listen, the Japanese drink differently, my guy. If you have not done Japanese drinking, it is a different ball game. It is not the same.
I'm going to take out the PS
A Japanese
device.
highball
The
is
PS
different
device
from
is
an
a word
American
database,
highball.
And if there is somebody here, they can use this device to communicate with me. Is there
Made up
anybody
science.
here
Take a drink.
with me right now? You can use this device to talk to me. You can pick words. Can you tell me who you are?
Oh god, this drink
what your
literally
name
is so ass, dude. I was genuinely hoping it was going to be fruit punch. Now I'm kind of afraid to see what the Jack Daniels watermelon punch that I got is. Is it going to be a malt drink too? It better be actual fucking watermelon punch.
She was consistently traveling throughout the hotel. A lot of her
Beef mess up the fishing game.
accounts are actually said to happen on the second floor, but it would make sense that she
Yes,
would
it
be
is. It's a canned one.
as a
I
housekeeper.
got 2 tall boys at the grocery store
This is Elizabeth. Can you tell me why you're up here right now?
because they were $3 a piece, and it's more affordable than buying a 6-pack. I like variety, okay?
Worry.
I like variety.
There's nothing to worry
I do
about
still have one
here,
can though
at
from
least
like the
not that I know
pineapple
of. Elizabeth, can
pineapple
you
cider. That's
be
what it was. It
more
was a pineapple
specific?
cider. It is. It's a piece of shit device. It's like $400 fucking dollars. It's a word bank. I'm not even joking. It's literally a word bank that's just spitting words out at you.
Hurry.
This is basically just a device
So confused. Like, it's
that is
almost
being
like
resold
she's trying to,
that works
like,
the
get me
exact
out
same way
for
as phone
some
apps.
reason.
Doesn't count as
Can
phone
you
app.
tell me
It's just junk
why
science.
I should hurry. Where should I go?
Die. 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 Die.
Yo, that picture frame just literally moved and made it.
That sounds like a phone vibrating. That's the bed frame. That's the bed frame behind you, girl.
What the hell? Was
That was the bed frame creaking. My bed frame makes that same sound.
Clear as day, and it just so happened to be right after all of these warnings. I just like don't really know still like what is going on.
I gotta get the fish drunk. Oh no. Creak like that means I'm haunted? Oh god.
Is this man I'm talking to, were you someone that worked at this hotel?
Are you Stephen King? Oh wait, he's still alive. Chat, do I go get the ice cream right now?
No. Man, this is so creepy. I have
Huh?
freaking goosebumps.
Wait. 2 dings earlier was yes.
No.
Huh?
Man, this is so creepy. I have the freaking goosebumps.
He said
Direct
earlier though
responses.
2 dings was yes.
Okay, can you tell me, were you someone who just stayed here at the hotel? You didn't work here, but you stayed here. Yes. Is there a reason that you're still here? Yes. Are you still here because you passed away?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
here?
these are random
Did you
things.
die
Alright,
here
I'm back in
somewhere
just
on
a
these
second, chat.
grounds?
Don't burn anything down.
Yes.
I'm not gonna go anywhere. Visibly.
What is going on? I almost like, I said yes too soon before the second bell, and then I said no, and then it verified with 2 more bells, like no. Yes. I'm gonna ask it one more time just to be sure. Are you still here because you passed away here? No, again. I am so confused as to why this person would be here then. If they didn't, like the only thing it seems like is tying this person to this location is that they stayed here at some point. Yes. Did you stay here for a really long time and then you grew to like love this location? Is that why you're still here? Were you here for just a short period of time when you did stay? Yes. This is not what I would expect. These are not good reasons to stay, like be here still. You were here for... No. Dude, this is really creepy. This just doesn't make any sense. Stayed here for just a short period of time. Yes? Yes, it does make sense? How? Is it true that there's a portal somewhere in this hotel? Yes. I mean, that would explain it. Then, is it true that the portal is a part of, like, the master staircase? Is it on the 4th floor? Fourth floor. I don't even know like what to believe with this portal concept, but like that would literally be like the only reason that does make sense. Like that would make a lot of sense for what I've learned from this person. Yes. And you're saying it's on the 4th floor, am I correct? That there's some sort of a portal or whatever you want to call it on the 4th floor. Yes. It's weird though because a lot of people believe the portal's on the staircase, but maybe it's more connected to that 4th floor for some reason. Yes. This is freaking creepy. If I end up using more equipment tonight that you can actually talk to me with, will you tell me at some point tonight why you don't want me in here? Yes. No. No. Again, it won't tell me why it doesn't want me in here. This is getting really weird. This is very weird. It's been like 15-20 minutes and I have gotten nothing on the bell. Like whoever that was, it just went silent on me for some reason. I don't like knowing though that whoever this male spirit is doesn't want me in here. Like they say that when you sleep in this room, you're gonna have one of two things, a really positive experience or a super negative experience. And right now it feels like that is the direction this is headed. It does not feel like I'm about to have a good night.
If you want to have a conversation with me, I'd love to listen to anything you have to say, but I'm gonna need you to walk into this room and make a noise or something. Let me know that you're here. So I've been sitting here for a little while, just trying to see if I will hear any footsteps or if any tapping, knocking, any noises like that. But I'm not hearing. Wait a minute. Holy fuck, dude. Holy. It's going off. Dude, it just lit up. It's lighting up. It's lighting up. It's lighting up. I'm not kidding, dude. I just got the chills. Right as I said that, it just slowly started lighting up in all directions. Dude, what? Can you get closer to that? Dude, that's the direction. Holy shit, I'm gonna get closer. Can you do that again? Just as I was saying, like nothing was happening. I've been sitting there for a little while just waiting, and then it didn't even make a noise. It just lit up. That might be where it's picking up static electricity. Whatever was here, like slowly just walked around it because it did like a full circle and then stayed on the side closest to me. Clearly, something is in here. Someone is in here. So I have the Ovilus as well.
What I missed? Who died? Oh God, Ovilus.
A word database within it. Spirits
all right, that's made up science.
Frequencies within the device and communicate with me. I do have a device in my hand now that you can communicate with me directly.
Why is the rum gone? Anyway, I got ice cream. And I was gonna come back and tell you that like nobody's home, but then somebody got home at the same time I was getting the ice cream.
Opening doors. Can you do that now?
Remember to take a drink, guys. That was fake science.
Towards the closet more. You'll talk to me. Can you make this door open?
What do you mean, why? Oh, you think my stomach's gonna get upset? It'll be fine.
Wait. Yo, it's sort of lighting up right now. Hold on. There it is. There it is. It's lighting up. It's lit up. It's going around. The whole thing is lit up now.
Is that the REM pod, or is that... Or he was the one using that other thing that's totally not a REM pod?
Are you moving over here? Can you open this door?
Oh, I did? What did it do? What did the bell do? We're not going back. We're only moving forward.
Do you need me to move past it?
Want to take bets? Yeah, you can gamble on it if you want.
I've hardly been getting any responses on the Ovilus. It's just like someone is walking right here. Like maybe this is like a residual haunt of someone just walking in bed, laying down, or walking to the closet, going in it. I don't know. If you can understand me and hear me and see me.
All right, that was made up science. Oh God, this thing tastes worse after eating some of the ice cream.
Inside this closet, because there's
yeah, go ahead and make a prediction.
People like
make a prediction, Gamba. If I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom before the end of stream.
I'm guessing it's just a normal closet.
Going to take a piss doesn't count.
What the fuck? Okay,
There's a display case in the closet. What the fuck?
Museum in here. What is this? Picture of a guy? Is that who people see in here? Okay, this is kind of strange to be in a closet. They just have kind of like a
That's
shrine
extremely
to
weird.
the haberdasher. And I don't know if that photo is who people see, but that's kind of how they describe it, as a guy dressed in that attire. But like, now that I'm thinking of it, I'm gonna get out of the closet. That is creepy. That's weird that there's just like a shrine in there. And there's a motion
Hi, Blicky,
light,
thank you.
So if that goes off at any point tonight, that's gonna scare the shit out of me. But I'm wondering if any of those items, because they're obviously very old.
I'm enjoying ice cream while we play this drinking game.
Is attached to any of those items, and that's why he's coming in and out the closet.
All right, guys, if you want in on the prediction, my lactose intolerant ass is going to be sent to the bathroom before the end of the stream.
You communicate with me. If you can
Now's the time. Now's the time to win some points.
A couple questions and have a conversation.
Sunstar will certainly put a bunch of points in.
I fully believe that something is actually in here with me right now. Now! Oh my goodness, it just said now. Oh my gosh. Right
Again, it's a word bank.
Something is in here with me right now.
It means
is that
nothing.
Confirmation? Are you in here with me right now?
All right, which one of you put 11K on? 11K on, yes. Oh no.
Please tell me your name or who you are. Use this device. I know there's a list of names in here. Maybe your name. Hi. Oh my gosh. Look, it just said hi. Just says hi. Girl. Oh my gosh.
Wasn't he also the guy earlier that said that it was a male ghost?
Speaking with a girl? There's a lot of names in this device, in this database. Could you... Door? Is something at the door?
At least they don't lie that
Can
it's
you knock on the door?
a database.
Are you here? You can come in. Oh, are you at the door? Do you need me to open up the door? I'll open it for you. Here. Okay, the Ovilus literally just said door, and it has not said anything else. Are you at the door?
I think one of the things I hate about the Ovilus too. The lights on the hallway. Duh.
Hello, is anyone out here? Is there any other words you want to... Female! Oh,
no, he doesn't hit the button.
Goodness,
the machine itself just spits out a word at random. It's a word bank machine that spits out a word at random.
In the room next to me, because I'm being really loud right now. But it literally said female. Okay, I'm gonna go back in my room right now. Whatever spirit I'm communicating with, feel free to come in. We can have a conversation in here. Okay, I'm closing the
Female?
door.
I can't talk to girls. My mom says I can't talk to girls. I'm not allowed. Not until after college.
A lot of his pictures and little blurbs. I'm gonna take a second and read it.
Yeah, that's another way to put it for
This is our
RC.
boy. This is Lord Dunraven IV.
That's a very handsome man.
Okay, so you're badass. You have a bunch of money. Come from royalty. You like shooting and hunting. Gotcha. He had a castle? Bro, this guy's rich. Yo. Okay.
What does he have
Mr.
a room here?
I mean, Lord Dunraven, you're pretty dope. Oh, and you're a little yacht sailor too? A little, okay.
Is that kind of a yacht or is that a competitive sailboat?
Just go off. I don't know. Just saying. Weird timing. Feel like I've been talking to this dude all night.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to be
because it goes off randomly.
I don't want him breathing on my face or push me down on the bed. No, so. Yo, how did I miss this stuff? I thought this was like just like classic lordship. He owned some land out in Europe and.
Okay, but why does he have a room in this hotel?
I mean, for lack of a better term, this guy's kind of a baller. So oddly enough, I'm wearing camo today. Whoa. Yo.
Okay, that just kind of scared me a little bit.
Yo, that's
surprised me.
Never done that before. Yo, I think this guy is digging me because he sees the camo. He's like, "Yo, do you want to go hunt?" Yo, okay.
No.
What?
That makes no sense.
Would you want to go hunting? If you could right now, would you go hunting?
Mind you, this guy's also doing this with the lamps on. I will never understand why they use this fucking filter on the camera.
All right, so
when they have lights on in the room.
I've just been sitting in the room for a while. I haven't really had anything crazy happen yet, but what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna try to capture the voices of whatever spirits might be here. I have the
all right, hold your drinks up,
chap. This device picks up frequencies our ears can't
Oh, it's the
hear,
same
so I'm gonna
Panasonic.
ask a bunch of questions.
It's the world's worst digital recorder from 1989. Anyway, fake science.
I'm rolling on the digital recorder. I'm in Stephen King's room, 217. I'm gonna set this right here on the table so I'm not even touching it.
This shit kind
There
of
should be no
burns
interference.
when my mouth
Whoever's
is
in
cold.
here
What
with
the
me,
fuck?
If you talk right now, this thing on the table
I don't like this
will
drink at
hear
all,
your
dude.
voice. Can you tell me who you are?
51-foot Jeeves or 150-foot Marin? 150-foot Marin.
I'm gonna ask this question again, but earlier I was talking to
Hands
a
down.
man who basically made it seem like he doesn't want me in here. So if that man is still here, can you give me some sort of an explanation as to why you don't want me in here?
Shots but not a rifle in sight.
Many people believe that the spirit of Elizabeth still frequents this room. Elizabeth, if you're in here, can you give me a message? Can you speak?
There's going to be nothing but static on that fucking recorder and the world's
Is there
worst
anything
quality
that I
of his
should
own
know
voice.
Before spending the rest of the night in here?
All right. It's also just the logical answer since start, but also correct.
Interesting. I didn't get anything when I asked why this man doesn't want me in here, which is kind of what he told me. He told
Truly
me he
a
wouldn't tell
wonder.
me why.
Anyway, chat, let me just, anyway. Put that right back away.
When I asked the question to Elizabeth, it seems like there's the word I'm and then something else after that I cannot make out, but I'm gonna play it again.
50-foot wife for her birthday? No, I want to be the 50-foot wife.
Whoa. I don't know for
All
sure.
right, I'll put it
I
in.
don't wanna
I'll put it in the Discord.
Exaggerate this. I don't know for sure, but it sounds like I'm not. And then to me, first thoughts is it sounds like Elizabeth. I'm not Elizabeth.
All right, it's in Discord. It's in Discord. I'm sorry, okay? It was only done like last
I'm
weekend.
Going with I'm not Elizabeth. That's what I hear.
By a homie for his
you
friend
hear something
Friday art.
Definitely let me know in the comments. I'm totally open ears to ideas of what that could have said, but it sounds like I'm not Elizabeth. That would make perfect sense with the question I'm asking and perfect sense with what I've already experienced tonight. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing.
I mean, that's what the fan art section is. Don't make fun of ghosts. You get haunted. It's fine.
Okay,
I don't
there's
care.
nothing else.
The
Getting
ghost can come
response, I'm
haunt me.
not
I eat
Elizabeth
ghosts for
makes
breakfast.
sense. Like I do feel like there's some sort of male energy in here for sure right now. Like maybe Elizabeth will visit me at some point tonight. She said to be kind of
fuck does that
everywhere,
mean?
but she's definitely not in here now.
Male energy?
Elizabeth, can you please tell me why you're worried? Are you worried for my
The
safety?
fuck does he mean, male
Are you
energy?
worried for somebody that I know safety? Do you want me to go somewhere? I'm listening. Like, can you just tell me where you want me to go? What you need me to do?
Now I'm just thinking of the Meat Canyon animation. Oh my god, he's trying to suck your dick! Run! Run for the love of God!
Wants me to, like, leave? I don't think I'm in danger, but I think that I'm supposed to be like looking.
You don't
for
eat
something
regular
or
meals,
helping
punk?
someone
Yes.
else.
Correct.
I sincerely don't know. All signs point to I need to go somewhere. Well,
Somebody goes to get this punk a proper breakfast.
He does not get any more like validation than this. Like I am very confident that I am interpreting this at least partially correct.
I
just
disagree.
don't know what to do because there's
I
people
disagree.
in this hotel that are like staying here.
Okay. Coco agrees. Ah, she's fine. Male introduced testosterone supplements? Oh no.
Is the elevator.
I mean, if you want to go bald,
that,
sure.
People feel like there's someone riding in it with them. The elevator goes to certain floors without anyone pushing any buttons.
Okay. That's called someone being in the hall. Also the massive wooden banister stairs. Jesus, that's steep. Wow, that's gorgeous.
So far, I've gotten very little responses on the Ovilus. If it's a total residual haunt, I wouldn't be getting many intelligent responses on this device. I'm gonna keep trying though.
No, I was talking about the testosterone supplements, you goofball.
Okay, I'm just gonna sit here.
No, they didn't rent out the whole place. I bet they're covering any scene or anything where they accidentally recorded things that they know are other guests.
But something just creaked.
Because they have a lot of footage of this place.
Can you do that again? So weird. I just want to have a conversation with you.
Here, lost not here keep, I
Please
suppose.
come through this device and talk to me. Tell me who you are. Been standing here trying to ask questions for a long time now. I haven't gotten too many responses.
Yeah,
One
who
thing
would have
that's
thought?
happening is the static sensors on this device is picking something up right where questions. After I don't know how long,
okay.
I finally got someone to talk to me through this, and it said questions. Do you want me to ask you questions, or do you have questions for me? Because you might have questions why I'm here, why I have these devices, what they do.
Surprise, surprise. It's not haunted!
And I want to.
It's a marketing ploy!
Can you open one of these doors? I don't get it. Whoever's here is trying, I feel like, to communicate through this.
It's almost like the Stanley has
for
a
sure answers out of it. Most
financial
activity I've gotten
incentive to appear as haunted as possible, so people like to come there
moving around in this area.
and pay exorbitant prices for the rooms to be able to do shit like this.
See what happens.
I opened the door for you, and hey, my room is yours. You know, there's a couch over there, there's a desk over there. There's lots of places to sit down in this room.
I didn't bring any snacks.
I'm married, so I'm not interested in any sort of relationship.
What the fuck
like
do you mean
that.
you're married? You
So
look like a
if that's what
child.
You're into, you can just leave, cause I'm gonna be the only one on this bed. Hug. Bro, am I getting hit on? Like, real talk? Actually, though? Hug? You're putting me in a really awkward space here. I didn't anticipate this was gonna be the way that it was gonna go.
Gone sexual?
If I am speaking with a female spirit, I'd really like to know your name. I'd like to know maybe your story. What brought you here to the stand?
How do I eat food? I ate food like an hour before we started streaming.
I cannot make this up. This is instantaneous.
Veronica,
if this is your name, I understand maybe it's close to your name. Maybe your name wasn't actually Veronica. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Chair. There are 2 chairs right here. Veronica, are you sitting in one of these chairs? Veronica, if you're sitting in one of these chairs, you're more than welcome to stay right there. We can have a conversation. I'm gonna flip the camera around so you guys can see what I'm seeing, guys.
All right, that's gone sexual
These chairs
again.
right here. Veronica, are you sitting in one of these chairs? Are you sitting on the left chair or the right chair?
All right. Almost done with this ice cream, by the way. Ooh.
Weird. Radio silence. Complete silence. I was getting instant responses, and now just nothing. No responses at all when I'm asking about the chairs. Veronica, which chair are you in? You're making me
Hi, Chad.
nervous.
I'm back in a minute. Don't burn anything down.
Are you nervous that I'm looking at you? Would you prefer that here, you know what? How about this? I'll put the camera back over here. Okay. Here we go. Kiss. It literally just said kiss. Guys? What's going on?
Time to execute
I don't know
my
how
trick.
to react to any of what's going on. Veronica, that's unfortunately not possible for multiple reasons. You can keep talking to me though, it's okay. Veronica, are you still here? Veronica, do you know of any other spirits that are in this building? Are there any good ones that would also like to come communicate? Bring them in.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
Tom. I just got the word Tom right after I asked.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Wait, I'm getting just.
What the fuck are you doing?
Are these people who are in here?
Just ghosted him. Damn,
there
gross.
other people
Ghosted
that-
by Veronica after saying that he was married.
Down is a very relevant and intelligent.
What do you mean you spilled your beer? Pick it
actually
up.
Just straight up on the top floor right now, so down does make a lot of sense. But I just want to know, Veronica, can you confirm?
I regret nothing.
Should I go down?
Listen, it's fine. Oh, I just realized, do you know how many people are going to be upset
Since I've gotten
when they wake up tomorrow that they missed stream? Or I don't think Ordain's been here.
You're still in this.
Oh no, Ordain's going to lose his
Are you
stream
wanting to
streak.
play like hide and seek? Do you want me to find you? I'll go downstairs and I'll try to find you. If I can't find you though, you have to come back.
That's
up here,
hilarious.
okay? We
Because
have a deal?
fucking got him. Got him.
Definitely don't feel like a good energy in here right now. I haven't really felt that the entire time I've been in here, and I keep hearing stuff. What the fuck was that? I literally felt that one. Like I felt like something was coming. I'm almost certain though that came from the hallway. Yeah.
Oh, you're scaring the shit out of me.
Did you just make a loud noise out here?
What the hell are they doing?
Super quiet.
I literally just heard like the loudest crash coming from like outside my door. I thought I would come check.
No, I.
Why is she here?
Was, like, basically forced out of my room for an unknown reason. I seriously have no idea why.
You left!
I don't know. I think I was talking to Elizabeth.
Oh my god. What the fuck is she on about? I was basically forced out of my room. Girl, you left the room on your own. You walked out of the room, explored the hallway, and I guess went 2 floors down? Because you were in the 400s. This is the 200s. I saw the sign behind your camera right now. You're 2 floors down from where your room was.
And she was like panicked. I don't think I was in danger in my room. She's like, you need to get out. Hurry.
That's the creepiest thing. My room is supposed to have Elizabeth, and all night I've been talking to this man, and he's telling me he doesn't want me in there. He wants me to leave. Like, angry. Like, I wonder if maybe she was telling you.
Are they lying?
I just left my room because I needed a break. I heard a noise. I'm like,
I
I
don't-
don't feel good. And you're saying you're
I don't-
talking to Elizabeth?
Literally. That's
Am
all
I
I've been
hallucinating?
talking- I
Am I
believe
being
that's all I've been
gaslit?
talking to all night.
That's who I've been trying to talk to.
Elizabeth,
all night.
I don't
haven't.
think-
It's only been this man.
Did she ever say Elizabeth at some point?
Your room and see if she.
I'm
has followed
so
me down.
confused,
Yeah,
dude.
let's try it.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is so creepy. Dude, I had at least a nightlight on, dude. What the heck is wrong with you? Crazy.
Turn that on for a second.
And oh, wait, you had a nightlight on?
Okay, so let's just turn on the PS device and just ask
Wait.
questions.
Wait, was that it?
Elizabeth is with you right
Was
now.
that it?
Maybe she followed you, or maybe this man's still here and pissed off still. Okay.
PS device?
So.
Oh, it's
PS
obvious.
device on.
Never mind.
Okay, I have a new device on in this room. Am I still talking to that man?
It's the
Are you
one that
still
she
here?
had. The bigger version of the Ovulus. It's the exact
Can you
same
tell me
fucking
why?
thing.
Like, you keep telling me you don't want me in here. Can you just tell me why?
Is calling a ghost by the name a form of dead naming?
Tell.
No, it's naming the dead.
Yo, no, you don't even get this. Like, that has been the theme the whole night. He has told me several times.
theme?
I won't tell you why I don't want you in here. Literally, wait until you see my footage. That is the creepiest response.
That's creepy.
That's terrifying.
I'm unconvinced.
Legitimately
Unconvinced.
enjoys torturous things.
Hi, Kabi. How are you
asked a bunch
doing?
of questions about, like, who...
This whole show is
the fuck is
gaslighting. It
that?
feels like it is gaslighting.
You're telling me that did not happen before?
No, that did not happen. That was
What was
loud.
it?
You telling me
Questions about like who?
Fucking nothing. They reacted to nothing. That's a drink.
No, that did not happen. That was loud.
yo?
That was creepy. Was that you we're hearing? Are you making these loud noises to scare us?
That was reacting to nothing. And if it was something, if somebody probably closing their fucking car door outside.
Do you also find it weird that even the tragedy of Elizabeth getting going
That controlling it. Oh, 100% calming. You were absolutely correct. These are just word banks that randomly spit out words and claim to be selected by ghosts. It's entirely made up. There's like a Raspberry Pi in that bitch. There's actually probably something less impressive than a Raspberry Pi.
For sure why there's such negativity.
Reminder, guys, if you don't have a sub, we're not going to be pausing during the ad breaks, so if you do want to pick up sub, now's the best time to do so.
It's actually attracting more people.
It gets some of the coolest emotes on Twitch.
The guy who first
Yeah, the scariest emotes on Twitch.
There's a lot of people who believe he forced
You should definitely
people
sub. It
off
really
this
helps
land,
support
the
the show.
natives, and, maybe when he came in here and acquired this land,
Give me that good
stirred
snort.
something up, maybe. No matter what, something weird, something
Ayahuasca.
bad happened, or it's just
They're definitely on
bad
ayahuasca.
Are we on? Are we correct here?
You could also send money if you wanted to, but then that also doesn't get rid of the ads.
What?
And Twitch ads fucking suck, dude. Twitch ads are so weird. I got rid of my turbo at one point for like 3 days, and I hated it.
Mean.
The ads are so fucking terrible.
Right after you said that whole theory.
Let me double check that it
I just can't watch ads anymore, dude. I can't watch ads fucking anywhere because they're so fucking cringy.
Lord Dunraven, like I was saying, but the Native Americans, this was their land. 2 different tribes. I don't know if that's confirming, maybe. I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Is that making up more legend? It feels like making up more legend.
I'm not having the best of luck with this so far. That's the only device that's been picking up any other energy in this
Should I get turbo chat or just sub to the people I like? Depends on how many people you watch. If you watch tons of people, I would get turbo.
It's gonna be creepy. So I'm gonna do that
Because
right
you don't
now.
get the ads, and then all the people you watch get the ad revenue as if they did watch the
It
ads.
is completely dark in here.
It's pretty cool. I like turbo.
You walk past
Because I watch so many different people.
or open this door.
I watch a lot of different people.
You see the door.
Anyway.
So if that opens, you're gonna have to let me know. If there is anyone in here.
Yeah, if you watch more than
please
2
just
people
have a
on the regular,
conversation with me. If you
it's
can
better
hear
to
my
just get
voice,
turbo.
If you can see me.
Ooh. Sorry,
can you let me know
another
if
very
I-
slow belch.
Talking to me through this.
I have turbo and then I have 1 sub, and that sub is Zombie Goods.
Something tapping on.
That is the only sub that I pay for outside of turbo.
From right behind the camera. Can you do that again?
I do not have Prime. I had Prime a long time ago. I do not have that shit now because it kind of sucks.
What the? I swear on everything. I just felt like fingers. It felt like 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, I'm not kidding.
Still doubting. Still doubting.
It's almost as if something was under the bed and just went.
Again, it means nothing whenever there's no visible evidence.
I'm freaking myself out, dude. Oh my god. Yo, that was the weirdest.
Gorb.
thing ever.
Gorb.
What? I'm keeping my legs far away now. Can you talk to me through this device?
I saw that Gorb. Oh, there's another Gorb. There's a bunch more
There's
Gorbs.
someone here.
Wow, crazy Gorbs, dude. Nice Gorb. Chat,
What part
you
of
have
my
nice
body
Gorbs.
Did you just touch? I'm trying to figure out if this
Eyebrows,
spirit
eyebrows.
is
Girl
intelligent
orbs.
or if it's residual.
Oh, what a Wiggly Queens. I miss the Sour Patch Kids ad where they just fuck your wife and give you a cookie to apologize. Sour, sweet, gone. Yep, exactly. But even then,
Yo.
I did not hear those footsteps at all. And even then, you're in a hotel. That's in the hallway.
Because obviously that could be someone.
Oh god, fucking gambling, dude.
I wouldn't have just heard a few steps.
Don't ever fall to gambling, guys. I mean it. Like genuinely don't ever consider gambling. Don't pick up gambling. Don't start. There's literally nothing good that comes out of gambling. Unless you're like a super math whiz. It's not. Ooh, that is such a cool little stairwell. The carpet, the platform. Ooh.
It sounded like someone was right here. Just took 2 steps.
Yeah, hi Sylvie.
And then stopped. So that's really weird. And I'm
How are you doing?
in the last room on the stairs. And I would have heard someone go down or up the stairs or walk away.
But number go permanent? It's fun. Don't fall for it. It's not worth it.
I'm walking down here.
That number goes spin while your bank account go down.
because I haven't seen a whole lot of people staying here.
Don't ever fall to gambling, kids. Don't ever fall to gambling. Don't listen to the gambling ads. Prediction markets are also gambling.
Were you walking out here?
No,
And they are
I just
demented
came out
and
because I
sick
started
and a
hearing
ploy of
footsteps,
capitalism.
and then I walked
Do not
out
fall
and
to
I thought
capitalism,
you were
comrade. Do not fall to
before.
capitalism.
Like 2 footsteps, like right outside my door.
They want you poor and broken
To hear if
and
it was,
miserable.
Like, someone staying in the hotel.
Are you going to let them win?
Downstairs or going into like the only room next to me.
Yeah.
Are you carrying the whole ass
2
tripod,
steps,
my
and
guy?
that's like one of the main things in my room
let's
is
step
that
into the
you
macabre
will
halls
hear
of the
footsteps
dark
coming down the
time.
hallway, go past your door, and next to you.
Hold on, I gotta go close the tab. I had a certain stinky trinket open.
How's this?
Dude, check
One
dude,
stinky
you'll be able to
bosom.
see it in 10 seconds.
One
You got time
stinky
to check it out
bosom.
if you want. This is my
You look at
sweet
me, Cream. How are you doing, Treen? Did you have a good stream? Did you have a good time? Did you have fun playing Crash?
I've been.
Did you have fun playing Crash?
Dude, okay.
How was your stream? Also, if you're bored, you're more than welcome to join me.
I almost feel like I pissed
We're playing a drinking game with ghost hunting.
Through the Obulus.
Welcome in, Raiders. If you want to know the rules of our little game here, you can do exclamation mark rules. If you have any questions over them, let me know. I can explain the rules. They are written very vaguely. Mind Never Mutant is one of the most cursed games I've ever played. Okay, but is it as bad as 4? Is it as bad as Hulky's experience with, what is it, Crash 4?
Your room? Yeah, bro. Welcome.
You could put in a milkshake being... What?
Done Raven Suite.
For real?
What?
Dunraven, Lord Dunraven,
Huh?
the fourth suite. This is sick. This is
So you're telling me Crash Bandicoot
Yeah, bro.
has thinly veiled fetishes in it? Not counting the animal-based ones?
Set up and try something for a little bit.
What? What do you mean? Okay, I'm gonna need you to send that to me. I am deeply confused and heavily concerned and need to see what this looks like. Because I am struggling to imagine it.
That was a huge bang, right?
Jeep in the Rager, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Top floor, isn't it? No?
Yeah.
We're currently watching Ghost Hunters and playing a drinking game out of it because chat hit that goal. It's actually really fun. I'm enjoying this. I don't often get to stream late at night. I'm also kind of, I'm gonna say lucky, but I'm not at all lucky because the neighbor's in the hospital, and so half the people in the house are currently out of the house at the hospital with the neighbor. So I'm enjoying my time. Yes, all the lights are on in the hallway. It is a nice lobby.
As well, this has been one of the greatest tools of this.
It hasn't been useful at
What I'm
all.
also gonna do, I actually brought with me.
It's a word bank. You admitted to
It's
that.
gonna act as just a motion detector, and when it goes off, it's gonna play a really, really creepy tune that I will hopefully hear. So I do just have the Ovilus with me. That's all I will be using as I walk.
A second, give me
around.
seconds
Again,
of
I'm
that
gonna try to
Gorb.
be
Oh
as
no, not the
respectful as
Gorb.
possible, but I'm gonna start by going downstairs. So here we go. We're gonna see
The
what's
Orb paid me to watch Wood get milked. What? What?
downstairs.
The Orb. Oh,
Hello.
where is he?
anyone down here?
Where's Probate?
Veronica. are you
Where's
down
Probate?
here?
Where's that chucklefuck? Where is he? The funny thing too is Probate was somehow in like my top 5 viewers
If I was
last year.
Veronica, where would I hide?
I remember that on my like year in review thing, and I never see Probate in chat. He never says anything if he's here. So I always think it's funny. I was like, "Where's Probate?"
So I didn't see anything on the second floor. I'm gonna go down to.
What
the
did you
first floor
do?
and see if I see anything. Still don't know if there's any people here. I don't know. This is the main.
Listen, I have a bunch of ways to suffer.
Look at this.
On stream, including wheel spins. Every 500 donation we get to Kofi,
Hello.
or the what was it? The 1,000 consecutive subs. I will have to eat. What's it called? Surströmming. I will order surströmming
Single word on the
and eat it on stream. Well, I will get it and I will eat it and I will probably record it because I'm probably going to do it outside, and I don't have a way to stream outside because you'd lose your goddamn mind if you're eating surströmming indoors and nowhere at the same time. Yeah, that sounds like Probate, the weird little dimmy lich dude. He's hiding about. You never know when he will appear.
So, little update. I feel like I've gone.
And when he does,
in just about
it'll
every,
never be good.
Like possible corner and hallway that I could have. And the weird thing
She'll
is,
strom live on
complete
stream?
opposite
God damn it,
experience
Sunstar.
To what I was going through in my room. How weird is that? Give me an
For the
explanation.
boat redeems, I'm
why
committing
that
crime.
is.
Boat redeems.
Veronica,
Number one
I can't find you. I
spot
might
for
have to give
boat
up.
redeems.
Could you please give me one final hint on this? Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna have to go back up to my room
Red ate it on stream. He did it outside. Good. But no, it's currently only as a thing if I ever have a consecutive 1,000 subs on Twitch, which we've never even been close. The close, I think the highest I've had is like 292 or 293. So we're not even close. And we only currently have, I think it's like 129, 130.
So when you were communicating with this man earlier, he's on like a
Again, these guys are now just chilling out in a fancy hotel room with all the lights on, pretending they're ghost hunting.
Here, I asked, like, did you stay here? And he said yes, but like,
interesting.
It might not have meant the Stanley Hotel though. Like, it was
Damn, was Sunster in the top 5? Top 5 what? I think you were number 1. It was either you or Carrie that was number 1.
Makes sense with what we're getting now.
Probate was just in the top 5, and I was like, I don't ever see Probate talk in chat. That's crazy if he's lurking in chat long enough to be in the top 5.
It doesn't seem like this person has a reason to be here.
Like, why would someone who stayed at the hotel care that you're here?
And why would they come back if they just stayed here? But like he said, he didn't die here at the hotel.
Yeah, they still have the fucking like the IR filter on, and it bothers the shit out of me, dude.
Didn't make sense to it then.
Right.
They either don't know how to operate the cameras, and the one camera guy like turned all these cameras on for them and then just let them go, and they don't know how to turn off the filter, or they just purposely leave it on.
That was the question I was going to ask, is can you tell me, did you die in the land, not the hotel?
Stunster confirmed to go rounder. You have the hammer. You have the hammer, my guy.
We're going with this theory. We have literally like,
Train.
This is like a story.
Train, are you still hiding?
Man, okay, so you died
I
here
see
on
you.
the land.
You can't run from me, Train.
Like what should we be researching to get answers?
Get kisses.
Like, is there a part of
Get
history
kisses.
we just don't know about that you're referring to?
Get kisses. I just want to see if you were still here.
It's weird though, it's just gone silent. We haven't gotten anything in a few minutes.
Well, the scary part is like you have to
Not fake camper, Sunster, fake mod. What?
Sure, like we've potentially solved where this.
Have they messed up old ghost hunting? They just make up shit on the fly. I'm not even joking.
I know if you're safe or not. Like,
Yeah.
We could count them making up science every time they pull out the same device, but I'm not, because I think we'd all be blasted at this point if we counted it like every time they pulled out the PS thing or the Ovilus.
And you know what's scary? Even if you fall asleep, I don't think you can escape this.
Did you just use a clicker? What the fuck was that? That was the kiss.
Is
Give
there
kiss.
anything else you want to tell us before Chelsea has
kiss.
to leave here? You have any final messages?
Episode 8 of The Amazing Digital Circus and Demons. People dropped it in my Discord. I'm not up to date though. I think I'm like 3 or 4 episodes behind.
I didn't think that.
I'm probably more than that. The last one I watched was the candy truck one.
Alright.
Yeah, the last one I watched was the candy truck one.
Sincerely think you need it more than me.
The one with the gummy croc that gets vanished and everybody gets traumatized.
I'm definitely nervous to even try to sleep. I just hope that whoever is in here.
How many British streamers are
can
clicker
see
training
me
their
as
chats these days? I would never. I hate clickers. Like with a fucking passion. They are the most annoying thing in existence.
Something about this room that feels way
If I'm watching a stream and I hear a clicker, I leave the stream.
It kind of correlates.
So if you ever see me talking in somebody's stream and they break out a clicker or something, just know that I'm gone. Just know that I'm gone.
Use their words.
Are you a male?
I hate it. I hate the sound. It's the equivalent of nails on chalkboard to me. Clicker training. It's a thing they usually do to like dogs or puppies. Usually start out with like
this is so wild.
Giving treats,
Dude,
and then clicker.
Like they've made their presence
while you're like trying to train the dog, and then eventually you remove the treats and you only leave the clicker, and you Pavlov the dog into doing the trick for the clicker.
Their words for some reason.
And then eventually you remove the clicker, and they'll just do it whenever you ask them for it.
On to see if I'm telling you, I'll be very surprised if we get anything through this.
By the shit out of someone, I hate it. I hate clicker sounds. I will never understand the channels that are like have communities that are just completely obsessed with being like puppy girl type shit with clickers. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't stand it.
Is there a reason you don't want to talk to us? I feel like we've been very
Okay,
respectful.
I have a friend who
You just
does
wanna
it.
know your
She's
story.
fantastic.
Can you use any of these devices?
That stuff is not.
Tell us if you'd like to
That
talk to
stuff
us.
is not. Are you talking about the clicker puppy training? Are you talking about the people who like do it as part of their content?
Trying to
get anything to come communicate.
The puppy
with us.
training
They
thing
don't
is
want
like,
doctors
it
to
actually
use
works.
devices
It's like a
right
legitimate
now.
training
So
method.
weird. It's almost like a repellent.
Pavlov
like,
shit.
Taking out
It's like
these
ringing the bell and
devices
giving your dog
that
food,
right now
and then
at
taking the food
least,
away and ringing
you
the bell.
know,
The dog starts salivating anyway.
Dip down to Dakota's and grab a new battery. So
It's weirdly popular. I don't understand it. I think it's just because I have like a
Yo,
what?
No
I got that.
Way.
That was weird.
yeah, it lit
We're
up.
just standing here and then
But why?
moved away the second we got up.
Dude, yo, I don't like that.
No, I literally stood up and went right here.
This is flailing.
That was weird.
dude, that is weird.
All right, I'm gonna turn this off for a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
See you, dude.
Don't like clickers. Don't like clickers. Late 20s, early 50s. I mean,
So it's getting pretty late. I am.
the people who do that
not
are
gonna lie,
also
I'm getting
in their
really
like
tired.
20s or
I'm curious
30s.
To see what happens.
Probably.
whenever
I'd
I
be
go to sleep,
kind of
though.
concerned if they were in their
Before that,
50s.
I'm just gonna. sit
He goes,
here
"Peace." Oh, I got you.
and I'm gonna see if anything else happens before I go to sleep. And I just want to tell whatever's here. I'm probably gonna be.
There you go.
laying
There's your
down
jingles,
here.
Peace.
And if there's anything else you'd like to say to me before I go to sleep.
It's a
please let me
plethora
know.
of my
You
own
can come
keychains.
in this room.
It's just a
You
whole
can
bunch of
hang
my
out in
own
here if you
keychains.
want. I have chairs. If you're into watching people sleep, I do that. That's what I do for my
Clicker
work. I
enemies
do
was
that.
Dark Carnival
Watch
video
my
game
friends
Hacker Man.
sleep.
Did you
I
add
do
clicker
it.
enemies?
It's not even that weird, dude. It's not that weird.
Jingles
when
the
you think
wiggle
about it,
keychain.
right?
Woo!
Right? Comment below if you think it's weird.
Enjoy your
that I
BRB
watch my
train.
friends
Don't
sleep
piss
for a
on the
living.
floor. Don't be a biggles. Don't be a biggles.
Veronica, are you still here?
Add clickers to Fish
Is there
Punk. I will
something
never
about
play
this
it.
place that makes it
I will never play it,
difficult for
Daedric.
spirits to leave? A lot of people want to know what makes this place special.
No, it's not even keys. It's a fistful of keychains.
Okay.
Water.
Water. You know what's
Water.
interesting. There's some theory in the paranormal
Ice
that there's
cream.
a direct connection between water
Penis.
and paranormal activity, like running water. Now I know we're in Colorado. There's a lot of water around here. I wonder if there's any underground water sources. I
What
feel like
what
you
does that
just
have
gave
to
me
do
an
with what he
answer, and I
said?
really
How are you
appreciate
coming to
that.
this conclusion?
Can we expand on that?
To the ponds? No.
All right.
Absolutely not.
Funny. I feel like whoever I'm communicating with is back. Man, I can't stop thinking about the water here. Lake Estes. That's right down the road. I mean, we're in the mountains.
Yeah, and there's snow melt.
Oh, we are back to getting instant communication that's agreeing with what I'm saying. Almost finishing my own sentence.
Is that what it's doing?
Like it just said fact as I was saying. Lake Estes is right
Huge
down the road.
gorbs worth of
You know, I
worthy of
actually feel like
pondering?
that
Also
might
no.
be the start to an answer.
'Cause the
If that
clicker
makes
is an
sense.
inanimate
People have
object.
wondered what's going on here at the Stanley. Maybe it has to do with the water sources here. There's a connection. There
Low
are
light filter?
dots
I think
to
it's
be
an
connected.
IR filter. I really do. I think it's infrared filters.
Trying to make contact.
And again, this
Hopefully
dude still has all the lights on.
rolling in the Lord.
I think everybody just got home.
Suite, the Stanley Hotel. Lord Dunraven, are you here with me?
Oh god, it's the shitty voice recorder again. And if he has
What do you
one,
like about this land?
didn't somebody else have one too? Do they have multiple of the
Land
same
and be on
one?
this land?
Hate that. Hate that. Please come
What do you
again.
have to say about people thinking that you poached this land? Okay, I'm gonna stop right there.
I mean, correct. He did in fact. He did in fact do that. Oh, that's fine. We got time. I mean, 2 hours in. We were gonna go at least 3 hours.
Okay, nothing really seemed
Yeah.
definitive, so now I feel like
At least these guys are more honest about the recorder, the digital recorder that they're using than Twin Paranormal is.
So I'm gonna ask those questions.
They're at least
Only
way
for
more
the
honest
second
about it here.
time in Lord Dunraven's suite. I have to ask, are you the person
They call
that's
this a
been
suite, and it's literally just a
touching
single box
females
room.
in the bathroom?
So like Chuck E. Cheese. You could never convince them to go to Chuck E. Cheese. Welcome back, train. How was the piss break? Did you make it? Did you make it? You didn't fall or anything, right? You didn't fall in? Ass too fat to fall in?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
More often, chat. It's nice. I can add it to the end of the like wheel spin thing. I'll be doing it for the next one too. the current wheel that we're at 7% for. If we get to 100% again, I'll do 2 more wheel spins, and then we'll do another stream like this the next night. Sakaji, welcome in.
Enjoy the show.
Hazard Primzino. Primzino cleared. Oh no, what is that? Monster Hunter Rise. Oh no. Did you have a good time? Welcome in, Sakaji. We're currently playing a drinking game. We're watching Paranormal Ghost Hunters and playing a drinking game out of it. If you'd like to join us, I do not recommend making a cocktail. Grab yourself like a beer or something a little lighter. And hit ! rules if you have any questions about the rules. I can explain them to you. But welcome in, guys. It's a very chill night. We're kind of just vibing over here. Radiant, well, thank you, Sakaji. Listen, I don't get to stream very late that often, so this is fun. I'm enjoying this. If I end up having more spontaneous nights, come like other weekends, I may try to squeeze in more streams. But at the same time, I do kind of like having my my quiet nights where I sit here and I listen to video essays while playing really dumb video games. Drinks, Raiders, drinks. All right, do we got to take a sip? Is that what we're doing? We got a raid. Time for a drink. So we could be a goober at night. Listen, we could probably also have longer streams and more unhinged streams. All right, back to the video.
Let's keep going.
We still only have like, we got like 4 minutes left of this video. They're gonna end this really quick. That's weird.
So this guy can physically touch people. Now, if you know me, I can't stand
a challenge.
physical
What's the
stuff.
challenge?
So nervous for that, if I'm honest. But it's about that time, and there we go. Time to get ready for bed.
Great, hell yeah. I mean, streams would be able to be more unhinged if I was elsewhere.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll actually sleep, but I am gonna.
This is serious business and serious profession. If you just listen to the noises in the house, you know it's all super real. Yes, totally. Except they're in the Stanley Hotel in Colorado during business hours. Oh, are people finally going to bed? The awkward camera look back. Does anybody else always like sleep the best they've ever had in their life in a hotel bed? Anyone else? Is that just a me thing? To this day, the best night's sleep of my life that I've ever had has happened in a hotel. Are super rough? Really?
All right, well,
I stayed in a double tree in Portland, Maine once, and I fucking slept so good after like 2 years of sleeping like shit. It was so good. On your busted up futon? Really? Oh, I feel like I got a burp. Oh. Okay, that felt good. That felt good.
Step inside, step inside.
When Vods Nora get into the habit of singing in the kitchen, that's my challenge. Be free, be alive, and comfy in the house. Oh no! Singing. Hi, Hirumi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. They're just gonna flick through all of these and like nothing's gonna happen. I would be woken up by that and I would be pissed. I would be pissed. I'm a ridiculous light sleeper. It's why he followed me. Oh, oh, absolutely fallen for the burp. Oh no. No other unexplained events occurred that night, and then it's morning.
Oh my gosh, what a night. I survived.
Ding,
I did
ding,
have
ding.
a nightmare last night, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if it's gonna inspire a epic movie that takes off. Still interesting. I'm gonna go meet with everyone. We are gonna wrap up.
I go have brekkie.
All right.
Brekkie at the Stanley.
Buddy. We survived.
We somehow survived.
I survived. My brother, guys, you slept in a hotel.
Crap.
Yep.
Terrible sleep.
You slept in a luxury colonial hotel.
Feel? I mean, we've been to 100 or so haunted places now.
Also, that's like $60,000 worth of cameras.
Conceived ideas of what the Stanley was about and the hauntings, but I feel like there's just so many more layers to it that people don't talk about. It predates the building.
There's a reason Stephen King wrote about an alive hotel.
Yeah.
Like, it feels alive. Like, this is a paranormal conductor.
I would say the whole
What?
hotel is haunted.
Nothing
but
happened.
Renting out the actual rooms, it was definitely worth it.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
What?
This is just our first hotel for
I don't. They do this shit
We
all the
are
time. It
about
feels like
to
I'm being
head off
gaslit
in
that
the
we're
next
not like
couple days
we didn't
to
see the same
arguably
experiences.
The second most haunted hotel. Be fun to kind of compare
Come
the two.
on,
So
let's step
get
into
ready
the
for
macabre
that
halls
next
of
week.
the
It's gonna be
dark
Speak of the green creature that uses the clicker and she shall appear.
Enjoy the show.
And don't forget to comment down below where
Fury,
you found
what
the
is
hidden
Fury?
rubber duck. We
Welcome in,
highlight the
Raiders.
hidden
How was your
rubber
stream?
duck
Did you have a good
every
time? Did you burn
video.
anything down? Did you set anything on fire?
comment down
Shut
below.
up! Shut up! Welcome in, Raiders. We're currently having a super chill stream. This is a very casual environment. We're currently doing a drinking game. We're watching Ghost Hunters. We actually just finished this one. We'll be grabbing another video shortly. The original one I went was not very good. I did not like the channel very much. So we're going to see if we can find a different channel.
Step inside, step inside.
You know what we need to do? We need to do Sam and Colby. We need to do Sam and Colby. If you want to know what drinking game we are currently playing, you can do !rules to see what it is. If you have questions about the rules, I can absolutely explain them. Actually, I will explain them going into this new one. Shut up. All right, what do we got? 12 days ago, the devil followed me home. No. Yes.
What's up, guys? It's Sam and Colby.
Oh my God, it's Circus Circus. I thought it was going to be the Clown Motel. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Drink some Raiders. Drink some Raiders. Cheers. Oh, I don't think I want to do Circus Circus. Because then that's just them being in like another gigantic fucking hotel. Wait, did they go to the actual... No way. Okay, yeah, let's... I think this is Zach Baggins' fucking museum. Oh my God, it is. It is. They're at Zach Baggins' fucking museum. All right, this is the one. This is the one. Hi, JFax. How are you doing? But again, welcome in, Raiders. We're currently vibing out today. I don't usually stream this late. We're currently drinking. I'm drinking a very shitty fucking, supposed to be fruit punch, but it's really more like a beer that's trying to be a fruit punch. It's nasty, but it's a fucking tall boy, and I bought it, so I gotta drink it. Go to bed, Si. It's past your bedtime. Otherwise known as Marin's Room, or AKA the worst hotel in Vegas. Vibing at the moment. Hell yeah, JFax. Drag me in. I got you. I got you. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Okay, you may now scream while I set up your PNG. Go on. Let it out. It's okay.
I hate ghost hunting videos.
I do too. That's why we're doing this.
It's always the dumbest shit.
It is. It's the fucking most ridiculous shit here. Let me stream it for you.
Fucking zero scientific basis. Zero fucking, like, fucking, what legend is like, oh, you know, there's always been this connection from, with water
Here,
to
that's exactly what the
activity.
rules are. So real quick, let me run over the rules with you because it'll make sense.
Oh my God.
So rule number 1, made up science. Whenever they make up science on the spot or for certain things, you take a drink. 2, legend has no basis. They make up some nonsense story with no real dates, no real people, and then end it with some shit like, and then they never talked about it again.
Yeah, probably because it never fucking existed in the first place.
Exactly. They did the same thing with like a Jim Carrey story involving the Stanley in the last video. Also, this caption's in Spanish.
Somos Sammy Colby.
Sammy Colby. All right. Then what was the other ones? Use of AI. If they break out like phone
Nobody
apps
has
that uses
something.
AI, or the weird Oracle seer thing that like generates shitty AI
Are you
art.
talking about like? I was gonna say, are you talking about like ChatGPT and shit?
There's actually an app called Oracle that you like slide into like your cell phone into one of those 3D
Oh, the Peter
things.
Thiel app.
Yes. And it basically generates like, you remember back when like generated art basically looked like worms, like it all looked like worms.
Where it was like the fucking Google like dream fucking bullshit, right?
Yes.
Where like it was full of worms and holes.
It was basically just like everything it generated just looked like weird fucking worms that were vaguely other things. So they may use that. We have the react to nothing. We have also other phone apps. So if they break out like the spirit meter, spectrometer, or anything
shit that
of the
doesn't
sort,
actually fucking work.
oh, 100%. That like tells, it's like, we use all of these measurements that your phone takes that doesn't actually exist on your phone.
Oh my god.
Reacting to nothing. If they like
phone
scream or
apps that
jump
don't
or
actually have
yell about
infrared.
something, like, did you hear that? There's like fucking nothing. That's a drink. Psychic, if they bring out anybody that claims to be a psychic, pretends to be a psychic, or somebody spontaneously pretends like they're getting psychic signals, that's a drink. If they break out an Xbox Connect, that's a drink.
Oh yes, the Kinect. Oh, one of my favorite ghost hunting tools that doesn't actually work.
Yeah. Because it's stupid. It's literally a pattern seeking machine that's just constantly looking for a person, and it'll be like, there's a vague shadow there, that's a person. Slams like fucking silhouette on it. And then
they're pointing an infrared camera at like a reflective fridge, and they're like, "Oh my god, is that a ghost?" When it's just like someone's like fucking body giving off heat and it's reflected.
The worst one I've seen is when they had like a body like show up on the camera thing, and people are like, "Oh my god, it's on the other side of that, goodness, on the other side of that wall."
No, that's not how infrared works.
The last one was gone sexual, which is basically, do they make anything that basically just sounds like they're about to kiss each other's faces?
Oh my god.
Or the ghost face.
Or yeah, it's like, I think the ghost wants to make out with me. Like, you want to give me a kiss?
Like the guy in the last video was like, I'm actually married. Oh my god, they touched me. Oh.
Yeah, fucking, yeah, sure they did.
Just blasting techno. I know the guy you're talking about, J-Fax. There's the one guy that just like blasts fucking like club music or white girl music when he goes to like really spooky abandoned places, and he's like, "Hey, spirits!" and just hits him with like Russian club music or something.
Fucking just hard bass.
Exactly.
The camera quickly pans to like the fucking corner of the room, and you just see like 4 shadows fucking busting it down in spots.
Oh god. And then there's, okay, real quick with Sam and Colby, just in case anybody doesn't know YouTube's original fuckboys. Sam and Colby, aka the dudes who never aged out of 2011 and still continue to, if I remember correctly, weren't they like, didn't they get famous off of like, oh, what was it called? The pre-TikTok short form app.
Oh, Vine. Yeah,
Vine,
they got
yes.
popular off
My
Vine.
brain was like, Leaf. It's not Leaf. I know it's not Leaf.
Leaf. They got popular off Leaf. You can watch them on Poogle. You can watch them on Zubi. you need a Pringo app. You need
oh my god, I miss Pringo. I miss Pringo so much.
You need a Flungo subscription.
Oh my god, not Bippity Boppity Boo channel app.
So
but
like,
yeah, these guys are going to be a hoot and a holler.
Yeah, well, before we get into this though, what's your actual opinion on like ghosts? Like,
Ghosts
do
aren't
you
real.
believe in ghosts? Okay, good.
I grew up in a house that was built in 1888, and I told Chad about this. We had ghost investigators come to our house twice. I was the one fucking with them. I was the one messing with them. And then like 2 weeks later, they go and investigate the Dr. Pepper Museum in Waco because it's supposedly haunted, and they do an interview afterwards, like the next morning. And the reporter asked them, "What's the most haunted place you'd ever been in?" And they say, "My house."
Oh my god.
And then I told them, the same group came to a theater that was down the road from me, like an old abandoned theater that they had like just started cleaning out. And people were like, let's have investigators come in and we'll use the money to like raise the repairs for the theater. It was me. I went in there and I fucked with them during one of the sessions. I figured out how to throw a whistle in a wooden theater. It was Jover. It was Jover for them.
It was so Jover. Oh my god. I at one point believed in ghosts. I think everyone has had a point where they believed in that shit, and then like obviously
well, yeah, it's just like the ominous science, of like media or just weird noises. When you're a kid, like I told Chat the other day, after we finally made it through the basement in Resident Evil Requiem, I was like, this game's slowly giving me a fear of the dark again.
Oh god, yeah, no, I still deal with like the fear of the dark, mostly like not because of like demons or ghosts or some shit, but genuinely like I don't know who the fuck else is with me.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like it's a more grounded, like, fear of the dark rather than, like, oh, the demons are gonna get me.
There's a demon under my bed. Oh my god, it's coming out of the bathroom door. Ah!
Oh my god, Satan's coming at me through the toilet. There's a goblin trying to slide into my ass.
I think that you just had a little too much to eat, and you have filled up the toilet bowl.
It's poking me.
Or isn't that also when somebody, I forget, somebody told me that somebody in their family called if you're going to like wipe your ass and your finger breaks through the fucking toilet paper while you're doing it, and it's called Satan's finger. It's never happened to me, but it's like one of those things that's like, what kind of shitty toilet paper are you buying? One, but two, why?
Fucking, I've had toilet paper that was like literally like it disintegrated into powder the moment it touched any moisture.
Oh god!
So I've definitely
it's the
had
single ply
Satan's
shit that like
finger.
Walmart buys.
Oh yeah. Like I do still get like Walmart fucking toilet paper, but I get the better shit that's like still cheap.
Nah, this is a Charmin house.
This is a quilted northern home.
There are two things you don't skimp on when you're buying them at the grocery store. It's toilet paper and it's coffee.
Oh fucking we rock Angel Soft in this house. It's like it's cheap, but it's durable. And it's more than one ply.
I agree. If you're buying anything less than 2 ply, we need to talk.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you what? Hey, Beard said it first. What did I say first? Work TP is awful. I will never understand why so many fucking workplaces will just buy the world's worst TP. Because 90% of the time, I'm just like, is this the toilet paper you would use at home?
Cheap? Of course not. Of course fucking not. But it's cheap. You get that great value 1 ply and you're saving like fucking hundreds of dollars a year.
Also, beef, you should not be using dude wipes to wipe your butt. You should not be using wipes that alt wipe your butt because they do not fall apart in the sewage system. They clog it.
If you're going to use wipes, throw them away.
Yes. And if you're wiping your butt with wipes, you better have a sealed trash can or otherwise we're fighting.
Yeah. He's stinky.
But yes, wipes will clog the sewage system and basically over time will turn into what is effectively a fucking rock made out of wipes and toilet paper that will clog the main sewer system. You can Google that. Look up wipe sewer clog. They are disgusting.
The Fatberg.
The Fatberg.
the fucking sewer Fatberg.
Oh my god. But yes, it's even worse if you have a septic system because the septic system does not break down wipes either. They will eventually take up all the mass inside of your septic system and ruin it. And you will have to end up calling in a big repairman to come and suck everything out and for him to tell you not to use wipes.
Fucking, I will say this. I am guilty of throwing away not throwing away, but like flushing wipes. But that's mostly because I know that my fucking tank gets serviced like once every like quarter of the year.
Damn, that's frequent.
Oh yeah. Mostly because like we share basically we share a tank with like 2 other houses.
That'll do it. Did put the wipe rock under a great deal of pressure? Did you get brown diamonds? It's not how that works. It is not pure carbon. Also, if somebody shows up with a ring and tells me they got me a shit diamonds, I'm breaking their face. I'm installing a bidet. You should absolutely get a bidet.
Absolutely fucking get a bidet.
I've never had a bidet, but I've heard they're fantastic.
I've used a bidet and it's cleaner than any wet wipe. It will blast that poopy right off your booty.
Get a special trash can for your doo-doo feces wipes. Collect them all, then send it to the local user. Was banned for this post. Correct. You should be banned for that post. I am deeply concerned on you. Actually, never mind. I know what you were saying. You were going to say local politician. Never mind. Carry on. Never mind. We're on the same page, Remy. We're on the same page here. No, you should absolutely send your doo-doo feces wipes to your local politician if they're not doing anything good by the community.
Big clappies, big clappies.
All right, are we ready to suffer through the most
I think we're ready.
Gen Z content imaginable on the internet?
Are they gonna hit me with a 6-7? Because if so, I might instead of sipping with a drink, I might sip a gun. I'm gonna be honest.
Just hit him with the. This is it.
Oh!
This is the day.
Today is the day. I can't take it anymore.
All right.
6-7.
I hope not, but there's the chances are not zero.
In this video, we are going to be visiting 3 of the world's most haunted dolls, starting with
That was
Sarah
Robert.
Doll in Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum.
There is a
Oh, that was Robert, yeah.
attached to Peggy. Then we're heading to Florida
Huh?
to revisit Robert the Doll. He caused more than 10,000 people to write apology letters
Robert the Doll.
after experiencing bad luck or health problems.
Robert's like he's like a sponge doll.
Yeah, now listen, I think your ride's just starting. And finally, we have
Why are they so loud?
face to face with the real Annabelle doll.
I have no idea.
For each of these
Yeah, sure. It's totally haunted. It was not entirely made up by the fucking what's their names, the Warrens.
Yeah, you know, the biggest
With none of the
fucking-
stories or the backstory of the doll even being moderately corroborated.
Tonight we've returned to the home
Yeah, you know, the Warrens, the biggest scam artists in fucking history.
Right after
Who-
Zach Baggins now.
on
I
their
choose to believe that
deathbed
Zach Baggins outweighs them now.
God. But no, like the Warrens straight up admitted on their fucking deathbeds that everything they did was fake.
We wanted to revisit some of the most haunted
And yet people still like corroborate them as like one of the best ghost hunters in history when in fact like they weren't hunting ghosts at all. They staged most of their shit.
You know about the Dybbuk box?
I know about the Dybbuk box.
You know how the Dybbuk box is fake?
It's just a damn box.
It's a wine cabinet. It's an old Jewish wine cabinet that some guy was trying to sell on eBay and needed to make up some story so that it would sell for worthwhile. And he admitted to it
Zach
later too.
Baggins is like, I'm gonna fucking suck the Dybbuk right out of that with my mouth.
Yeah, the eBay seller made that shit the fuck up, and people ate it up, and then somebody made a movie out of it, and all this other nonsense, and then Zach Baggins bought it for an undisclosed amount, and then now Leg claims that it's the most haunted object he owns, or something along those lines. It's crazy to understand that most of the last 15 years of most haunted object are all in Zach Baggins' museum now. It's almost as if he's finally incentivized to try and corroborate those stories to increase his overall wealth.
What sucks is that places like that absolutely fucking pull me in. I love dumb shit lore like that.
Oh my god, I would go to this museum in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would love to fucking go here. I know that the shit is fake, but like the stories that people make up around that shit is so fascinating to me.
It's a good look at human psychology in its own little way, and
exactly.
And this is going to sound like the most annoying thing because I've talked about it twice, but I am a little buzzed. It is also a roundabout sort of way of the practice of capitalism on the human psyche and its practices.
Oh yeah.
Guys, what's the best way to guarantee that we're going to make money? How do we make this mundane thing we found that looks kind of old really, really interesting?
Give it a ghost story.
Yes, perfect. Oh, Mr. Director, you want a movie deal with us? I suppose I could sell you the rights for $3 million.
What are the chances that Baggins spent at least $1 billion on the Dybbuk box?
There's no way he spent that much money. He does not have that much money. But if I remember correctly, it's either the Dybbuk box or it's another item in his thing that both him and the person who sold it to him have a contract that they can't talk about how much they bought it from each other for. Otherwise, Zach Baggins will sue him.
Is it an uncapped NDA? Fucking can people
I
do
could
that?
not tell you. Just apparently people talked to the guy who originally sold the Dybbuk box to Zach, and he says that he legally could not tell people. It was in the contract.
It has to be at the very least $1 million.
Oh, it was almost certainly $1 million. If not, that they have worked out some kind of deal where they actually just share the profits of museum visitors.
I could also see
they're
that
gonna find out they exchanged it for a handshake and a fucking percentage deal.
I was gonna say a down payment of $30K and then fucking maybe a 60-40 split for the first however many years.
I can see it. I wouldn't doubt if it's doubt if it's something like that. It's probably some kind of like wordy deal that's just like to set them both up for some sort of success.
The NDA like finally closes out and the guy comes out and he said, "Yeah, he just wanted a picture of my feet."
All right. Now I'm going to hit play and I'm not going to pause it as for the rest of the time because this is just one of those like casual nights. So if you have something to say, feel free to just talk over the video.
Oh yeah, okay.
I will have the volume set to a set where both of us will be louder than the video itself.
In the devil's rocking chair, but this time in total darkness and completely.
Oh, that was another fucking one.
I don't know if you guys remember, but last time
Are you thinking of the bar in England that has the chair that hangs on the wall?
Come back just Sam and I in night vision only. So here we are doing that.
550K likes for
and the dolls behind me.
All dark is insane.
Which is crazy because our
I do that shit for free.
will be to try to find Peggy in the pitch black.
That's crazy.
Looks like to us
I do it for free. Watch me.
Literally nothing. How are we gonna find Peggy? It's so scary.
Literally
also, guys,
nothing.
This museum has so many rooms and different staircases
dark.
It's oh my god, it's the Ovilus again.
Get to her.
Oh!
Oh, I remember this room.
Literally all the haunted dolls.
Yo, that's not Zoltar.
Are all in this area.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
This is fucking scary. Fuck.
What?
Look in there. What is that?
I don't know.
It's a statue?
Oh,
It's a wax figure.
Oh, that's so
Or no, it's a doll.
Fat lady.
It's a statue in person, guys. That just looks like a shadow figure.
It's like a fat lady statue.
I can't see anything.
Yeah.
They say that.
I will say this.
My mom had
do have
a porcelain doll like one of these, although hers was very pretty.
Yeah, get close up of this.
I also had one. I could not stand it. I don't know what it is. I don't
Before we
like
go any
dolls.
further, guys, you know
or
this.
in
You've been
particular
watching the channel
porcelain
for a long
dolls.
time. This is the Ovilus. I was holding it.
All right, made up science. Take a drink.
Because it's so dark in here.
Sippy time.
That just shows how dark it is.
All right, here we go.
Generates words based on EMF activity out of a chosen word library.
That's calibration, right?
I think so. I'm just gonna blame it on that. Let's go.
Why to convict to horrifying dolls? Welcome to Zach Baggins' museum.
Annalise, right?
Oh, this is the German girl who got possessed. It says
She did not get possessed. She was abused her entire life.
Yep.
You can't even see where the hole is, besides on night vision.
But that doesn't make for good story.
Correct.
What do you want? An
Her
abused
being
German
locked in a
girl
room
or
by her family
yes,
for like
German girl.
16 plus years to basically starve to death extremely slowly.
This is like the room where they
Oh yeah.
have her
They also
growling.
like beat the fucking shit out of her. It's actually heinous.
Yep.
That's probably gonna piss off.
I think it was apparently also started because she was going to go move in with her husband.
Genuinely horrifying.
Yep.
It says BK.
Oh, we can't let her leave the room. She's
It wasn't even the room. They put her in the room after she tried to move in with her husband and leave them.
No! Oh my god, it's so dark. I'm gonna get
So
you.
fucked.
I actually cannot see where this.
Like, there's so many instances of like possessions, quote unquote, and whatnot. And it's literally just people either
no chill. Like it is
going
at
through some kind of
100%
psychotic
the
break,
entire time.
or
This is what we're looking at.
it's people that are being like wholly abused by the people around them.
100%. Do you know about disappointment rooms?
It says fate.
Oh yeah.
I only learned about disappointment rooms recently.
I already know it's that guy right there, and I can't even see him.
For somebody who doesn't know what a disappointment room is, it's the proclivity of older houses, especially in the United States, people to essentially seal away their decrepit, mentally unwell, or intellectually diminished family members in essentially a secret bedroom tucked away from everyone else.
Correct.
Which is why, like, if you ever
They're
see
very-
pictures or videos of people being like, I found this weird, what basically looks like a tiny house in my attic, that's a disappointment room more than likely.
Yeah, they're like super common, like 1800s homes.
They could be tucked away like in a basement, like behind a bookcase, in an attic, in what's basically a tiny house.
Hallways.
Yeah.
And last time we never even investigated this
People will mistake them for like crawl spaces sometimes, but in reality, like they are disappointment rooms. It's essentially an entire different living space for the invalid, the fucking like the deformed, the mentally unwell. They like families that had homes like that were kind of the worst fucking people.
Yeah. The thing was too is at the same time the United States had things called ugly laws, which was in certain states and certain cities, if your person met a certain list of criteria, aka they were like had a big scar that was really ugly, or they were like physically diminished in some degree or anything, it was literally illegal for them to be outside the house.
Yeah.
They basically had to be out of sight, out of mind of the public, no matter what.
We're gonna go face the basement alone. This is where
The alternative was asylums.
We don't talk about early asylums.
This is even before the 50s and 60s nightmare fuel of the asylums.
Yeah.
Heavy. Whoa. There's a loud creak in here. Heavy love. I don't think we even.
I'm not gonna lie though, these rooms are very cool.
Oh yeah, but it does suck to say that like we did learn a lot from people who unfortunately were basically tortured in those facilities in terms of like what
medical knowledge. Yeah.
It's the same with shit like what fucking Japan did to like so many fucking people during World War II with the awful human experiments.
The various units as well. The same thing with Germany. Which is fucking heinous. I will say this though, Project Paperclip was a mistake.
Oh,
literally, it's
every single one of those dudes should have gone to trial, and by trial I mean execution.
House alone, not even just the museums.
In all honesty, like Nuremberg in total was
a failure. You 100% a failure. Not to mention half of the guys that were supposed to be going to trial in Nuremberg just committed suicide in prison because they weren't watched close enough. Or were assisted. I think there was like 16 of them that were literally assisted by an inside man.
I'm actually kind of glad that we're not bringing random guests on this, because like that would be kind of cruel and unusual. No, okay, dude.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's a museum of toys.
I go to Robert the Doll and everybody knows what allegedly happened to me. And then we're gonna go to Annabelle later. Like, what the hell?
Why are you censoring her eyes?
Not a good video for collabs. Speaking of, there's a collab.
I don't know. There's like a whole thing about like if you look at Annabelle in the eyes, you get like fucking cursed or some shit.
I'll do it. I'll kiss her. I'll open the box.
I'll kiss her right on the mouth.
I'll kiss right in the goddamn mouth. I love raggedy
Also, that
Ann.
sounded like one of them farted, and they're just like, "Oh, we have to play this off." What was that?
Oh my goodness.
How many of you guys watching this would do this?
Sorry, I'm nervous.
Oh no, I didn't shit myself. That's ectoplasm.
Oh, they're fucking playing with each other too.
No.
Actually,
Yes, he is.
I did it.
Okay.
Is that a shadow figure in front of you?
Okay, you go fucking first.
Witch! It's a witch! You see that?
Witch!
Is that even supposed to be?
What?
Hey, how's my fit looking?
Things because
The statue of Baphomet.
The entire museum is just ours.
oh yeah, nice. The pentagram on the floor. Pretty good.
You can't see anything.
What? Oh my god, this thing touched me. I was like, what the fuck is that? This is where Stas got her hair tugged.
It did not get tugged. It definitely got stuck in the fucking candelabra thing behind her.
I was gonna say, yeah, no, like fucking he freaked out because he touched it and he knew it was the candelabra. What's to say that she didn't just get her hair fucking caught on the candelabra?
Take a cursed doll away from its owner. The email stated,
Haunted doll specialist. Oh, so con man.
The doll ruined my life. I wonder if it ever existed, and I hope.
Jane took Peggy to a psychic where she realized there might not just be
And he was in Mighty Ringleader International Habitat making out with a doll.
Yeah, no, fucking. The thing, too, about the Annabelle doll is that they have to swap that doll out, like, every few fucking years for maintenance.
All the items, the one that messed me up the most.
Because, like, it's fucking.
After Jane posted Peggy on social media,
It's just a normal, like, Raggedy Ann.
from random people.
Oh, for sure. It looks like one of the original Raggedy Anns. I don't think they have to swap it. I can understand maintenance, like dusting and stuff, and maybe like
Well, what I
check
mean
for
is
mold.
like they will put in a dummy Annabelle to maintain the original.
And had a hood over Peggy's face.
But they will still say that the dummy is like the original for people who are visiting the museum.
Peggy online. How many hundreds of people are just sending her messages?
All the times that Annabelle like fucking escaped containment during the tour.
Heart problems. The camera that was filming.
Show me Peggy's eyes. Show me Peggy's eyes.
And then
Show me the eyes.
Say like a few days later,
Did you hear that?
Reacting to nothing! Drink!
What happened?
And then all these black flies.
They had to
Stephen
put
King
in a
wrote about
subtitle
this. All
saying
these
that there was a
black
creak
flies
sound when it
started
probably wasn't there.
surrounding my face,
That's what
my
those
head,
subtitles are
Jane
for, is
Harris's
the
face
suggestion of a
hurt,
sound
and
so that you
I
can
had to
essentially
stand
convince your brain
up,
that you're
and I
hearing
got
things.
Or it's ADR'd and they're like
aggravated,
trying to
and I
convince you that
started kicking
it happens
pieces of
so
our
that like
set.
people
I had
don't
to go
look dumb
outside,
looking at
and I
nothing.
knew right
The thing
then
is,
in
they're
that
in an
moment
old
that
building with
Peggy
tons
was
of
a very
items. He's sitting in a
powerful
wooden
item.
chair on what's probably a wooden or a concrete floor.
Is to find
Everything's gonna creak!
Everything is going to creak. Everything is going to settle. Wood is going to expand and contract due to air pressure.
I have a real question. Is it a requirement for ghost hunters to have punchable faces? Yes.
Yes.
I have not seen a ghost hunter that does not have a very punchable face. You wanna know who has the
you remember
most
ghost hunters on
punchable
Sci-Fi?
faces in all of ghost hunting? And this is gonna sound extremely sexist. I'm gonna have a Kono moment for a second.
Oh boy.
It's girls. It's girls. It's girl ghost hunters. They are the most insufferable.
Yeah.
You wanna know who the most insufferable out of that category is?
Who?
The ones who pretend to be psychic.
I was literally about to fucking say, why is it that 60% of like female ghost hunters like all are as well as being ghost hunters, they're also fucking like oracles or psychics or some shit?
I'm not like other girls. I fucking see ghosts and I talk to them and shit.
I'm a third generation medium.
Yeah, I still have nightmares about that. I was shaking.
Okay, can we talk to Grandma Haley, please? Can she confirm that?
Everybody up here, you can come to this device right here, communicate with us, let us know if you want us to be coming up here or not.
Or the ones that are like that pretend like they're seeing a girl or something. We watched what was it last week? We watched the guys from like BuzzFeed. And they brought in another like.
I fucking forgot their names.
I don't
I'm on your bridge, Goat Man. Fucking those two.
Yes.
Yeah. The civic box, which allegedly contains a demon inside, has been responsible for numerous.
That's not what that is. It's a wine cabinet. Thank you. Please and thank you.
It even affected Post
thank you.
Malone with near-death experiences after he touched the box. Yeah, before.
I'll touch the box. I'll slap my dick on the box. I don't care.
I don't know. I thought I saw something move over there. There's no one here, right?
There's nobody here.
Hey, there's no one about Peggy, right?
It's a clown.
Oh, something just creaked right there too.
I don't like this anymore.
What the fuck was that?
Listen.
Peggy up here.
Oh yeah.
Other spirits.
I love how they're constantly like, oh, there's sounds happening, but they don't replay it.
Yeah, they don't do any of like the replays or the like enhanced audio or anything.
Oh, it's open.
It's also, you brought up the Goatman's Bridge. That bridge is less than an hour from me.
Oh, nice.
I could go to that bridge.
Fucking. I have a friend in the I'm friends with Richie in the Legends of Adventurous crew, and they are like 30 minutes away from the Exorcist stairs.
Something insane. Post Malone had extreme bad luck. I don't like this.
It was funny because I fucking talked to him about it like last time we went out for fucking lunch.
There's the ticket box. All right, if there's anybody.
It was straight up like the stairs in Maryland that they actually filmed The Exorcist on, where the priest got fucking launched down.
Oh.
Can you make a little
Okay, I know. Wait, why do you just call it the stairs? Is it not a whole house?
Was that you?
I don't know. They clarified specifically the stairs because like that's where.
Oh, the outside stairs. I got you.
Yeah.
Off her hair and gave it as an offering.
So whatever's here.
Okay, I have
I mean, we left literally.
It is so fucking funny to me that in order to try and grant more legitness to this box, they built a room that seemingly is covered in Hebrew script.
Did I not just hear like literal like?
There's something oddly anti-Semitic about that.
Just seems like one of those names. Dippet box, believe it or not, anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Because Dybbuk is that's the like the word for demon, isn't it?
It's basically a type of like Jewish demon. It has like a specific practice or specific like purpose. I just forget what it is.
You know, they fainted. They've had to go in
This is one of the reasons like why I stopped believing in ghosts is because I realized that the community surrounding it, not even just the community surrounding it, but like any kind of like legends or tales put into it, in the same way that conspiracy theories are, it is always in some way, shape, or form
kind of
based
intrinsically
in
racist.
bigotry.
But
Yeah.
It's
like
me listening to
intrinsically
any ghost
racist.
story involving Native Americans and just rolling my eyes so hard my retinas detach.
The fucking everyone being like, "Oh, this fucking forest is haunted by a Wendigo."
This whole illness stuff.
Wendigo Ranch, fucking
kind of a newer
Skinwalker Ranch. Skinwalker was
okay, but like Skinwalker Ranch is a fun story, I will admit.
Have you seen the old? I think it was the History Channel that had the TV series Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, I think it was the History
They had to
Channel.
make up so much shit to keep that show going.
They came back because
fucking
there's an invisible dome about 500 feet in the air, and we can't get a reading there.
Fucking there's another History Channel fucking series. Oh, what was that fucking one that we watched? It was like Mountain Men or something like that.
Tell me,
He did.
What?
Mountain Monsters, I think it was what it was. And it was a bunch of like hillbilly fucking monster hunters that didn't know shit about fuck what they were talking about.
Oh, you're talking about the forest ones? The ones that they like ride around like a golf cart, and like one guy would have a gun and pretend to be all badass.
Real quick, they came back to
yeah.
kind of
And like every episode would end with them basically being like, "We almost got him. He was like we were right on his heels. Well, I guess we'll just have to find him next time."
And when he went home, him and his wife started seeing a figure at the foot of their bed.
My wife just tried diving over my fucking shoulder to get to my keyboard. She wanted to see if she could post a GIF from Mountain Monsters in the fucking chat.
Oh no!
Is no fucking
Is it the one where the guy looks like he's like kidding himself?
Hello, Peggy. We come here with respect. We're only here to learn more about your story.
Hello, Peggy. Come here with respect.
Hey.
Is it
pressure on my chest? It's almost like a moment. Anyway, just so you guys don't have to look at her while we do
Just
this,
the air humping the trees.
with this perspective.
Yeah.
If you're around, if there's an entity in here, you can use this device I'm holding.
There's also like fucking gnome grandpa is what we called him.
Again, we come here with respect.
That show's fucking nuts.
See her face or her eyes, luckily. We see the outline of the big box that she's in. Peggy, all we want is the truth. So we're gonna come back up here with
Fuck you,
some
Peggy!
equipment and the key, and we're gonna unlock this exhibit and take you out.
I'll do it. I get in there.
Have you?
I give a kiss.
I would do it.
Give a kiss.
I'd break the glass.
Holding the doll?
I haven't.
Let me have this bitch.
I'm gonna let you guys pop that cherry.
Oh, let's go.
But I will say.
You just say pop that cherry. Does that count as consensual?
Peggy, and I see the aftermath.
I think it does because
Alright,
that
Gonzalo,
typically
take a drink.
means like yeah. Because popping
Take a
cherry
bag to Taco
usually
Bell. Oh
means
my god, can you
losing
imagine?
Maybe apologize.
That would be such a good YouTube video, though. Zach, I'm borrowing Peggy. We're going to Taco Bell.
We got equipment.
Instantly viral.
Peggy to
I'm not even
Taco
joking.
Bell.
I took one of the world's most haunted dolls
Hi, Peggy.
to Taco Bell.
We're back. We're going to do a little investigation.
I may have killed 3 people on the way there, but that's totally fine.
Hi, Peggy. We come here with the utmost respect, and we just want to learn more about your story.
It's also this shit of like, we're here with the utmost respect. I don't accept any negative energy placed upon me. You are not allowed to follow me home. It's like, is any ghost gonna respect this? Any ghost?
Oh my god. What's crazy is there's so many other scary ass dolls too. Honestly, they look
Yeah, but all of
scarier
those are
than
painted
Peggy
specifically to be
itself.
scary.
Whoa. What the fuck was that?
The door just swung. That's fine.
I don't know. Well, does it auto shut?
Maybe. Wait, let me see.
Yes,
Probably,
yes, it
right?
does. Because it's heavy.
Okay, maybe my backpack. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think
It's
my backpack
very
was on
wide.
this, and then I walked this way.
It has hinges on one side,
Tell we're on edge.
which means its momentum is going to be towards where the most mass is.
Open the case and hold her, because I do not let people do that. I ain't doing that for just this camera stuff. If you guys want to do it, you guys came to my
The shadow
museum
monsters look
before,
like
and
someone
I had
Marin would call
mad
wife. What do you
respect for you guys. I
mean?
think you guys do excellent investigations.
Wait, did
The
I
way
miss
that you did
lesbian
the
shadow
investigation
monsters?
at the
I don't know.
museum
I
was
don't know what
just
shadow monsters they're talking about.
anybody was
You're talking about
to do
the dolls
this.
that had like
I want you
the
guys
black
to do
eyeshadow with the gray
this.
skin?
That could be a lot easier.
Because yes, they would be my wife.
And you believe that can happen?
Does that count as AI? They showed that picture earlier, and I meant to ask if that was AI. I'm pretty sure that's an AI picture.
Things would happen to not only me, but to my
Well,
editors,
one that
not only
was
the
hanging on the
editors,
wall, or
like
one that
No,
was
the one they
touching
just,
the
like,
screen? My wife
flashed.
is, yeah, my wife is talking to me, so I'm looking away at the wrong moments, I guess.
That's fine. No, they also showed it much earlier, and I just totally missed it and forgot to mention it. I'm counting that as AI. Take a drink, nerds.
Peggy is she's so powerful that that she can even haunt those that look her in the eyes through a screen. Yes, that means all of you guys.
I misheard haunt, and I thought he said hump. And I'm like, she does what?
Peggy, no! Peggy, no!
That pure soul.
Peggy. Oh, I guess that's why they call her Peggy.
That's a scary movie scene.
Alright guys, this is the part of the video where we are going to show Peggy with her eyes unblurred. So
Let's go. Let's go. Alright, direct eye contact, direct eye contact.
A warning, bad luck, or health problems could occur, and we're warning you now, it's completely up
I
to
have
you
both
if you wanna
already,
look,
it's
but
fine.
should we look
This is it. This is the moment where chat gets to decide that I in fact do need to run to the bathroom before the end of stream, because they made a prediction because I was eating ice cream earlier. Face spooky silhouette PNG. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. The wispy one that I was like, I think that's AI. Wait, guys, did you really just take pictures? That's it? That's it?
No, I think this is a video because like the background is shifting from like the foreground where the doll is.
Yeah.
It's just them like slowly zooming in, getting B-roll.
Open the door. Open the door.
Open it.
Also, why did they put a rosary on her like it's a necklace?
For sure. I mean, she definitely has like an energy to her.
Maybe we should do the right
It's a doll.
and then
Guys, it's a fucking doll.
Pick her up, hold her like a child, and call her a pretty little lady.
EMF rope now on, and that will detect all around us if there's any EMF energy going off. Which right now there's
Rope?
something going off on one of these dolls.
Rope?
Holy
Yo, are they
shit.
shooting
Oh,
rope in
just
front
a
of Peggy? That's
doll?
fucked up.
For some reason,
What the
this
fuck's
specific
EMF
doll
rope?
go off.
When I went up there the other day, I said, Peggy, can you tell us your name? She goes,
If I Peggy or Mithrigan? Ah,
Lily is the
Mithrigan.
doll on the bottom.
Mithrigan.
That is looking up to her.
Mithrigan would
There
win.
was something that
Because after all,
happened with
Mithrigan is in
Lily
fact now
few
a
months
super
ago
spy.
that
Don't you
is
know?
like, it's a
Don't
lot.
you know?
We'll just say somebody
The Mithrigan
that was
franchise is
there
a
during
fucking
very
industry
scary
plant, and
events.
nothing could ever convince me that she is a good fucking franchise.
Got us this. This is what
Fair.
they call a dead bell. It detects EMF energy, and if
It's
there's
a
major
fake auto bell
It's a-
made by the company that will sue you if you decide to break it open to show everybody how it works. Fun fact, there's a guy on YouTube that actually does like take apart ghost hunting equipment to show to you how it works, and he's gotten sued by it. I think it's at least 3 different companies.
Demonic infestation. And more importantly, we want to find out
Fucking
what Peggy or
why-
the entities that haunt her
Like,
wanna
why
tell the
sue
world.
anybody when anyone can do that
We're trying to
though?
figure out what Peggy is.
Because they don't want to be exposed as fraud. It's literally just an auto bell. The knob that's on it is basically on versus quote sensitivity, which is basically just increase the frequency of dinging.
Peggy is just a human spirit that's angry. Most believe Peggy is.
See, I'm pretty sure that's AI.
If you want to tell us, now is your chance.
Or if there's any
That
other entities in
feels
here that
like
could
it doesn't
be
feel like
us, feel free to
AI,
come
but
through
it
as
feels
well.
like a poor
Obviously, it looks
shop.
like something's
It had like an
going crazy with
extra
this
set of
doll.
left hands.
There will be other energies in this room with us.
Well, I mean, if they're trying to make it look creepy, like you're gonna add like limbs to it and shit.
Oh boy,
There's so
activity.
much like Peggy.
Oh my god.
It's a bell.
That was not you, right?
No, I did not
It's
do
a
that.
bell.
Right as we were about to start.
You know what? If I did this, I ain't using any of these fancy tools.
I'm here. That was perfectly
You get
on
me,
task.
a camera, and a pair of sneakers. We about to do this the old-fashioned way. I'm about to do this like Muslim and Chinese ghost hunters do it. Shit gets weird, I'm running at it.
Subconsciously just going with
Alright, Trine, let's go. We're going ghost hunting.
Hell yeah, fucking.
Wait,
I want to
bring your
go.
knuckle
I want to
dusters.
go into Zach Baggins' fucking haunted museum, and I want to not get scared by anything.
Over there.
I have chills everywhere.
This just got
Will I
so
be uncomfortable because of my hatred of dolls? Yeah, but like, fucking, it's not because of ghosts.
Our main question.
It's also like these guys have such big fucking lighting setups. This room isn't even scary with
No, I was
only the
gonna say
camera
the
light being
room is
on.
lit the fuck up.
What is that?
Buddy, can you keep your fucking fingers on the planchette, please?
What the hell? Oh my god.
I'm genuinely scared, dude.
I don't even know what to say.
Peggy, please understand that we are doing this to share your story. Do not give us any bad luck. We are just trying to help show the world exactly.
I'm begging you, please. I'll suck your toes.
I just got a new Lamborghini.
Dude.
The YouTube check just cleared, please.
Deep footsteps right outside. Peggy, you've
Huh?
obviously shown yourself already. You are here with us.
Feels like reacting
Show us
to nothing
with this
again.
random planchette what type of entity you truly are.
Peggy, what are your intentions?
Nothing's worse than a room temperature malt beverage.
Peggy, can you draw
Ugh.
out a symbol or something?
That's supposed to taste like tropical fruit punch, but it just tastes like vaguely fruity.
It's going in threes. It's doing threes.
What?
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
What?
Threes?
Only one person, and they're
What door slam are you talking about? Boost the audio.
Peggy?
Just in this moment, just every single sound, just hurry, react to nothing. React to nothing.
They'll add it in post. They never add it in post.
It's just like going off non-stop now, ever since we started writing planchette.
Hey, you were just trying to get your.
So a lot of these dolls legitimately are just like probably fan painted dolls to look as scary as possible. Some of these are even just American Girl dolls that I recognize.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, none of those look like fucking. They look like poorly done Halloween dolls.
That's like really insane.
I don't know what that is.
We're gonna try it one more time.
Right at the bottom of the planchette.
If you can draw something or write something out for us, Peggy, tell us who you are. What type of entity are you?
Help us move this planchette to draw a symbol.
Yo, my ass about to set up a static camera on the other side of that fucking wall, and we're gonna sit here for 3 hours and talk to Peggy. Okay, do we take Peggy to Taco Bell, or do we bring Taco Bell to Peggy?
That's exactly your intention.
Fucking, the dead bell goes off, but it's the Taco Bell bell.
Bong.
Whoa, what is that? It almost looks like the same as this, except just.
All right, I need somebody to grab a clip of them getting shocked by the bell going off next to their head, and I'm gonna go edit it and post to be the Taco Bell bong.
It's weird that both of them were kind of like the same symbol.
Do you think if it is a
I'll offer Taco Bell in its shrine.
Okay, put a fucking side by side so we can see what you're talking about.
Putting a fully loaded chalupa at Peggy's shrine.
We got a lot of things in the obvious.
Yo, no, fucking, if we go, right, we're bringing Crunchwrap Supremes to Peggy.
Let's go.
Zach Bagans himself
I gotta do hood rat shit if I ever start doing the fucking paranormal investigation shit.
Bring a fucking malt for you.
Show him with a fucking Bud Ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, fans of Sam and Colby, I hereby give this opportunity to Sam and Colby to officially open the case of Peggy the doll and hold her.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
On you.
I'd do it. I'd do it. Let me in there, Zach. Let me in there.
I don't need your permission. Fuck you.
He has the lock on it. I saw the lock on the thing down there, and see he has the key.
Let's do it.
That is a flimsy, like, fucking plastic
it's a children's lock for sure.
My God.
Yeah, see, it's just a little.
It's hard to breathe already.
Peggy, again, we don't mean to disrespect
Slab.
I could jimmy a card through that fucking door and unlock it.
Oh, for sure.
Grab you, but I'm asking you to not attach yourself to me at all. Do not give me any health problems. Do not give me any bad luck.
Seriously, though, remember what Zach said. This is.
I'm not gonna lie though, them saying it this way probably to me it exudes fear.
Nobody.
Don't be afraid.
Nobody.
Give her up. She just wants a chalupa. It's fine. I'm sorry, Peggy. I couldn't bring the fiery Doritos Locos taco you wanted. It's been discontinued for a couple years, so I brought the next best thing.
But I did bring you the Cool Ranch.
Yeah, I got the Cool Ranch. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Your pretty little head.
Oh fuck.
Oh my fucking God! She did the thing that those dolls from that time do. Where, yeah.
It's like a surreal moment.
I'm still not 100% sure, but I think this is an American Girl doll that's had the hair cut short.
She's a lot lighter than expected. I'm getting
because she's hollow.
Just misunderstood. Like
she literally looks like a 2000s doll. She's not that old.
It looks like a vinyl doll.
Like, what is it? Fucking Robert is from like the 1800s. Raggedy Ann is from I think like the 70s.
And touch the spirit box.
It's 60s or 70s if I remember right. Yeah.
The thing is too is my mom had a Raggedy Ann doll. My grandma still has that Raggedy Ann doll.
My mom had a Raggedy Ann doll.
For a reason, right?
All right. Well, we just communicated.
Okay, Estes method. That's made up science. Take a drink.
Yeah, I already took a drink as soon as I read it.
He's back around the world.
Around the world.
Around the world. She is from the 2000s. Wow.
How many entities or people are there in this room?
About 5.
5. What are you trying to draw us using the right
About 5.
The thing is, like, I already know how many of the devices these, like, ghost hunters use. So 90% of the time, the things that are supposed to be, like, surprising or suspenseful or anything, I'm always just like, it's fucking stupid. Because you're hanging on radio stations with this. So obviously you're going to catch, like, phrases and words.
Me.
Okay, so I have an article from 2021 about Peggy the doll on Netline.
Oh boy.
Are you trying to attract people towards you? Do you enjoy that you're part of the museum?
I fucking love this cover image because it just looks like it's an interview with the doll.
Oh my god, let me see, where is it?
It's known that Peggy gives people bad luck.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, hold on, I will pause for this.
Okay, so let's see here.
All right, there you go, chat. Just so this is the right image for this.
It's a Q&A with Peggy the doll. Can you fucking imagine?
How many chalupas should we order for the room? 5.
Oh god.
All right,
Peggy came into international prominence after a woman called Jane Harris requested to take her away.
Yeah, that was the haunted doll specialist.
Yeah, the woman claimed to have lost all peace and luck after buying Peggy at a car boot sale. The woman had requested help from a priest, but try as they might, the priest couldn't exorcise Peggy. The unlucky woman tried to remove Peggy to other rooms, but unusual events at her house kept happening. The final straw was a mysterious illness coupled with hallucinations. Maybe the hallucinations were always there.
Have you considered seeing a shrink or a psychologist? I generally do question it sometimes, how many people that like think that their entire house is haunted, that like live alone. Is it just schizophrenia, or could it also just be loneliness?
Could be loneliness, could be mold.
The thing too is like there's mild forms of schizophrenia that can just result as like things out of the corner of your eye and stuff. There's also things that aren't schizophrenia that result in that.
A lot of the time there are
There's more than just paranoid schizophrenia, kids.
But there are like a lot of the times people who are claiming like, oh, there's like fucked up shit in my house and like shit's all fucked. They're also medicated and have been medicated prior, and there are definitely medications that cause hallucinations as a side effect, especially if you've been on them long term, especially if you're on stuff like SSRIs.
Yep. The human brain is truly
like
a wonder.
I know for me, I'm taking prednisone right now, right? And prednisone's like one of prednisone's common side effects is hallucinations. I will sometimes imagine that there's fucking bugs in the corner of my eyes.
Ooh.
My fucking house is haunted, I guess, by centipede ants.
I can't say I've ever had hallucinations. Maybe auditory hallucinations, but I can't say with any level of certainty.
PTSD,
unless occasionally trying to fall asleep at time and then it randomly sometimes sounding like something literally explodes in your ear. Then yeah, maybe.
Oh, that's a phenomenon actually. Fucking I forget what it's called, but that's actually like super common for people, apparently.
I didn't find that out until like recently, but there was no explanation. It was just somebody like being like, does this happen to other people? And seeing like a couple people like, yeah, that happens to me. And I'm like, huh, that's weird. Thing though is I hate it is because it happens like right before I'm falling asleep, and it literally sounds like a stick of dynamite explodes in your ear.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so I do the thing where like you pull your head as far away from the sound as you can. And so it's like that momentary like flailing in bed of just like, what the fuck?
Fucking, but yeah, no, it's a super common phenomena. Like I think it's supposed to be something to do with like the fucking spiral shit thing in your ear.
Oh yeah, the inner ear.
Yeah.
I'm brain farting. Is it cochlear?
The cochlea? Yeah, I think. Yeah, the cloaca?
That ain't it.
The ear cloaca.
No! That's internal, okay? It's not the whole. Why is my literacy so much better when I've been drinking? It's truly a miracle beef that you're actually able to read now after drinking so much. Because you can't read when you're sober. We already know that.
Yeah, the snails that live in your head, that.
Yeah, the snails live in your head, absolutely. Everybody's favorite snail. The snail that takes you to Snurch.
Take me to Snurch.
All right, back to this nonsense.
Back to Smem and Colbub.
Yeah.
Smem and Colbub.
Yeah.
It says it leads.
We watched one. It was one of the ones that we watched in Discord last week, and the dude that was doing the Estes method was just yelling.
Leading is overpowering this other thing controlling Peggy.
Oh, it was the tall guy. It was the tall guy from the BuzzFeed group, the one who's supposed to be the skeptic.
Oh yeah.
But he was just yelling what was coming, what he heard through the radio, as loud as possible.
Are you trapped in her forever?
Not now. Key.
forever. Forever is a solid word to give to a supposedly demon-possessed doll. That's a really pretty doll, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why, but the dress makes me think of like First Holy Communion. And I think it's a combination of the rosary.
There's no fucking way it's saying that. Are you trying to attach yourself to us right now?
You stupid.
I'm not talking to whatever malevolent entity is.
Anybody know what the origin of this doll is? Like, who manufactured this doll?
Is there something trying to harm us? Just something
I genuinely feel like it's like a First Holy Communion doll.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like
it's some doll given to a girl for her First Holy Communion that's like supposed to look like her.
Just like we researched.
It's like when people buy like the newer American Girl dolls and they're like supposed to look like their kid.
Getting people to come to the museum
Ish.
Yeah.
so that it can attach itself to as many people as possible and spread this negativity.
I mean, that's kind of exactly
the hair
what Zach
looks
said.
chopped.
Dude, like you were
Yeah, I think they did mention something about like the lady cutting the doll's hair.
That was like literally the way
I swear they did when they were talking about the backstory.
Remember? I don't know where exactly we learned.
But I don't remember if it was the specialist or if it was the lady who had the doll before.
While doing an investigation is one of the first signs of attachment. Peggy, thank you for talking with us, but you cannot attach yourself to us. You cannot go home with us. You must stay here in the museum.
I'll take her home.
Peggy, you're cool and shit, but fucking.
I'll take her home. I'll bring her to every stream. It'll be me and Peggy every stream.
Nothing evil possessing this doll can follow us home.
I'll play Visage all over again with Peggy. I won't play Visage by myself again, but I'll play it with Peggy.
Two now.
Say that again?
Isn't there a Visage 2?
No, there's not.
Goodbye,
Not to my
Peggy.
knowledge.
Thank
You may be thinking of Madison,
Favorite part of the trip. Time to see Robert.
I might be thinking of Madison. Hold on.
but also Visage to this day is still the scariest game I've ever played, and I will stay on this hill that Visage is the scariest game ever made.
Alright guys, so there's actually a second point to this video.
So if you want a pants-shittingly scary game for Halloween, go play Visage.
It would be the perfect opportunity to create
To completion. To completion.
Like if there's ever a time that we're gonna prove the paranormal, it's this. I am trying to get that moment where someone like
Make out with doll, take doll to Taco Bell, take doll home. I didn't say make out with doll, I said give doll kiss.
You will haunt people through a photo or a video, and we know that Robert.
Okay, no, it's not actually a sequel, but it is a spiritual sequel, and it's called Unmourned.
Bring them to
Oh, okay.
combine the energy of all three haunted
Interesting.
dolls and see what happens. I have no idea if that's gonna do anything.
Did I don't think I said make out. I just meant kiss.
You're gonna see this in the
Like a little kiss.
I'm a kiss.
Little bitty kiss.
Like one of those little parakeets.
Oh god, it's one of the new fucking Polaroid cameras. I have a little similar one.
Is that it? Is that the Instagram?
It is in fact the Instagram camera. I had like an older one from like the 80s or the 90s that was actually found in the house that I grew up in. It was literally in the under the stairs closet.
Did you fuck with the ghost hunters with it?
Unfortunately, no. It just got lost in the process at some point. I genuinely have no idea where it is now. It's probably still in the house, which is now an Airbnb, and it drives me up the fucking wall. They white personed it. Trine, they white personed my childhood home.
Your home.
They took out all the fucking cabinets, put in those like hanging cabinet shits.
Without permission, you will be cursed until you apologize.
You-
Just to prove that, the museum has received over 10,000 apology letters from those who disrespect
Airbnb
Bob.
was a
Some of these
fucking
curses
mistake.
include sickness,
Airbnb was a mistake.
career setbacks, and
It's
even
literally the
make-
only reason Airbnb was successful was because of venture capital, aka dumb money.
Yeah, we may or may not have had one of the worst years of bad luck in our entire lives, which is why we came back to apologize.
Wait, did he get
to
testicular
Robert
cancer?
himself.
That's crazy.
figure out how involved
Whoa.
he was in all of those horrible experiences.
Fucking that American Girl doll gave me testicular cancer.
No, apparently Robert gave him testicular cancer.
They say he's the world's most
Oh.
loved doll. 1904, he arrives.
You know what I
in the US
wonder?
from Germany.
Like, maybe illnesses are being given to people, but not because of a demon, but because of the fucking spores sitting in a doll from like the fucking early 1800s.
Hours a day talking to each other.
It is like kind of made out of sponge, I think. It always looked to me like it was made out of sponge.
It looks like it's made out of like some kind of burlap.
Whenever Gene would do something bad or
I
get
can
in
see that.
trouble, he would blame it on Robert the doll, which is a big theory of why Robert has become negative over time.
And his catchface becomes.
Ghost
Wait, is the
Key
whole thing like
West,
he's a
Robert the Doll Experience. Ugh.
Furniture moving around, and when
Is
they
it-
go into the room,
is-
they would
are
find
they
their
saying
kid
like he's some
crying
kind of
and cowering in the
tulpa?
corner. Some stories even say that the parents witnessed their own son being pinned down to the bed by
I mean,
Robert.
I think it was something about being a demon
Doors would close on their own, silverware would be warped, and
that
some
basically
people
just
believe that when they look
haunted the
Robert in
family
eyes,
and
his
messed
facial
with people, and
expression
then
changes.
tomfoolery from a child was blamed on the doll.
And they'd look up and they'd see Robert in the window moving
they would see the kid bounce the doll around by the window.
Okay, just a second. Sweaty hard nipples. Thank you for the follow. Are you proud of yourself? Do you feel better?
Are they crunchy?
Wait, has he been in that box since 1994? He's so lonely. He needs Taco Bell.
That Robert is walking around in this museum.
Good evening and shit.
Dude, you know what? You know what?
Working with Robert that he claims
Fucking.
5 feet off the ground.
It just sounds like every single
That's
one
AI.
of these dolls. That's AI. Every single one of these dolls just needs a fucking Crunchwrap Supreme.
Dude, I'm not kidding.
I agree.
My heart is like.
And I say that as somebody who won't eat it with sour cream on it.
Locos
There's a lot
Tacos.
of horrific things that happened after we made that mistake. We were just kind of pushing every boundary.
I'm not saying that.
Oh yeah, the fucking don't talk to Robert the doll at 3
If there
a.m.
is a chance that he did, we're about to come face to
This
face.
isn't even 3 a.m. This is like 3 p.m. I can see outside that window.
Goal of coming back here is to get back on his good side. So
You can literally see like. In the
I
back,
bought
like,
the
fucking
Among Us
sunlight coming in.
potion at 3 a.m. And here's what happened.
But just throughout this video, he warned he is going to curse people who would take
I will
pictures
never
of
understand those weird fucking I
It's
bought a
just
potion
odd
on the
face.
internet and I turned into a monster videos where people would just pretend to like
Oh
chase
yeah, you're
down their
talking about
friends.
like the fucking darknet potion shit. Yeah.
It'd be like anything like that. Anything that's even remotely similar. It is the
I bought-
cringiest shit on the
I
internet.
bought the gay potion off the black market.
Oh yeah, and then they pretend to act like they're a gay character from a 90s movie. Okay, you didn't have to yank it off so hard, dude. Also, I love the funeral carriage behind him. Colby,
Good
how high
acting.
are you? Look
Good
at your
acting,
fucking
dude.
pupils, dude.
This one feels different.
If Robert
They
was
had
the
to
one
have
who
hit something
affected
to
us
like.
in our personal life so deeply, we cannot mess around.
Oh god,
This
you
is
got the
most
white boy
powerful,
blue eyes. Oh
darkest
my god,
thing
he
we've ever
is
encountered.
dilated. Look at
Think
him.
about it, it's so scary.
Well, again, in order not to get cursed, we can't film or take pictures of him without his permission. So I say first thing, we ask him if he wants to talk to us and who he wants to talk to tonight.
Dude toked before he got on
Actually
camera.
came out here to give you an update on my plan. Not only am I going to take another photo of Robert with Polaroid camera tonight, I have something new. When we left Vegas,
With
I
poo
Portable
camera?
camera?
voodoo dolls
Like all
of
cameras nowadays aren't
ourselves.
portable?
They literally have Colby
I think he
and
said
his faces on
Polaroid.
it. We actually use this on our React channel. We like opened it up and put it in a demo box. But these are not just random regular dolls. They were made specifically to hold our spirits. I brought these for a special plan.
Made up
Hopefully
science.
What happens
Made up
is
science.
I'm able to use both this picture and the Robert the doll picture to haunt the
I'm almost out on
dolls
this
and bring
one.
the voodoo dolls over to Annabelle to create the biggest paranormal storm ever created. I need this. I want to prove it to you guys. I want to push the bar. This is an opportunity that I cannot pass up.
I'll bring them all in the same room. I don't give a shit.
Alright, guys, so we got
I'll get a Crunchwrap Supreme for every single one of them.
Sam's gonna be using the music box. I'm gonna be using the static box, and we're gonna let Robert.
Static
choose who
box?
he
What
wants
the
to
fuck
talk
is
to under
that?
The SS method tonight.
What is that? Why do you have a black version of the golden digi-egg of destiny?
If you walk right next to me,
Hold on.
tonight, you can
To talk to under the SS.
Detects the direction of static anomalies. That sounds like more pseudoscience.
Not destiny. Is it? There it is. Miracles.
Damn. They're about to perform some fucking miracles, dude.
My guy. My guy. Digi armor energized. Oh my god.
Robert, if you would like to speak with
Do you think
one
it's
of
just
us
a toy that
tonight, you can
you
do
painted
so.
black?
Oh, these are all
Like-
toys.
Joining us.
Almost
If
every
you
single
walk
fucking
right
tool
next to me,
are toys.
I'll
That's a
be able to
toy.
know that you want to talk to me. If you want to go up to this
A 6-year-old would get as much amusement out of the fucking music box react by motion as these guys do for the YouTube channel.
The owner here later about like the theories of what he thinks is going on. I just thought about this. We haven't come in and apologized to him yet. So
No,
maybe
Sam
he's
and
still
Colby are a
angry
different
with
breed.
us.
These are the original YouTube fuckboys.
Conversation with you. Now's your chance to show us who.
Which again, I'm pretty sure they got famous off of Vine. I'm pretty sure.
Dude, I remember last time I was here too. I did an investigation right there by myself. It's just crazy to like think back on all those memories and realize how far we've come in just like a year and a half.
And how much has changed in our lives since Robert the Doll.
Yeah, you're one
first ate
testicle
it.
down.
Robert, if there's a big part of you that doesn't want to talk to us tonight,
He survived, it's fine.
sign, rather than coming up to one of our
Bro, I only got
If you'd
one
like to
ball.
talk to us,
Robert
walk
took
on
the
either
other.
side, or make something move on either side of
Your pants are
case.
falling down too, bud. I also don't know which one's Sam and which one's Colby, not gonna lie.
Like you said, like what if he just doesn't even want to entertain a conversation? He's like, oh,
Just like I don't know which one is River and which one is I know which one's Wayne in Twin Paranormal, but which one's I don't know which one's River and
starting with this investigation.
I didn't even tell you this.
I don't even remember the other one's name.
I wrote a letter.
River and someone.
Again, I'm not saying that he caused all the bad things that happened in my
The
life.
dude and guy.
But if he did, I just wanted to be safe and cover myself.
Paranormal and Twink.
Apology before we do any further investigation.
Yeah, that sounds about
You
right.
guys know what happened to me in 2023?
Damn, Robert demands you pay a ball tax.
Yeah, the intention of your guys' video was to come in and see.
My guy, put your legs together. Jeez, look at the spread. Not even Mr. I had testicular cancer is spread that wide.
And I came up to the museum with a psychic. She told me, Robert's telling me he wants to give you cancer. Right when she said that, I felt like somebody took a knife and jammed it into my groin. It was so painful, I had to go outside. So when I saw what happened to you, it took me back then. I'm like, absolutely, this is Robert's way of doing it.
You had testicular torsion.
He couldn't give you cancer, so he just gave you testicular torsion, just give him a twist.
Because a lot of people have seen what you're doing with Robert.
Like-
Sometimes people like card
No, like fucking dude just had poorly timed testicular torsion.
see this. And now I think
Wait, what? Bring great news to retro fanatics. I heard some exciting news in Britain. An estate in Yorkshire turned up 4 episode recordings of VHSs of lost episodes from William Hartnell's run of the Doctor from Doctor Who. Is he like one of the first 4 Doctors? I can't remember.
I believe so, yeah.
Is that the first or second Doctor?
When it comes to like my personal life,
Because I do know like the first 3 Doctors are basically like majority lost medium.
And that he says the curse is not lifted if not.
Because I think they got like molds in the BBC archives or something.
The rest of my life, so I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna be completely sincere and honest with him that I do not want anything but to respect him, and I'm gonna pray to God and ask help from this child spirit to
He was the first
follow me
Doctor.
for the rest of my life. Because
Okay, was the first Doctor? Thank you.
I'm not kidding. Like I didn't really
Give him the old ball twist, Robert.
until,
Just let him have the.
He literally just said like, yes, this doll gave you cancer. In my head, I was always being like, well, maybe that was the thing, maybe. But like hearing somebody so confidently say like, yes, dude, we have to take this seriously. Like,
Why
I
are you
need to go-
believing him?
It sounded like there might
Because
be
these guys are gullible. Like I said, they're some of the original fuckboys. They still dress like it's 2011.
So not kidding. Before we
God.
do anything else tonight,
He's literally wearing a necklace that came out of a Florida gift shop.
I'm going to apologize right now.
Fucking, if I were to go fuck around with Robert the Doll, and I were to later get sick,
I don't think it's gonna be enough. Have you
major
considered a
disease.
chalupa
Do you think would work?
with Diablo sauce?
But if I were to get sick after visiting the doll, I'm not gonna blame the fucking doll.
Yeah.
Like, especially because I personally have a fucking history of, like, bad illness. It just happens. Dude probably had signs leading up to Robert that he just ignored.
Oh, almost certainly. It's also, I don't think there's much, like, super easy way to determine testicular cancer unless it's, like, externally obvious or you whack it so much that you can tell there's a difference in, like, discharge.
Fucking, pee on a pregnancy test.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not something that the average person is just going to be doing. Average dude is going to be
That's
doing.
true.
Average ball haver is
But,
going to be
like,
doing.
The other thing is, too, is that if he were getting regular checkups, that probably would have been caught early. Because, like, even though there's no, like, outward, like, external manifestation, there is still, like, you could feel for a lump, basically. And, like, masses usually start, like, towards one of the tubes of, like, the fucking testicles. And that can be very easily felt. Like, if it feels like a hard noodle, essentially, that's when you have to get checked up.
So I could just come up to you confidently, say something, and you'll believe me? Not a chance in hell unless you gave me a chalupa. Especially because chalupas are now like $4 fucking.
You gotta give me 2 chalupa.
I want 2 chalupa.
been through, but for all the pain that
You want me to believe
it
anything you
also
say?
brought
Tutu
Sam
Lupa.
closer
Extra
than
cheese.
ever. It reminded me that I have the best friend anyone
The
can
vas
ask for,
deferens?
and I'm
Is that
proud
the one
to
that leads
call my
directly to the
brother for
testicle, or is that the one
So,
that leads,
Robert, I'm not
yeah,
sure
yeah,
if
you,
he
yeah, the vas
hurts me
deferens.
or not,
Vas
but I
deferens, yes.
do know that everything happens for a reason. I know I'm going to enjoy the rest of my life and make the most of it. So here it is. Robert, I am so sorry that
I still cannot believe these two guys are not gay.
I didn't understand your power and should have never taken that.
Your homie being there for you through like cancer diagnosis and cancer treatment over the course of a year and a half. My dude, that's a homie for life. You should get married. And you make ghost videos together? Kinda gay, dude. Kinda gay.
It's a little gay. It's a little, you know.
He looks legitimately sincere. I'm not gonna make fun of this anymore. If he legitimately thinks that it was the doll that did it after going through what I can only describe as a life-altering event,
I just really hope he accepts it. The fact that there's like a huge theory that
you know what? Some respect to some degree, my man.
dark energies that are attaching to him.
Is it goofy and odd to my mind? Yeah, but like the look in his eyes felt like genuine fear.
I unfortunately think that they do actually believe in this stuff.
I think a lot of ghost hunters do.
Well, yeah, like
I'm sure there's charlatans out there.
In order to believe the pseudoscience.
Crazy stuff, but when it comes to our personal life, and
Like the only one that I know off the top of my head that I've watched do like ghost hunts that like I'm like this person definitely doesn't believe in it. It's not even the BuzzFeed dude. It's Papa Mutt.
Yeah.
Papa Mutt is the one that I watch, and I'm like, you're the most genuine ghost hunter I've seen, and nothing fucking happens.
I love fucking when he's like, he freaks himself out, but he knows he's freaking himself out. The fucking coffin music box that he used.
I think I don't know if it's him or if it's someone else. If it's him or someone else that like was using the cat balls, and the cat balls kept just like rolling down the stairs and like falling to the next step, and it kept scaring the shit out of him. It was because the stairs were like worn, so there was just this tight like divot in the stairs, so it would always just roll straight down the stairs.
Well, yeah, he would put it like towards the middle of the stairs, and like that's where it's the most worn, so it would just dip and roll out.
But it was just so it happened like 3 times.
Also,
I think in the
that was
video.
more
Nah, shit, drink.
Feels disrespected. People assume Robert's just one entity, but he's not. Certain psychics have come here and they said that there's a portal inside of Robert. And so you have this.
Yeah, there we go.
Who is the main spirit. That's the.
All right, I'm out on this one. I'm gonna go grab another one, and you got to do another one because they just did made up science with the vortex portal nonsense.
Yeah.
8-foot-tall creatures. When you disrespect the child, it's almost like the child comes and like tags you with a sticky tar, and then these guys come out and they latch onto you and they stay with you. And they'll affect your thoughts and they'll affect your health. The only way to get them off of you is to apologize.
So we're about to do the Estes method, but as we were grabbing our equipment, the guides gave us a shot that was specifically made for Robert. They told us to take one and then go pour one for Robert. So we just did that. So if you guys want to see that whole process, us taking the shot and then apologizing again to Robert, go to exploreclub.com. Also on Explore Club, there's just tons of behind the scenes, lots of new investigations, live streams, giveaways, podcasts. We have so much content on there, so click down below, check it out.
Oh my god, I shouldn't have deafened. I'm sorry, chat couldn't hear you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I realized, but
I deafened because I'm like it makes the little PNG look like it's asleep.
No.
All right, pineapple cider.
Two more sips because 2 more AI images showed up.
Damn it! All right.
Disrespect him and try to see if it's real. Then yeah, I think he would be inclined to mess with him.
So if you do disrespect him, these shadows.
Also, yeah, apparently there's shots with Robert behind a paywall.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, they did like shots next to Robert or something. That was
No,
the club advertisement.
Yeah. They apparently one of the things is that you pour shots with Robert and he's more likely to forgive you or some shit like that. I didn't fully catch it.
So make sure you do not disrespect him if you don't want to be cursed.
Oh shit, the Robert hole. Hi, Sugar. How are you doing?
In 3, 2, 1.
Are you ready to disrespect Robert?
Disrespect Robert. Y'all did shots with Robert. It's also the thing with like.
Fuck you, Robert. Hey, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. What are you made out of, sponge? Hey, you're soaking up all the demons. Fuck you.
Because but isn't bringing Taco Bell to him disrespectful? Wrong. Bringing Taco
What
Bell
are you
to someone is
fucking
the
talking
most
about?
respectful.
are talking to you and you would like to speak with us tonight, please.
Okay, we're not counting.
let
We're not
Colby
double
know
counting the
through
Estes
spirit
method
box.
as fake science.
Yeah.
Robert or anybody with Robert, are you here?
Something's trying
Also,
to
there are
come
so many
Really
images of Robert the
contact
Doll
the spirit
online
of
unblurred.
Robert,
I don't understand
possibly
why they
the
make such a
spirit of
huge
Gene
fucking
Otto.
deal.
Is he here?
I think the eye thing was specifically for pegging,
Hey, thank you for talking
and
with
they're
us.
just doing
What
it with
spirit
all
are we
of the
talking
dolls
to
for some
right now? Are
reason.
you human or non-human? What type of spirit are we speaking with?
There is some shit about like Robert the Doll photos potentially carrying like issue as well.
I have heard about that, where like taking pictures will basically convey the same negativity.
Robert, did you accept
Yeah.
Sit the attorney if you want me to. That works. That's okay, sugar. You don't have to. You don't have to have an alcoholic beverage to do this.
fully accept this
Fuck,
apology?
I'm
We
gonna
don't
pick
know
up
if you
Taco
accepted
Bell
it
now.
last
Fuck you
time.
guys.
I want Taco Bell too, and I haven't had Taco Bell in a long time. I almost got Taco Bell like several weeks ago, but I stood in there trying to figure out what I wanted, going through the menu, and I sat there messing with it and tried to order, and it messed up, and I got so annoyed that I was just like, never mind, I don't want Taco Bell, and I left.
Never mind, Taco Bell sucks.
Always.
So do you accept this
Because they got rid of like
Fucking
registers
white
and
castle
stuff. Now
too.
it's just the touchscreen things right up against where the register used to be.
Time will tell.
So now it's all
Oh,
like
yeah.
like put in your own order, which I'm totally
Self-checkout.
fine with. I like self checkout. I genuinely do. I always
Yeah.
use self checkout when I get the chance.
Just to apologize.
But it was just like the machine broke, and I was like, well, that's a sign to me. Leaves. Hi, Sensei.
Yeah.
God is
I'll probably order myself some Taco Bell next fucking next week for lunch.
If you don't accept our apology, could it get any worse?
just like laughter.
I'm gonna take the other ball.
How dare you?
I've taken a picture of Peggy.
I'm taking pictures to base negativity shit, just like me. Relatable.
What do you think of that idea?
You take a picture of me, I'm gonna be pissed the rest of the day.
I just want to prove something to the world. Will you help me do that? I want to see if you'll help me show the world.
Exactly, Sensei. Exactly.
Do you know who Annabelle is?
Oh, I'll be there.
Yeah, you think there's like a Facebook of
Thank you, Robert.
of haunted dolls or haunted items with demons in them?
Everything's connected, or the dolls? Do you mean to say Peggy, you, and Annabelle, the three most haunted dolls in the world, are connected? Can you just confirm that?
No, because it means nothing. React to nothing.
How are you
Take a
guys
drink.
connected? We heard from Peggy.
We're here from Hira. Oh my god. We're next to one of
The cider is so much better than that shit I was drinking before.
back for more, and I know.
Warm malt.
We are coming back from Harvard. We came back to apologize. Do you like
It was the same tall boy I've been drinking the entire stream, so I've been drinking that for 3.5 hours.
We're just searching for
You,
an answer.
you let it fucking warm up.
And I had gotten out of the fridge like probably 15 minutes before stream.
Ugh.
It's about intention.
That's exactly what we're talking
Because I look so mad in it. Amazing.
about. To see everything come together. I think there is a powerful thing.
Also, Sugar, how are you doing? How's my favorite sugar bug?
Word, what do you have to say to Colby?
Let me kiss you.
Will you stay with him, or will you leave him?
Okay,
alone?
I was right. Sam is the blonde one. Colby is the fuckboy with the missing testicle.
Okay, gotcha.
Don't test me. For now.
Colby ain't got a pair.
It's a good thing to not test him for now.
Sipping on warm booze. It was room temperature, like malts that was supposed to be fruit punch. It was not fruit punch. Upon almost everything we learned during the SS mission, huh? What do you mean? You say that like he wasn't the one who was saying it out loud.
Mentioning Peggy.
Well, he can't hear the questions that are being asked. He can only hear the responses.
I suppose that's fair.
At least that's what the this method is.
Energies, and I think together.
Sorry, thank you for doing your season. Holy shit. Okay, no, that was a tier 1. I saw the 3. I was like, is that a tier 3? Jesus. But thank you for the 22 months. That's almost a year. Almost a year.
Almost a year. We're almost there.
Practice in theory. I
That's
love your
AI.
name.
That was AI as fuck.
Oh, I missed it. All right, take a drink.
Of them all next.
I was gonna say, like, we've seen Peggy.
It was a bunch of fucked up faced children like coming out of a portal in the wall.
Oh boy. All right, and self-care, so I'll drink water for that.
Literally be walking into the greatest paranormal event we've ever been a part of.
Practice in theory. That is a sick ass name. Welcome in, baby. Are you looking for communist streamers? Is that the deal?
Once again, we're back. We should curse as we will. Come with us to the
Is that what the name is for? Also, the funky font that the name Robert was in on that sign over the door.
Rabbit.
Rabbit.
And finally, we are here at the War
Rabbit.
Museum to come face to face with the real Annabelle doll, the most famous
I
haunted
think I know
doll
what
in the
that
world.
font is too.
Figure out how all these dolls are connected.
Paranormalology Research Center.
Yes,
What the
guys, we're
fuck
at the
does
New
that
England
mean?
Paranormalology Research Center. I've never heard of that word before. As we were flying over here from Robert the Doll, we experienced the worst turbulence ever. Absolutely terrifying.
You survived. It is not the worst turbulence ever.
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, you definitely.
The worst turbulence ever results in a crash.
No, we were shaking
Yeah.
up there.
Dude, I've been in a lot of flights where it was like heavy
In
turbulence. Calm down.
1970, a nursing student received a 3-foot-tall Raggedy Ann doll as a gift from her
I could have swore Zach Baggins had Annabelle.
It started with the doll moving
But I guess maybe they're catching her while she's on tour.
Handwritten notes would appear
I think
with the
that's what it
words,
is.
"Help
Yeah,
us."
I think this is while she was on the tour.
But then the nurse's boyfriend would have nightmares of the doll climbing onto his bed.
But also,
Seriously,
like,
these shots
if
from the
those,
movie.
After there was blood
oh my
found
god.
on the back of the doll's hands.
But like,
They
if
called a
those were
psychic medium who
actual
told them that the
pictures,
spirit of a
like from
7-year-old girl
her
named Annabelle
lore,
was
that's not
haunting
the
them,
same
trying
doll.
to get their attention.
Yeah. This was thing. They're using pictures from the movie. That's what Annabelle looks like in the Annabelle movies and the
Oh no, I'm not talking about the fucked up like porcelain doll from the movies. I'm talking about like the actual Annabelle doll from the pictures, like the old photos.
Oh yeah.
That no one else was in the room besides Annabelle.
Like that's not the
He
same
picked up
doll.
The doll and started shaking it, saying, "You're nothing but a toy." Then immediately, he
That's
felt
not the
pain
same
and
Annabelle
doubled
doll that's
over,
in the case.
screaming. There were 7 bloody claw marks slashed
Okay.
across his chest. 3 vertical and 4 horizontal. And that is when they knew they needed help. So
They'll show fucking like the darkest nipples I've ever seen on a pale man, but they won't show a doll's
There was
eyes.
never a child spirit named Annabelle, and this was actually a demon. One that needed an exorcism.
Yeah, no, you can tell. Fucking like, because that was actually one of the Warrens photos, right? The head of the Annabelle doll in the original photos is like much bigger than the one that they've been like displaying in this video.
Yeah.
A priest bless us
Oh yeah, the rumor that Annabelle broke out and ran around Texas. That was not true at all. It was fake.
In fact, the owners are so
I did in fact make a post at one point that was like, I'm gonna find her ass and I'm gonna keep her. I'm gonna keep it. Annabelle's gonna be mine. And then we found out it was entirely like a fake rumor kind of thing that somebody was joking about. Shadow Monster, Yowie Hands? True. That was like, that's not AI, that's a Photoshop.
Saint Joseph, we call him Saint Joseph,
Oh, yeah.
the terror of demons. So for your protection when you go in.
Buddy, your eyes are looking in 2 different directions. I don't think God's blessed you enough.
Do you think he's an actual priest? I feel like this might be just a role he plays in this area just to kind of like keep up with the fucking appearances.
I could not say. I could not lay claim to it. The idea though of him wearing the purple sash in this case makes me think that he's a Catholic priest. Because that's usually something that they wear based on the season. I can't remember which color is which, because I know there's green, white, purple, and I think like a red.
Yeah.
And I know green, white, purple is like around before, during, and after Lent, I think is what it is. Also, happy Eid, everyone.
I have seen so many pictures and videos of this
Happy
place.
end of Ramadan.
Actually be in here
That's today, isn't it?
Yeah, it was either yesterday or today. It just depends on where you are and if you saw the new moon.
I don't know if you could hear it in my voice, but yeah, this place is not good.
Happy Eid. Remember to go have a good iftar.
That's just calibration.
Enjoy your feast.
Fill up, babes.
Famous disease.
Time to break that fast.
All right, so Annabelle is right in front of me. I'm gonna walk.
Hi, Kono. Kono, it's past your bedtime, boss man.
Ed, it's a
And yes, I do know it is not even 9 o'clock.
For a second. She's a lot bigger than
You're
I
just a little guy.
expected.
Little guy that needs to go to
She's
bed.
standing up. She's 3 feet tall. Viewer discretion. If you do not.
I'm sorry, did you say standing up? I thought she was laying down in the box.
Show you what she looks like for the first time. I cannot believe that thing already said Ed. You guys ready? Look.
Ed?
This is finish. Look away now if you don't want to see.
Eid.
3.
It's Eid. He's talking about Eid. She can hear me.
Oh my god.
Malicious, right? When I turn the camera. Here we go.
Again, that is from a library of words.
Yeah,
that play
those are word
randomly.
banks. The Ovilus, the fucking PS device. Hi.
That looks way too new.
Surreal being with her.
She's in pretty pristine condition, not gonna lie, for something that also had blood soaked into her hand.
Especially from the movie. I don't know if you guys remember this, but in the Conjuring house, they have the same exact box.
The dollar bill in the handle and the devil card from a tarot deck.
This devil tarot card as well. Cross above it.
That is the most generic cross I've ever seen. Y'all couldn't have done better and actually put a little Jesus on it.
The artifacts around here. Ed and Lorraine were famous demonologists, not ghost hunters, so there's a couple demonologist books.
Yeah, sure, they were demonologists. They also weren't related at all to the church, and the Catholic Church specifically hated them.
I don't even know what that thing is.
Yeah, because didn't they like violate basically like every fucking thing surrounding like Vatican laws on addressing demons? Yeah.
Constantly.
I come here with all the respect.
They were like Baptist or something, if I remember right.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like even like the folks at the Vatican who are in charge of like the exorcism sector of things, like they don't believe in that shit. They are extremely fucking skeptical about possessions.
Exorcisms are like the last fucking thing they do, and 99% of the time they're just like, take him to therapy, dude.
Insane how much this is going off.
Yeah.
I do not
They
understand.
probably have
even
some
the
sort of
Catholic
heinous
Church.
mental illness that is completely going unchecked, and it's getting worse because you think it's a demon.
Please let me know if this is you.
And a lot of the time, from what I understand from like the people who have performed exorcisms themselves, they are doing it as like a placebo ritual, essentially.
Yes, a placebo, mainly for the parents. Shockingly, you'd be surprised how many kids get exorcisms when it's just a placebo for the parents.
Kids have straight like people who have had exorcisms as children have like straight up talked about like fucking oh yeah no like the priest talked to me after my parents left the room asking if I was okay.
It's also like one of the most famous cases, which is the one that happened in England with Ed and Lorraine Warren. That's like I think the second exorcism movie.
Oh, what the second film was based? Yeah.
Yeah, that the Warrens showed up uninvited, demanded to be let in, and actually got to participate in nothing involving that family. But even then, I think it was like 10 years later, all the kids admitted they made the whole thing up and were just acting it out.
As I was in there.
Yeah.
It's terrifying in there. You'll feel it.
Not making me any more excited.
No, as soon as you walk in, like.
What's up with the chicken wire?
So here's that. It's ready for you.
I don't
They got
like
chickens.
going second, but this sucks.
You know what? That's a fair point.
Today, Annabelle is known to mess
Damn,
with
she like
comics,
fucking
possess
she's
people and heighten negative emotions.
She's sitting
Allegedly,
tough.
there's even a case
She's sitting
where a man
tough.
suspected
She's
Annabelle
tough as
and
shit.
On his way home, crashed his motorcycle and died.
Good luck.
Here we go, guys.
Throw salt
Oh,
at
they're
it or
talking about the
something?
guy
I mean,
that
that's not the
died
worst
during the
decision.
tour.
Oh my god.
Again, I'm not gonna lie. I will hold Annabelle
Hello.
and give her a Taco Supreme.
God. All the
Yeah.
Conjuring stuff. Ed and Lorraine Warren. Really?
Actually, you know what? I take it back. She feels like she wants a Mexican pizza.
Shaken. Over there is Annabelle.
I'm getting Mexican pizza vibes
Ooh,
from
had that
Annabelle.
since, like middle school.
Unholy. Oh my
Also,
god.
it just fucking
Unholy
occurred to me, like,
cube.
yeah, no, the original
Multiple
Annabelle
of our
doll
friends
is
said
not
that as
with
soon
Zach
as they
Baggins.
looked
It's
at
in
her,
the
they got a
Warrens
pain in their
Museum, which is what
chest.
this
I'm gonna
is.
get my
Well, he
first
owns the
impression
Warrens Museum now.
I see it in my peripheral. Oh,
Well, yeah,
God,
but
this
he's
is
not going to take it out of the
scary.
Warrens
Annabelle?
Museum.
I'm gonna
He
let
is
you
going
know.
to take it on tour, though, apparently.
Oh, they already did that, if I remember right. That's what the Texas thing was, that it was like touring Texas and got lost, but that was the getting lost thing was just a publicity
It was
stunt.
touring the U.S. in general because she also got lost in like fucking Washington, I think.
On 3.
I would doubt it. I wouldn't doubt if that was also like a falsehood to spread
Or you can come up to this little red light
publicity.
and show that you're here. We come here with the utmost respect. We just want some answers.
There was a point
We wanna show
where
the
like
world.
there was a
So if
state
you
that she
want
got
to
lost in during the
tell your
tour
purpose
that
or a
the
message
president just so
everybody
happened to also
here
be
that's
in.
watching, you
And
can
everyone
tonight.
when I was
Thank
on
you for
Twitter at the
allowing
time,
us
fucking
in your
everyone was just
museum.
like, "Get his ass!"
What's really crazy? Colby just said that this was going off a ton.
You know what?
And as
I'm
soon
not
as
gonna
I
lie.
turned
If I
around, it
fucking
says
walk in and a
unholy,
doll
but
is
then
sitting
nothing
like
else.
that, looking
Annabelle,
at
if you
me,
wanna say
I'd be pretty
anything,
fucking
have this
intimidated
piece of
because that
equipment
shit's tough as
obelisk
hell.
here. You can
The hands between the legs split, the just glare
She
down.
looks
If not,
like
it's
she
okay.
looks like if she were to stand up, she'd be squaring up.
This is like
Well, there's the movie prop.
from the actual movie.
That's the movie prop. Calm down.
For the movie.
Also, what is the doll that was off to the side? The one on the left there that's also in a cross box.
What the fuck? It's almost like it didn't want
That
to
feels
look
like
over
it's
there.
important
It was like you're
too.
looking at the wrong Annabelle. We know it's you.
Oh
We
my
wanna talk
god,
to you.
dude, the
We
other
just
one's a
wanna know, do you
movie
wanna talk
prop.
to us tonight.
It doesn't mean anything.
We've heard you're the most famously haunted doll in the world. We want to give you the stage if you want to prove that to us tonight.
Let me at him. Let me at him.
If you want to tell us any message.
Damn, if I knew,
Is that
I didn't
like
know
a-
Annabelle was in New
is that
England.
like a
I could have probably
Japanese
driven there
doll?
when I lived in New England.
Which is really strange because I wasn't even.
I could have pulled
Oh
up
my
this
God,
back when I
Cam's
first started
right there.
streaming.
Today. I don't know. just feels not very
Hey
comfortable.
guys, y'all got
Hold on,
Wi-Fi? I'm gonna set up a stream in here. We're just gonna do an entire stream in front of Annabelle where we play a horror game.
It's very weird.
Oh my god, that'd be so fucking gas. Oh my god, I want to do that.
One of the most active things you've ever had.
I want to do like a 6-hour stream playing horror games in the presence of Annabelle.
Unholy. The only word. And then it stops. For
And this is malicious.
This shit's in Boston?
Oh, is it Boston? It's probably not in Boston. It's probably outside Boston.
I'm the senior lead investigator for NESPR, founded by Ed and Lorraine Warren.
New England.
What's in here? There are attachments to these items.
I already got things. Super normal. Normality.
It was paranormalology.
Attached to any of these objects.
So you're saying every single spirit that would be in this museum would have to be a non-human?
It was like the New England
entity?
Paranormalology Research Society or
all
fucking
these items,
shit
but
like
more
that.
specifically,
Oh my god, do you think they'd let me
Annabelle
take
is
Annabelle
still
out of the box, hold her in my lap, and play a horror game at the same time?
Told you, Annabelle, that doll over there.
I'll play it like it's a radio with Bingus in her lap.
With these items. Respect it because they're not going to respect you. For instance, the shadow doll. The shadow doll was created to place curses on your enemies. So
I'm not gonna lie though, that's a pretty cool little thing. The shadow Dow?
This doll, put it in an envelope, seal
Is it doll or is he saying Dow?
He wants to be cursed. Oh my god.
It's not auto captioned, so I can't actually put any weight on what's being said.
That person did not have to read that
So,
curse. As soon as they opened up
I'm
that
finding the
envelope,
location for NESPR, which is the New England Society for Psychic Research.
Oh my god.
It's only
Yeah, that was the
same
Ed and Lorraine
building.
Warren's original organization.
Yeah.
We're chilling. Sounds good.
There's another box back there that has a blue light in it. What are
I
you?
was telling you guys before, once you start talking about these
The
items,
tiger pelt.
A red pot on top of the shadow doll. And
Okay, so
one
it's
over by
Connecticut.
Annabelle right now.
right.
Okay, they call it shadow doll. Gotcha.
You're giving them that attention. I believe that they
Yo, I know a couple people in Boston. I'll fly up to Boston and I'll take them up. We'll go up to Connecticut.
This is not a joke. I mean, when I say these artifacts
Where's Down?
are in here for a reason,
Where's
they're in here
Connecticut?
for a reason. Our job is to educate the public.
I don't know where Connecticut is. Oh. My only connection to understanding where Connecticut is the New York mayor debate. When fucking what's his name, not Zoran Mamdani, was asked what his favorite pizza place in New York is, and he mentioned a place in Connecticut.
Any spirits that contain
Oh,
in these
fucking-
artifacts to stay where they are and to do no harm to these two young men. I
I'm gonna bring a priest. I'll get my ass in there. If I get testicular cancer, fine. Just another reason to get him removed.
Yeah, I'll
Yeet
get
is deleted.
cancer in my testes.
It's like a snake thing in that blue box. I still can't tell what it is. Is it a dinosaur? Is it a dinosaur toy? It looks like a T-Rex toy.
Oh, that bitch was in Gettysburg and I could have gone and seen her.
Well, thank you for doing that.
You're very welcome.
Bob.
Free hauntings, let's go. Opening the ooh.
Alright guys, before we do the Estes method
Thank you for
with
self-care.
Annabelle's cage open, we did a secret investigation on Explore Club, so click down below, you're not going to want to miss it. It was absolutely insane. SamColby.com, go check it
I
out.
just looked like it was the dog kennel that you just pointed at, boss man.
To this day, the owners are the only
Huggy
ones
Wuggy
who are
doll
allowed
in?
to
Oh,
jam,
no.
And they're only able to hold her with welding gloves doused in holy water.
The equipment's probably gonna go off in one talking about.
Wow.
Okay.
These are the gloves.
Do I have to?
use when I handle the objects in this museum. But within
Can
these
I
gloves,
just
each
say no?
finger is a holy relic.
I'll hold her
These are
barehanded.
blessed At St. Patrick's Cathedral. Wade had these made for me, for my protection, because I didn't have a good experience with Annabelle when I moved Annabelle originally. I've gotten into a car accident because of this doll. Not just one, it was quite a few. Every time I moved this doll, it was always an accident.
Do you ever hear tapping on the glass? Because when we were over here, it sounded like something was tapping.
There's tapping, knocking in here when you least expect it.
Almost on cue.
All right, react to nothing.
The tour is still ongoing from the Warrens' son-in-law, Tony Sparrow.
In front of the house. I don't know if that was coming from the museum. I made
Right
this case
now,
with 3 crosses
she's
on it that represents the
on
Trinity, the
limited
Father, Son, and
touring
Holy
through
Spirit.
Nights at the
Within
Warren
case
House,
itself, behind Annabelle's
being
records,
held
the
in
walls, is
Monroe.
the Lord's Prayer. Infused in the stain is holy water and holy
Monroe.
water. All that helps contain whatever
I think
attached
it's still
to Annabelle. But if I
Connecticut.
do open this
Okay.
case,
I was gonna say,
it'll only be
I was like,
open
isn't there
for
a famous Monroe in the
They want
South?
that identity.
But I can't remember
Any
what
of these
state.
objects in here, they want that identity. They
Alabama?
want
Is the Monroe
They have
Alabama?
their emotions. Sometimes it'll get you to go against each other. It wants to.
I want to say it's
energize
Alabama.
the-
I don't know for
Let
sure.
me double check here.
I want to say there's a famous Monroe in Alabama.
Don't even like take it out like when you travel.
No, it stays in this box.
Whoa.
When I start talking about protection or even mentioning the name,
It's wooden glass. It is the wooden glass with a cross on the top.
Wow.
A very basic wooden cross.
Oh, here we go.
But again, my dude, I'll do it barehanded. I don't care. Also, that is just... So he had a padlock, he had a slide lock, and then he had just had a hook lock.
You already got the Estes.
Oh, you're just opening the box.
Annabelle, we come with the utmost respect, but if you want to tell us anything tonight, you can do so now.
Oh my fucking god. So I'm looking at the official Haunted Warren House like website right now. They sell a random assortment of Annabelle, like Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy dolls from that time.
Oh no.
Yeah.
In the end,
Annabelle.
And it's
I'm
for people
disappointed
who
that they
book in
only
advance.
opened the box. They just opened it.
Tell us a message.
As if that's going to do anything.
Pick her up!
Take
God!
the box! Come and say hi.
Hold her!
Tell her she's a good girl. And you're really proud of her.
You can give us a name or give us any
You've done a good
obvious
job
sign
up till
who you'd like
now.
to Speak with us tonight.
You put a lot of work in. She wants Taco Bell!
Is there anybody here in the museum with us?
Is that going to become the gimmick? Are we going to start going into like haunted places with famous haunted items and bringing Taco Bell?
Can you be more specific? Who is here with us right now?
Is that the plan? Is that the deal?
Also, I double checked and it is Monroe, Connecticut.
We would love
Okay.
to speak with
Good to know.
Annabelle. If you're here, can you give us a
So that's
sign?
where they are right now, actually, is the museum.
I just looked under the door. All the lights are off, which means everyone's gone to bed and I now need to be quiet.
you have a plan? Like a question mark? Don't play around.
I need to try to be as quiet as I can.
Our plan is just asking you to tell the world whatever your message
The
is. We wanna learn
plans
more
for
about who you are.
the
You like
ending
us?
of Annabelle's touring
Discussable.
is
Yeah.
Nesper announced that a new permanent
Thank you. We'd love to
museum
speak with you.
is
Earlier,
slated
you were
for
talking more
September of
directly
this year.
Only? You're talking only, I guess.
New
to
permanent
Colby.
museum.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, because right now, like, the touring and her being, like, placed in random buildings right now is
You're talking to
because
Dan about, things that you do,
Spera
and you're
and I
talking about
guess
separation. Is
Baggins
that your plan?
are currently, like, doing, like, permit battles with fucking location places and whatnot.
No companion.
Oh, I gotcha.
You don't want us to have a companion. Like you want us to be alone. Is that correct?
Able to determine.
But she's been stopping between Connecticut, Maine, and, like, most of New England.
Please?
So you do want us together.
I would do everything I could to piss off the evil spirits and then go to sleep in the dark. I wouldn't do everything I can to piss him off.
Annabelle?
Of course, I'd meme on him with Taco Bell and stuff, and then I'd be like, all right, what kind of goofy shit can we do together?
My sentences. What do you do to those
Put her in a
that you
baby
don't
barn and
like?
take her to the local mall.
Master.
Put her in a baby barn and take her to the local mall. Does that count as an act of terrorism?
Like actually hurt or killed anybody?
Okay.
Car accidents?
You know
Fucking
it'd be the
doll,
fun, you know it'd be the
no.
fun, that would be the funniest court case fucking in existence. If you put Annabelle in a baby Bjorn, or even Robert in a baby Bjorn, and took him to the local mall and people started getting sick, or like having car accidents or some shit,
You think you're invincible?
the US government would now have to
How do we
argue
know that you're
in
actually
court
powerful? How do we know you can actually
that
kill
paranormal
someone? Are you connected
forces
to any of the other dolls
can be
here? The
deemed
shadow doll that's been
terrorism.
going off all night.
Can you imagine?
Music.
We were here last time.
No one wants that.
We need to do it.
Right. Yep.
We need to do it. It needs to happen.
Gotta raise money for,
Is
gotta raise
there
money
a
for
gate
travel.
Terrorism, that's crazy.
Between the two of you?
Sounds like only.
We visited other dolls. in the
Can you imagine
past
somebody coming
before.
up and,
They
oh,
also
it's
said
so cute.
something
What are you
about
doing with it? That's a real
Do you
Annabelle
know
doll.
those other dolls? Are you connected in any other way to other haunted dolls?
Everybody.
I thought, did you just say this is a real Annabelle doll? Yeah. Took it out of the museum, got permission and everything.
You do it. Talk to the people.
Are there multiple
And then just
people talking
imagine
with us
some
right
like person who's suffering from religious psychosis and just losing their mind on the spot.
now? We know that you're
You've killed me!
actually
You've killed me! You fool!
No
You killed me!
Okay, well, bro, I have you ever heard anything like that? Yeah. What?
Apparently, there are very
Bro, I
strict
think you need to, like,
rules
step away for just 2
for
seconds. He was
interacting with
saying, like,
Annabelle.
some really,
Oh, I'm
really
sure.
insane things, and even, like, if
No
it got
touching,
you alone, it could,
including
like,
the
kill you.
case.
Me?
or kill
no
someone.
taunting, because they believe that there is a real risk of you facing severe accidents after challenging the doll.
You're in a confined area here.
And any like disrespect of the space, taking selfies with Annabelle, fucking around the case or anything like that, has you removed from the event.
No heaven. Literally what a goddamn demon would say.
Also, is that the outfit for the bride from The Exorcist too?
I think so.
I don't know, but I think we should take like a 2-minute break or something. I don't know. I'm still like shaking.
Me too.
You know, you can hear it or see it from other people, but being here and experiencing it yourself, it becomes real to you.
All right, let me in. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Fucking tickets are already sold out, but they are announcing 2026 ticket sales coming in the future by August.
What else more do we
Oh, but it's in New England.
Deeply know.
That's too far from me. I'm in Texas.
That this is demonic. There's
fucking, if I had money, it would only be like an hour and a half, 2.5 hour drive.
This is the opportunity.
According to like where
I'd
this
drive upwards of
museum
like
is gonna
5
be.
hours to get there.
One more idea.
I would have done it.
I'll show you just here. Let me go in there.
Oh my god, is this real? Me being the dick of the brother? I'm like, absolutely, it's real. That's why they had the option in the menu for alternate endings. Oh no.
Fucking.
Hold on, there's a naked lady holding a sword in one of those paintings. I'm not gonna go back because she was straight up naked.
Oh hell yeah!
Again, what is the doll on the left there?
Very curious to hear what Colby thinks of this.
Oh god, now that I got like I saw a flash of it in the like Discord stream, but then I like managed to pause it at the on the like actual Twitch stream. I think it was like one of those mammy dolls.
Of Annabelle.
Okay.
Which is safe.
Mammy dolls.
For our next investigation.
You know, like the fucking poor depictions of black people in fucking stuff like back in the day.
Looked like a white girl holding a sword. Oh, they're talking about the doll. Oh.
The doll to the left of Annabelle.
Yeah. Oh, I sent a picture to. Who did I send it to recently? I can't remember who. My family actually
Guys,
has.
we're fucking outside. Oh my god.
What?
That's the react to nothing.
Huh? Wait, what's happening?
React to nothing, kick it.
I've never felt anything like that.
As you're talking about Robert.
There's
That actually is really scary.
Oh, what was
Dude,
it?
Look at these. So I took a
Oh,
picture
my
of
family
both of them.
owns a original Aunt Jemima door stopper.
Both of the dolls, and
Now, mind
we
you,
have a collection that
this
I don't
is
know if
pre-1960s.
anybody else has. 3 in-person.
Now
photos
imagine what this
of
looks
the
like.
most haunted dolls. But what's really cool, and I figure would be an awesome offering.
What do you think a pre-Aunt Jemima of 1960s, 1950s looks like?
For us, the voodoo dolls of us.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. She has the big red lips.
It hasn't developed
Oh
yet.
yeah.
These voodoo dolls
It currently sits in my kitchen.
This could be like the single
on the top of basically our cabinets because there's like about a foot and a half space, maybe just a foot of
Aren't
space.
those boxes like super fucking expensive now?
Picture of Robert. That was like the number one.
The what?
The Aunt Jemima, like the old Aunt Jemima, like fucking
Oh, absolutely.
products.
Like we have a bunch of old door stoppers because in the house I grew up in, the one that like we messed with the paranormal investigators in, going up the stairs used to just be a whole bunch of antique door stoppers. But now we don't have stairs in the house, so they now sit on top of cabinets in our kitchen, including the Aunt Jemima one.
Damn.
One got testicular cancer and blamed the doll. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, the dark-haired one got testicular cancer after meeting Robert the doll the first time.
I want you to know I didn't involve you, and I made sure that like you said your apologies. And
Oh, he's about to be pissed.
and stuff before.
Oh, he's gonna be
I just
pissed.
think genuinely, this.
I did not think he was taking these pictures in secret, basically.
Oh, I thought that was the whole point.
I thought it was the point, kind of, but I thought they were both in on it. Sorry, I had to turn away because I had a burp come up. Anyway, self-care.
I mean, truthfully, mainly just because of the Robert thing, I figured you'd say like no, but I'm
really starting to feel it in my head at this point.
Your apology, and I made sure.
I have the the delayed, like when you tilt your head really fast and it feels like
think about it.
Your brain's lagging.
For the video, this is insane.
Yeah.
This is like massive.
Tipsy.
I mean, I get that.
It's the this could be the biggest paranormal.
He froze, and I
event.
legitimately thought the video was buffering for a second.
And yes, I would have said no, but like.
How are you only now
is
feeling
that you're
it?
still
I don't
just doing
know.
this behind my back. Like you
He
did this
actually looks
at
offended.
the Conjuring house. We had a conversation literally a year ago about this, and you've done it countless of other times. It feels like it's not even like us doing this anymore on this channel. It's like you're just going behind my back, not telling me anything.
Oh, he
and
is
just trying to
mad.
figure this out for yourself.
Well, I'm trying to do this because that's the point.
Currently, they're in New England.
You know,
outside Boston
Yeah,
again.
this is
I still think about
this
that all the
this
time.
is
I
in
understand
Monroe.
that. I
Like
get
this is
that.
the place
Yeah.
that's in
But
Monroe.
like,
They met Peggy at Zach Baggins, which I don't know where Zach Baggins Museum is. Then they went to Florida to meet Robert, and now they're in outside Boston in Monroe to meet Annabelle. And now they're in the car outside the museum.
Baggins is
Not
in
to
Las
get, like,
Vegas.
Super personal on you guys, but you know more than anyone.
The Zach Baggins Museum is in Las Vegas.
What do you mean you need this, dude? What do you mean you need this?
Like last year.
I need to prove. I need to prove that's real.
I mean, how about you just keep it personal and like take it home and put it on a bulletin board in your
This is an
bedroom?
opportunity that I feel like could prove it.
Nothing
to
will
me.
crawl out of
Yeah,
those
I
three
feel like
pictures, I
also
promise.
think, like,
Especially
the
not me.
world needs
I'm
this.
going to take the real trauma of you
said, the
losing
world-
your
the world
testicle to
doesn't need
Robert
this,
the
like,
doll
you
for the
are the
video.
one that thinks you need this, but it doesn't mean that you have to drag me into it, and like I don't want to be put in danger.
I'm trying to figure out if this is. I can't quite figure out if this is drama series level shit or if this is legitimate.
Isn't this what we want? Like to prove things? Like,
Because it's also giving me the vibe of trying to be dramatic in a D&D
To
campaign.
yourself, it doesn't even feel like we always.
This
talk
feels
about
melodramatic.
Sam and Colby versus the world,
Especially
because
because I'm pretty sure he is aware of the camera.
It's like
I mean, he had the camera set up while they were still in the room with Peggy.
I just don't understand why. You
Is that fake? No, it's Treen.
drag me in.
Well, it's
and just
Leon
let
Treen
me
Kennedy.
Help.
You know why?
Yeah.
You know why?
Sick jacket.
We're on different sides of this coin, man.
Yeah, thanks.
You believe. You
I took it off
believe-
of some cop.
For
He had a
some
crop
reason,
top
no
and a
matter
tramp
what we
stamp.
get, I
I
can't
didn't
fucking
stick
accept
around to ask like what was going on.
Did he also have the whale tail?
Oh,
my,
yeah,
oh
he
my
did.
god, we're getting teenage girl drama. Oh my god, camera pulled down, didn't even edit it out.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
How we'd like to end the night? Oh no. Treen stream, they do Treen things? No, they do stinky things.
We
Yeah, I
talked
stink.
for a little while, and that
Which
got
is
a little
exactly why I have a
personal,
gas mask
and
emote. Chat, get the gas
I'm
mask.
not trying
Get your gas mask
to
on.
Put my personal life on YouTube.
Legally
Sometimes
obligated.
in that personal struggle, which I've been going through for a little while now, I took it too far.
Shouldn't they be kissing at this point?
Apologize to Colby, but I just want to also
Yes, they should.
publicly apologize to you. I now realize
There it is. There's the gas mask.
that I need to deal with these problems.
Get the
myself.
tissues ready. Oh no, I'm scared.
Bring you into it.
It's fine. It's okay.
I want to also apologize to you guys watching. I don't want to set a bad example. I don't want to be that guy. That
Okay, you know what?
pushes
This is
the bar
kinda
to where it
sweet.
puts other people that I love in danger.
Hey,
so
Bullet,
sorry.
welcome in.
It is something I'm working on, and
Again,
something
it's
that I
really
feel like a lot
hard
of
to
people
tell
go through,
sometimes if they
but
actually believe in the shit that they're doing
it's
or
no
if they're doing
excuse.
it for
You
the
shouldn't be
channel, and I
disrespectful to
think it's a
anything in
mix
this
of
world, and
both.
definitely should
I
not
think he
try to
legitimately
put
means here,
anybody in
and the only
danger.
reason I'm saying that is because of how red his eyes currently are.
We talked about this, and
Yeah.
He looks like he's fighting
He had been
tears.
trying.
and everything has been, and I think
Either that, he's either done crying or he's fighting tears. He had the same redness when they were like in the car.
That, or just like they did at Robert the Doll, they toked.
Could be. You never know.
It said separation.
You're surprised I'm streaming this late? It happens. And today was a very special occasion because we hit the goal for the Kofi thing. And next time we hit it, I will do it again. We'll do 2 more wheel spins on the game wheel, and I will do another weekend stream. It'll be either Friday night or Saturday night. We may do another ghost hunting thing. I do like these like drinking game nights. It's very casual. It's very fun. I'll steal other people, including Treen again. Yoink you by the tail. Personal struggles, but someone I love in harm's way.
My personal struggles almost made my bro lose his other testicle.
The paranormal can be terrifying, can it? What's more scary is losing ourselves. Okay, that's kind of cute. Although it does kind of give the vibe of like the average paranormal horror movie.
Yeah, this is feeling directed.
Okay, I have to go check something. That said, we have to consider something about the channel. When was this released? 1 year ago. Okay, so they're still doing fine, right?
Oh, so that was definitely during the tour then.
Yeah, that would be during.
Because the tour started like this time last year.
Okay, yeah, they're
What's
doing
their
fine.
most recent video? Oh.
No, that's the clown one. The one that ended up being Circus Circus. And I was like, I don't want to do another hotel that's literally like full service hotel. Although it'd be kind of interesting. The thing is, I don't think Circus Circus is haunted. I think it's just the worst hotel in Vegas. But I think
It's the scariest hotel in Vegas because it's horrible fucking service.
Correct. Correct. But I think that's all we're going to do. That is over 3 hours. That is more than I promised. That's 4 hours. Oh my God. You're in a whole hour early. Extra. Not
Hell
early.
yeah.
But I don't think there's much reason for me to swing over to the chatting screen because I'm just a PNG and you're just a PNG. But whatever. We'll go to the chatting screen.
PNG.
And I will hover over here and leave the meme showcase up there for some reason. Anyway. And I will adjust myself momentarily. I am quite tipsy. But what are you doing the rest of the week? If anything this weekend. I am basically done for the week until Monday.
Same.
Oh boy. All right, guys. I guess that's going to be it. I'll find somebody to raid in just a second. But next week we're going to be finishing Resident Evil Requiem, fucking hopefully. What were you saying?
Oh, did you run into the same issue that like a lot
No,
of
I've just been really fucking slow at it. Like I do Leon's missions in like an
absolutely
hour.
Take your time.
I do fucking Leon's. I also have like a completionist thing. So like I like to search out everything and I like try to kill as many mobs as I can now that I've gotten the kills equal points equals upgrades. I'm like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. But I think the point was we literally just made it into Arc. We like made it to the first save room in Arc.
Oh, you're there. Okay, so like you're pretty much towards the end of the game then, I think.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I think we'll finish it in like one more session.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, we'll be doing observation duty at some point, which is one of the games that I owe everyone. We're going to be playing Huntsman.
I can't touch that game.
Sensors holding my wind. Which one? Huntsman? Because of the spiders?
Yeah. I've gotten better about my arachnophobia, but I can't do big spiders.
It's the thing. It's the wheel spin I mentioned. Is we just hit it yesterday? Day before. I think it was yesterday. Which is why we did the stream tonight. Is because I don't usually stream at night, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Yeah.
But if I can do these like calmer streams that are like much more chill and kind of just shooting the shit for the night, I may end up start doing something Friday nights or Saturday nights when I have the chance. But I'm not entirely sure just yet. Oh, is the holding your win hostage? Which win? Oh, yeah, I didn't go to the bathroom, Sensor. Go ahead and give everybody the win for I didn't go to the bathroom before the end of stream.
Give people their points.
Give them their points. All right, chat.
Give them their points.
Do you want Resident Evil 4 Home Safety Hotline?
Ooh, Home Safety Hotline's a good one.
I love Home Safety Hotline too.
Did you get the DLC?
There's the DLC?
Yeah, the holiday one.
I haven't played since the game originally came out. I got a code from the dev when it came out.
Oh, you gotta get it. You gotta get it. It's pretty good. Oh no, you just got raided. Oh no, guys!
Carnival.
You gotta turn raids off when you're about to end.
Okay, well, I don't need to worry about Resident Evil 4 because that was the person I was going to raid for Resident Evil 4. All right, I guess we'll be raiding somebody shortly for was it Home Safety Hotline. But welcome in, Raiders. You just missed it. We've been playing a drinking game all night.
And I joined in for the last hour.
And it was an absolute blast.
Mm-hmm.
And next time I do it, I'll probably
I'm pretty sure
try
I'm the
like
reason
just
why you streamed an extra hour.
Oh no, I was gonna do one whole video. I was gonna do the whole video. Because usually I would like skip or like cut in half if I'm doing the usual just chatting, talking ghost hunter type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, I want to do at least 2 whole videos of YouTube's top like ghost hunters. Orange Pop ready stars. 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 Anyway, welcome in, guys. Welcome in, welcome in. You missed our drinking stream time. We were watching Ghost Hunters and playing a drinking game with them, which I still technically have half of a cider here.
Fucking chug it and then go to bed. You're gonna sleep like a
baby. I think that's what I'm gonna do. But tonight been great. We're getting Taco Bell for haunted dolls. Yeah, we were talking about giving Taco Bell to some of the most haunted dolls in the world, including Peggy, Robert, and Annabelle. I forget, wasn't there a thing at one point? It was the movies or maybe it was something else that was like, don't ever say Annabelle's name or she'll haunt you. And I'm like, where the fuck did you come up with that?
What are you talking about?
Where did you come up with that shit? Hello? Who won the drinking game? It's not a win. Or if you're still standing, you're winning. It's 2 weeks after St. Patrick's Day. That's
not watching
fair.
the video and therefore not having a drink.
Yeah. But I hope you had a good stream. I hope you enjoyed Resident Evil 4. Oh, woo! But welcome in, Raiders. If you like this, I'm currently using a PNG. I usually use a different model. But if you happen to like anything down below that you see, or even just imagine a cooler, sexier version of this little goofy wiggle goober, feel free to swing by and drop a follow, hang out, either join the Discord and stuff. Thank you for the follow, Zombie Pup. We are going to be raiding out in just a couple minutes. We did kind of just cover all our outros, so I don't know what else to go about. Oh, I missed that. It slid past. Souffle Finnick. That's a good name. That is a good name. Souffle. Wiggle sexier than 2.0. You did enjoy having the wiggle today. I considered using the model, but I was like, I'm going to be getting drunk, and like, if I get too drunk, I may just start doing like the head droop kind of thing, and then the tracking just goes out the window.
Fucking, that was that was me on stream at one point.
I sometimes do the like fist on cheek kind of thing where I just kind of like lean here, and when I do that, tracking goes out the window because my mouth is now like behind the microphone compared to where the phone is.
It catches that shit. Like at one point I was like nodding off on stream and people were like actively seeing me like waver. It was funny.
You're getting the Fint lean first. They just
oh.
The model's like slowly coming off the screen. Disrupt the 2.0 model, refer to early go round era. I can start bringing back some more PNG streams if we do these things. Again, if you want to see more of these streams, you can help finish the Ko-fi wheels and stuff, where we'll also do other community chosen games as well as another weekends like this. I think I'm going to add it permanently to one of the rewards for the Ko-fi wheel because I really enjoyed it. It was fun. And completing the Ko-fi wheel means that we have more funds for new things. I have literally not gotten a new thing in over a year since we debuted 2.0's model, because money has been so tight and money sucks and the job market here is fucking non-existent. It ain't fun when you apply for 200 jobs and hear fucking nothing.
Yeah, that was me for 2 fucking years.
It's been 2 years. I've gotten one interview, and it was the first interview I'd ever been to and not been hired on the spot.
God damn.
The job market
is terrible.
It was this first moment of just like embarrassment because every job interview I've gotten to has been like,
she's a broke bitch.
I am broke, bitch. I have literally, I made 2/3 this year. I did my taxes like earlier today, finished filing my taxes, spent some of my savings to pay both the taxes I owed and the like fee to file. Thanks, TurboTax.
Stop using TurboTax. Stop.
I hate it. I hate it so much, but they're like, it's the easiest alternative.
No, it's not. Free Tax USA is.
I'll take a look at it next year.
Absolutely do. Fucking, I've been using it for the last like 5 fucking years, and it's got all the convenience of TurboTax, but you're not spending fees on forms that are fucking free.
Yeah. I filed the whole thing myself, and it was still $120, not counting the other like 125 that I got down my taxes owed to.
You want to know how much I spent? Like spend every year to file my taxes? $15.
I'm just gonna kill myself. I'm gonna chug the cider and hope it kills me.
When I was using TurboTax, I was paying like upwards of like 200 fucking bucks.
Yeah.
and then I was just like, I fucking hate this. I hate TurboTax. And then like I started looking out for alternatives, and like everyone kept singing the praises for Free Tax USA. And oh my fucking god,
I think it's
understand
technically
why.
under the IRS.
Yes.
Because they can't legally force every person to spend money they don't have to file taxes. So
Yeah,
there has to be a free alternative.
The only thing you're paying for is just the filing fee. That's it.
Yep.
Otherwise, though, like, all the files are free to fill out.
Yeah. I probably should have swapped those. It was just one of those things like I've done it the last 2 years on TurboTax. That's fine. I got like a tax return.
It wouldn't.
And it like
Intuit
takes like
you.
any of the costs out of my tax return, but because previous years I had a job, so like I would
Free Tax does the same thing.
Yeah, I just hadn't used it, and I was like, is it going to be more complicated? I was scared. Okay.
I understand. It's literally the same as TurboTax. It's just it's much more user friendly. And like it doesn't cost you a fucking arm and a leg. Also, I have never been audited on Free Tax. TurboTax has fucked up my filings like 3 or 4 times in the time that I was using it. And
I've never been audited, so that's at least lucky.
Fucking, I hate Intuit. I hate TurboTax. Seething hatred.
One of the reasons I used it was also because the one of the jobs I was working at the time was like paid through Intuit. So it would just have that information built into it.
Fucking, you can literally like just set up Free Tax to do the same.
Yeah, I'll next time I'll remember to use it.
Yeah, don't forget. Spare your wallet.
I won't after this year of being just like, okay, well, this year I actually owe in taxes and I have to pay the fees. So it was like $260 total. I'm actually kind of lucky because there's some VTubers I know that like, I don't know if they're filing wrong or something, but they'll have thousands in taxes owed. And I'm like, how are you doing that? I've seen the new stuff you get. You spend more on new shit than I do.
I don't know what the fuck it is because like I also was like owing a fuck ton more than what I was like ever earning back. And like that stopped being an issue when I swapped services. Because I think for whatever fucking reason, I think TurboTax specifically is upcharging, like on purpose.
I would not doubt it because I fucked up somehow earlier today. I was trying to do like the finalized thing. And when I got to the end step, it was like, something here is wrong. Please go like re-enter it. And I went back to it and it reset everything from like my Twitch NEC and all of my expenses. And I had to redo all of them. And the thing was, when I went and did it, oh my God, I forgot my point. What was my point?
I think the alcohol is getting to you. I think it's time to go to bed.
It is. It's very much is. I forgot my point. Where was I going with this? Oh, it like reset it. I had to redo it. And at one point I added like $200 in expenses from one thing and it reduced the taxable amount by $5. The like amount I owed to taxes, a $200 expense reduced it by $5. And I was like, what? You know what? I'm not going to argue. I don't know enough about taxes to do this. I'm just going to pay it. Fuck it.
Yeah, no. Fucking TurboTax robs people. Like,
I mean, the TurboTax, H&R Block, and all of those companies are the sole reason that we don't have taxes just automatically paid.
Yep.
Every other reasonable country just automatically takes taxes. And the thing, I hate the United States tax system so much. We are the most taxed populace possibly on the fucking planet. It's insane. It drives me nuts. And I'm not going to turn it into a lecture right at the end of stream.
You owe. We know what you owe, but you have to figure it out.
But if you don't get it right, prison.
Jail. Yeah, no, thankfully,
the U.S. legitimately does everything that a government is supposed to do in the worst way possible.
Oh, yeah. They take shortcuts.
It's not even shortcuts. It's the world's just most annoying, inconvenient way for the citizen. It's not even convenient for the bureaucrat. They will
gonna
just
fucking
they
be
will
honest. I
stack
guarantee you,
things.
someone is making money off of the way that we are doing things right now.
No,
That's
100%,
probably what it is.
Everything. That's we were talking about that earlier. Is that the entire like U.S. tax system is basically to funnel money to the rich.
Yeah.
The U.S. military budget is fat entirely for money laundering purposes.
Yeah.
And the new war in
How about that
Iran, it
raid?
just proves that. The fact that the fat U.S. budget means fucking nothing as the U.S. continues to get dominated by a smaller country. Mind you, Iran is the largest country the United States has ever gone to war with. Good luck, U.S.
That's still so fucking stupid. I doubt that there's going to be a quote unquote winner in this war. I feel like it might just come to a point of attrition because we are now in an energy crisis because of the US being fucking stupid.
It's only going to get worse too, by the way. So chat, if you have not bought gas yet, you've not filled up your car or maybe a couple canisters, if you happen to have them near your garage, you should do that tomorrow. I'm not even joking. Do that tomorrow. I genuinely mean it. If you have the money to get fuel to like fill your car completely up and get a couple canisters in your garage, do it. It's about to be worse than the fucking the fuel crisis of the 70s. It's going to be worse.
It will get better, but not for a few years.
Oh yeah, like we have not hit the reservation like bust, the point where the supply just cuts out. It'll be, I think it's like 3 weeks from now.
They said it was like 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 3 weeks last time I heard it, so it's probably closer to 2 weeks at this point.
We have about 2 weeks left of like the extra reserves before that goes, and then prices skyrocket.
Yes, natural gas is also about to get worse. So don't hope to rely on natural gas costs if you're heating your house with gas.
Yeah.
The same thing with the gasoline going up or gasoline becoming scarce. Food's going to get more expensive. Go buy a bag of rice.
Yep.
Like right now, like a 5-pound bag of rice.
Fucking rice, beans.
Dry beans.
Yeah, dry beans. I have to clarify, dry beans. Canned veggies, canned anything, really.
Yeah, and if you want, like, unfortunately, I would always say like canned stuff is not the best for you in most of the time. But right now you want unperishable stuff.
Yeah. Frozen is always as good as fresh in terms of fruits and vegetables.
Yes. It may compromise some of the texture and taste of certain dishes, but at this point you want it to last. So if you usually get fresh, go to frozen. If you want stuff that like you may not touch that often and you have space for it, get canned. The EVs are going to get exorbitantly expensive. If you can, because this is now going to be a multi-year problem more than likely, and energy companies are currently trying to shut it off, buy plug and install solar panels if you can. If you have the spare income.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wish I was joking, but I literally saw an article this morning that certain major cities' energy utilities are trying to make it impossible for their customers to buy solar panels. They're trying to make it. I wouldn't doubt if soon we see like a fucking energy bill that basically says American citizens can't buy solar panels. The same way in some cities you can't like collect rainwater.
The funny thing is, like, if you can take advantage of it, there are, like, depending on, like, what service you're going through, if it's, like, a local or if it's a large, like, energy provider, you can sign on for a clean energy alternative, and they will provide the energy from, like, a clean alternative for you. I would still say go and get, like, solar panels.
Yes. Again, this is a very, if you can afford it kind of thing. It's one of those things that like won't really pay for itself for like 7+ years. It's between 7 and 10 years. Kind of just depends on how good they are. But
it will save money on bills.
Yes. And it'll piss off your utility company.
Yeah. Like I made the swap over with my utility company for clean energy, which like has now started saving money because I've been with them for 5 years. And I basically like the like extra energy supplemented to the houses like through wind energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
the thing
if
is,
you can do that,
capitalist countries have decided that like oil and fossil fuels are the only way they want to go. So I also don't expect them to do
a point where like
Yeah.
80% of like extra energy is from clean energy sources, like in the country now.
This is like in most states, so they don't use. Here in Texas, it's all coal. They still use coal power plants. There is nuclear power plants in the state and stuff, but they're always offline unless there's an emergency.
Mhm.
It's
Which
why
there's
it's why
going
we
to
had
be.
the grid collapse in like I think it was 2021
Yeah, when the fucking
when the freeze
snowstorm hit.
when the February
Yeah.
freeze happened. I was here
Yeah.
at the time. It was before I'd moved to New England for a couple of years and then moved back. And it was entirely because they only kept some of the it was like 1/3 of the coal power plants online, and they knew what was coming, and they were just like, nah.
Yeah.
And it was only after the power grid completely collapsed that they were like, all right, guys, it's time to get the nuclear facilities up, time to get the wind turbines on the grid. Oh yeah, and Ted Cruz ran. If Ted Cruz leaves the state, that's a sign.
Yeah, and abandoned his dog too.
That was I live in a decent neighborhood, and we didn't have power for 3 days, but we were lucky enough to have a fireplace. Most of our days were spent huddling in the living room around the fireplace or in a car charging our phones. And the neighborhood next to us, which is a like McMansion subdivision, had power in less than 24 hours.
Of course.
Less than a mile from us, and they got their power back in less than 24 hours, and it took us 3 days. Raphael? Yeah, it's Raphael something. I don't think Cruz is even his original last name. I don't remember for sure. Anyway, I think we've had enough. I could bitch about this shit all night. I really could. But I am fading fast. I'm going to finish the cider after stream-ins, and I'm going to go crash in bed. We are going to raid Patchy, who in the last recent weeks got a new clown outfit, which is very cute. What am I going to do for raid message? Blinky emotes? What emotes do I have? Do I want to do the sit emote and just like Ghost never had a chance? Actually, no, I have a better one. Where is it? Where is it? It's not going to make a lot of sense, but do we want to do one that's like knife emote, get that doll fucking chalupa? Or does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense. Help me, Trinken. Help me.
Yo, watch me cram a Doritos Locos Tacos in this doll's mouth.
Watch me cram a Doritos Locos taco in this doll's mouth.
Get it out there, it's
I got it, I got it. It's in there, Get it. That's the raid message. I will see y'all later. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you on Monday. Good night. Say bye, Trine.
Good night, everybody. Goodbye.